visitors. We appreciate your visit to the ground is quite the same as what we're all used to. So for you all spectators, staff and players, it's our top priority at all times. With that in mind, we kindly ask, if you haven't already done so, to find your allocated seat, which should be found on your match ticket, or remaining in the seat for the duration of each time to ground, unless visiting one of our food and drink outlets, or the available toilet facilities. If you do need any assistance in locating your allocated seat, please do not hesitate to contact your nearest steward, who will be happy to help you. When moving around the ground, please do ensure that you are wearing a face covering. However, this does not mean to be worn when you are Please also respect everyone around you and maintain social distancing. Right your time to ground. As far as food is concerned, Leicestershire Council Council are pleased to be offering a wide range of hot and cold food and drinks. The two major outlets are the Penny Bar and the indoor school opposite the pavilion, and the Geary Bar next to the manual school box. So the nearest outlet to those in the yellow and green seats is the Penny Bar in the indoor school. For those in the orange and red seats, it's the Geary Bar next to the manual scoreboard. There are also two outlets just outside the Penny Bar, behind the manual scoreboard, and the car park next to the pavilion on the Milligan Road side of the ground. And please note that this is now a cashless stadium, so only credit cards or debit cards can be accepted. We'd also like to remind everyone that due to the current COVID-19 restrictions, we are unable to permit re-entry into the Uptonsteel ground, so please do bear this in mind to keep the ground. Once again, we'd like to thank your sponsors for this LV Insurance and Championship fixture. Our official title partner, LV General Insurance, are back at Sporting Cricket. To find out more, to give them a chance to win tickets for test matches, follow LV People's Cricket on Instagram, Facebook or Twitter, with the person name. Once again, it's fantastic to see our London fans back in Uptonsteel County Ground. We'd love to see your photos online, so make sure you tweet us and tag in the club at Leicestershire CCC, and we'll share the best ones.
Delayed start confirmed just until the spit stop.
Just have a quick chat with them, right everyone. There will be a delayed start today, it is right in the rest of the night, and we'll keep you informed. Also, like to let you know, the big hitting T20 action returns in June in Leicestershire County Cricket Club confirmed that our first three home Vitality Class fixtures are now sold out. Tickets are available for the remaining four home Vitality Class fixtures, starting with a visit to Yorkshire Vikings on Friday the 25th of June. Tickets are £15 and can be purchased online by Leicestershire CCC.
Again, says 10 minutes remaining.
Also, that's just the women's side in action. The Uptonsteel County Ground later this summer. So take on the Tuesday, 21st of September. Tickets are now on sale to be purchased by our website or calling the ticket office. The Uptonsteel County Ground will go first to Tuesday, by saying that's 26 year.
Yeah, I mean, it might be that.
Saturday, the 3rd of July, or maybe you could go which takes place on Saturday, the 4th of September. Tickets of our shows presenting extreme cricket are available to purchase via our website. Leicestershire County Network are also delighted to be hosting another outdoor cinema weekend.
What did you do during last night on TV?
It will take place over the weekend of the 20th, 31st and 22nd of August. Family Classics Toy Story and Mamma Mia will be screening as well as Warrior. Tickets
I
are
watched the Geo
ITV for across the world.
which will be to
I'm sure it felt a long way away.
Yeah, and the replays were poor. One, it was the camera at the morning was good as well. It felt like it was a bit like the website.
Yeah, exactly.
The ECB apparently told all the broadcasters there's a real understand, but I wish they should have done. Fair enough. Dan setting down the tools. So he's the operations manager.
Yeah, but he kind of always has been, but they've tried to combine a few different jobs. So now it's showing a bit. Yeah. He's Sean Jarvis as well.
I was seeing he's been seeing this. So they need to be doing together.
Yeah, they did, but now it's kind of a bit more
It is, like
something.
Where's the Lisa come from? Oh, nice. Where's Dan Lisa?
He is a nice bloke as well.
Yeah. 2 Gs. Oh,
Right,
Christ, coming
that's
up.
it. Now then, Mark, so it'll be
So I
10
reckon-
minutes from now, 10
Yeah.
past. So without waiting 5 past.
Yeah.
Oh look, what one again? Oh, that's the old. That's yesterday. Oh, they were doing highlights of.
Oh, nice.
I hate listening back to myself. I know
I've
you
got
should
over it now.
because it's good for you.
Yeah.
I always think, oh, I sound terrible. I should
No,
have
you
said
don't.
that.
Sounds
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's good to do so.
I know it is, but it's quite hard. It's quite excruciating sometimes.
The cheap hotel, no, it's not too far. The cheap hotel is quite a nice way. So by the M4. Yeah, the holiday inn. I mean, the one thing is it's a reasonable walk. It's a reasonable walk, so from that hotel, so it is stretch legs like this. Well, it can, yeah. I just walk. Exercise depending on what I'm doing, it's actually great.
tweeted me the other day, where do you stay in Taunton? So we haven't been there. And I was like, I don't know.
So there's the two options that I've always stayed in there. Either there's a Holiday Inn by the motorway, or there's one called Castle's now, but I think it's out of budget.
Okay, well, it's too expensive. I pay my own anyway. And that's how it works. And they pay me extra for going to an away game, but I pay the hotel, so I can find a decent one, not too expensive. The account, I've always had it done by an account, and he always kind of just says sums by it. So like use of room as office, I keep that hotel rooms, use of car, this sort of stuff. I always figure coming from, and the accountant files it, so I always think coming from an accountant probably is less likely to be invested. Yeah, exactly. You always, it's only a command to do it because they're so basic. But that means that, yeah, when I very rarely stay with the team on that basis because they tend to
Yeah, so they'll probably get the class for the Holiday Inn. I'd imagine maybe the Holiday Inn is the class more expensive. Class was right. Quite next to the ground. It's actually not as nice as it sounds.
Just been informed by the outline of the area staff now 10 past
10 past. There you go.
10 past 11 start. That's just under 10 minutes now.
Half the rain line's just gone off and go in a blue shower.
Yes, just 10 minutes. We just had a slight shower down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, but I'm glad to say that the covers are coming off and we are about to start for the day. 10 past 11 start, no overs lost. Middlesex about to resume their second innings then on 57 for 1. They already lead by a mammoth 216 runs with 9 second innings wickets in hand. The Foxes desperately need early wickets to try and restrict Middlesex's lead and hopefully then bat well when they are no doubt put into bat later on during the day. About to start then here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. And a very good morning to you if you're listening to the stream from the Uptonsteel County Ground. You may just have heard me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester with the good news that despite the very slight shower we've had, just apparently a little collision of weather fronts and the extra heat generated thereby has just generated a few drops of rain. But the noise you can hear is that of the roller going up and down the pitch. The covers have essentially been taken off therefore, of course, and umpires have decided we can start at 10 past with no overs lost. 96 remain. The LV Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Middlesex, third day, will therefore resume very shortly. Middlesex on 57 for 1 in their second innings, a lead of 216. A very, very strong position to be in relatively bowler-friendly conditions. It is humid here at the Uptonsteel County Ground today, and the ball should be swinging around a bit, and as we know already from the first 2 days' play. There is a little bit in the pitch for the bowlers, both seamers and spinners. It's not particularly quick, the pitch. There's a little bit of help for the bowlers. The heavy roller being driven by groundsman Andy Ward. Head groundsman Andy Ward is going up and down. Leicestershire in their whites have basically done all their warming up. They are going to be looking for early wickets. BBC Radio's London and Leicester bringing you ball by ball commentary. Kevin Hand and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. There go the covers being taken off by Little Orange Tractor. They've got a new tractor here as well at the Uptonsteel County Ground, a green one, kind of more appropriate really. Very smart, slightly bigger green one as opposed to its now rather dowdy looking little orange cousin now, which is taking off 2 of the covers, and the big new smart green version taking off the other 2 covers while Andy completes the rolling. And out comes the sun, actually. Perfect timing, and we actually have a wonderful forecast for the day. It's supposed to be getting better and better, and by early afternoon it should be almost cracking the flags, as they say. The crowd is in, those who are allowed in. 750 is the maximum. Unfortunately, you have to buy your tickets in advance. You can't just roll up at the moment with the COVID restrictions, so unfortunately they had to turn a few away yesterday because people didn't actually realise, Kevin, that you can't just come along.
Oh no.
So you can go on the website, the club website, and buy your tickets for tomorrow. And well, Leicestershire will be hoping there is a tomorrow, but at the moment they're very much on the back foot in this game.
Yeah, good morning everybody. Sorry I was undone there, we were nattering away and I thought I haven't made my tea yet, and also I lost my phone charger, so I was on a dash while you did your update for Radio Leicester there to get back in. It's been a funny one this morning, hasn't it, because there was I had a really heavy blast of rain on the way to the ground, and I don't think that ever actually hit here at the ground. It was particularly heavy. It was nothing more than a spit here really, but
I was going to say, you're only about a mile away, aren't you?
Yeah,
no distance at all.
Yeah, and it never arrived at the ground at all, because even when I'd come out to the car this morning, I'd seen there'd been overnight rain. It was noticeable enough, but it never really hit the ground, other than just a spit to delay us in the end by 10 minutes. But it was funny, wasn't it, because we were all in kind of no man's land with it. It was like, well, this could be a prompt start if it disappears, and if it doesn't, then we could just be sitting here watching it spitting for an hour. So nobody really knew where they stood with it. But yeah, fortunately, the umpires and the ground staff, who were in a tricky position with it all, they obviously couldn't take their covers off with the spit of rain still falling. But at just about 11, all of a sudden the covers came off, and the umpires have said, yeah, it'll only take 10 minutes once it stops. Covers off, mark the crease. Did they give it a roll this morning? Since
they did. Heavy roller's been on it. Yep. Since
the covers came off, and and then we'll be away and ready to go. The umpires are out there promptly. The bell was a little late actually, but the players are early, so we'll probably be underway even before the 5 minutes after the bell rang. But yeah, wonderful that we'll get it. We'll get a prompt enough start, and also I think Leicestershire, they worked hard this morning, the ground staff, because it should benefit Leicestershire to have had that spot of rain, as long as the ball doesn't get too damp when hit away. That rope went around endlessly this morning, didn't it? Around and around and around. It just kept going, the rope. And I think the reason being that because it was such light rain, it was only ever going to sit on the top of the grass, wasn't it? And actually that would have meant the ball would get wet, so they just wanted to make sure that where that rain sits on the top of the grass, the rope just knocks it off the top, doesn't it? And then it sinks through. We had something similar at Lord's a few years back, which was quite hilarious when it was explained to us that way, that when the rain is that light, it doesn't sink through, it just sits on the top of the grass.
Sort of like dew in a way. But
yeah.
The sun is out now, and any dampness will soon be burnt off or dried off. You would have thought, but it is humid and it should swing. It should swing. They made a very good start to their second innings yesterday, Middlesex, after losing Sam Robson leg before to a Chris Wright delivery that jagged back horribly. It was and it stayed a bit low. Nothing at all that Robson really could do about that. 11 for 1 at that stage. But Steve Eskenazi batted very sensibly, and Nick Gubbins batted classily in going to 31 and 20 respectively. And it will be Eskenazi who will be on strike, and Leicestershire have already made a change. It was Will Davis who opened the bowling, but it wasn't the best spell that he bowled for Leicestershire yesterday, and they've gone to Ed Barnes, the youngster, the Yorkshireman, seeing if he can make early inroads.
Which end is which today? Which one do you fancy? Are you uphill? Are you downhill? How are you feeling today? You've had a few hills already, haven't you?
This morning. You go for it.
Here goes Barnes, bowls, and this is nudged away into the onside by Eskenazi. On 31, 57 for 1 then, leading by 216. It really is a last bite at it for Leicestershire this morning. Middlesex, we mentioned yesterday evening, if Leicestershire could take the second wicket right now, then they will be in a better position than Somerset were when they turned the match around at Lord's. However, that pitch did flatten. It wasn't offering spin from the first morning as this one was. But again, that's the key. Sorry, interjected on your replies. Here's Barnes, bowls, and this ball's pushed to mid-on, where right fields. Eskenazi remains on 31.
And from Middlesex's point of view, and with respect to the Leicestershire players, Somerset probably carry a few more bigger guns in that respect. So attacks are slightly different, and likewise the batting lineups. I think the key for the Foxes, relatively young Foxes side, is not to look too far ahead. Just try and sort of do the very best you can with ball in hand, so to speak, and see where it takes you.
Barnes bowls, it's right into the block hole and outside of the off stump though, so Eskenazi happily just drops the bat down on it with an open face, and a single's taken down to third man. He moves to 32, 58 for 1. Yes, Middlesex, I think it was 228 for 2 effectively in their second innings, when they then collapsed 56 for 8. And then the key would be, if it is swinging this morning with that little bit of rain that we've had, I mean, the pitch wouldn't have sweated much underneath that, because it was only the roll-on covers really. I mean, I guess the full covers would have been on overnight, but if
they weren't on all morning.
No,
you know, and they didn't cover the square or the run-ups during that brief shower of rain. So.
Yeah. Which I think was key to the rope going round, wasn't it? Just to make sure that they really could knock as much of the rain off the top of the tips of the grass. Hopefully it sinks through and doesn't let this ball become damp at all. What are they into now? The 22nd over with this ball, so yeah, the hope there's a bit of life in it. If they could pick up 1 or 2, then it does just open up the option for Parkinson to try and really get a grip from one end, and perhaps Ackerman from the other. Here's Barnes around the wicket to Gubbins, digs out a full delivery, and it's fielded at mid-on. But it's lovely now, isn't it? It wasn't too bad the whole time. There were spits of rain, but it was relatively bright. The distance is pretty grim way to the west, isn't it? But you tell me that it's all heading in a different direction today.
Yeah, it's coming from the east. If you're listening to us on the stream, just can you let us know that you're hearing us okay, and everything is sort of up to date and working. At Rich Emray, at Kevin Hand, BBC are our Twitter feeds.
Barnes bowls, and Gubbins clips, fielded by Hill, low to his left at mid-wicket. No run.
Morning to Mike, who's arrived on his Brompton in the hope of witnessing a remarkable turnaround in fortune.
Yeah,
those fold-up bikes. Bromptons. Those fold-up bikes that you sort of put in a bag almost. Quite little wheels.
Does that makes it harder then, I guess, does it?
I assume I'd have thought so, but
it's pedal twice as hard, the smaller wheels, as this ball's clipped backward a square on the leg side by Gubbins, and they will take 2 as long leg comes around. Hill continuing around the wicket, trying to well, that's how they got him in the first innings, wasn't it? Around the wicket, trapping him LBW. 2 big appeals in the over and the second one given. The scoreboard ticks to 60 for 1, and Gubbins is on to 22. Eskenazi has 32, and that was the end of the 22nd over of the innings.
I don't think the electronic has woken up this morning.
No, he got wet in the rain.
I don't know. Switch it off and on again, something like that. No, it hasn't. It's decided not to work this morning. It's sitting sulking. Chris Wright is going to resume from the Bennett end. Come on, Righty. There's the exhortation from Marcus Harris at first slip. Colin Ackerman is at second. Just the 2 slips. Otherwise, a single saving field, plus Callum Parkinson down at long leg. Hasn't cleaned his white since yesterday. All sorts of grass strains all over them, and there's also a third man. Wright is in and bowling to Eskenazi, who is defending on the walk, so on the back foot, but sort of walking into the defensive push, pushing it out to Ben Mike, who is at mid-off. A certain amount of comment among Leicestershire supporters about the choices made by Ackerman in terms of the bowling, why Ben Mike didn't bowl on the first day but then opened the attack and bowled very well the start of the second, and in goes Wright and bowls. Eskenazi's turning it off middle but only as far as square leg. Lewis Hill with his splendidly faded Leicestershire cap.
And then he didn't open in this innings either, Mike, and when he did bowl, he bowled from the opposite end to where he bowled so well yesterday. That was a bit of a strange one. I think it was to accommodate Parkinson yesterday evening, wasn't it? But hindsight's wonderful, isn't it? You know, if they could go back, then I think they'd have opened with Mike and not Davis down below.
Right is in and bowling on the off stump, and again waiting deep in his crease. Eskenazi, all care and attention as he just pushes it out to Ed Barnes in the covers. Morning to Emma, debut visit to Grace Road, and tuned in to us as they cheer on the Middlesex boys.
Morning, Emma.
Splendid sunglasses, reflective.
They are sat below us to our left. Where are they? Unless they've moved. There they are. A couple of rows back.
Right is in and bowling, comes back in and stays a bit low. Eskenazi does well to keep it out, actually. Wasn't too far away from the sort of the delivery that poor Sam Robson got yesterday. Nothing at all he could do about that one. It didn't move as much or stay out low, but still a little bit there. No swing really yet so far this morning for either bowler.
It's lightened up, hasn't it? The clouds dramatically lightened up. I mean, again, when I went out a couple of times this morning, it was a lot dingier and danker than this.
Right is in, bowling very full, almost a Yorker, dug out by Eskenazi, played back up the pitch to the veteran seamer. Had a chat to him at the end of play last night. You feel sorry for your chosen victim on occasions like that. There's not an awful lot they can say, really, is there?
No.
We'll try and do better tomorrow, essentially. It was not a great day, and we'll try and do better tomorrow and tell you a little bit about the pitch, but essentially, yeah, we had a bad one. Right is in and bowling. Eskenazi gets it delivered just outside off stump. Better length from Wright, just dabs it out into the offside. Again, no great swing though. And a maiden over, I believe, because the scoreboard, the electronic, still isn't working. The manual hasn't changed, so 60 for 1 it is. 32 to Eskenazi, 22 to Gubbins.
The reason I know where Emma sat is I got papped by them this morning. Did you get papped on the way in? By Emma. That's why I know where they're sitting down below us to our right, because I can tell where the angle from the picture was taken.
I was here very early, you see, so probably before anybody. Unless they were here before 9 o'clock. Springsteen says, yeah, also Barnes didn't bowl yesterday, opens the bowling today.
Yeah, he's around the wicket now with 2 slips, bowls to Gubbins, who defends to mid-on, and there's no run. The reason why I said as well open with Mike yesterday, in hindsight again being a wonderful thing, is that Davis bowled better from the Bennett end in the first innings, so it kind of made sense, it felt. Go on then, give it to Mike, because he started up so well yesterday morning. See if he can do it again yesterday evening, and then when time comes to replace Wright at the Bennett end, you've got the choice of both Barnes and Davis, who both bowled better from that end, I think. Barnes bowled well from this end yesterday, a very good holding spell to begin with, but at the beginning of the Middlesex innings, but I thought he bowled with more threat from the Bennett end as he's in now, and forward goes Gubbins, defending to mid-on. No run.
Yeah, Davis from this end looked a different bowler to the way he bowled in the first innings from the Bennett end. He just seemed to completely throw his rhythm and line. He started to float it up a bit as he can do from time to time. And Eskenazi in particular took advantage.
Solid enough approach, isn't it, the way he charges in. Forward goes. Gubbins defending into the offside, and there's no run. It's not an out-and-out sprint, but you wouldn't want to stand in front of him, would you? He's stocky enough in shoulder.
He's sort of slightly hunched as well,
Yes,
isn't he? When he runs
yeah.
in, he's still very young, of course, Ed Barnes. And
it's almost as though he's going to barge you, isn't it? He's hunched forward, he's going to barge into you. No, I've been impressed with the Leicester attack. There's promise there. Barnes bowls now, and forward goes Gubbins defending into the offside. No run, 60 for 1. Rain was a big loss though, wasn't he? He had
Yes,
a little bit of an X factor, I thought.
as Paul Nixon says, a good all-rounder at this level, a genuine all-rounder, is sort of gold dust, really.
Well, and you know, that's a really personal point as well when you weigh things up, that Middlesex are playing Martin Anderson as the all-rounder in this game while resting James Harris. And you know, it's kind of the embarrassment of riches, isn't it? In terms of the difference in finances, as this ball is just full of a length to Gubbins from Barnes, driven to mid-off, and there's no run. Finn and Harris sitting this one out. Roland Jones injured, but Middlesex still have. I mean, what really they have to take a lot of credit for, and it was difficult to talk about it at the start of the season, losing 5 from 6, but the number of youngsters, high-quality youngsters that are coming through for Middlesex, something that the county will be extremely proud of, I'm sure. And the fans, difficult start to the season it's been, I'm sure they'll acknowledge that the youngsters show great promise. Barnes in bowls, and forward goes Gubbins defending into the offside, and there's no run, 60 for 1. The end of the over it is. Is it? Yes, it is.
Better over from Barnes. It was there or thereabouts all the way through. Indeed, it was a maiden over. The electronic scoreboard is back with us, having been switched on, off and on again. 'Twas ever thus. But they'll be a bit disconcerted at the fact that there's no swing this morning. Sometimes it's just a characteristic of the ball itself. They're not consistent always, these Duke balls, and you can get one that goes and in exactly the same conditions, another one doesn't in particular. And at the moment, this one isn't doing too much through the air. Might have to look for a little bit more seam movement. Chris Wright. In he comes from the Bennett end. Bowls outside off stump. Bounces through, allowed to bounce through by Eskenazi again. No great movement. 60 for 1, the lead 219.
Couple of tweets to get through. Good morning to Peter Mead. Do you think Middlesex are going to go after a target today and take advantage of the bowling conditions? What do you think they need, given that they could have 5 sessions for 10 wickets?
Right. Bowls. That might just have started to shape on off stump, a little bit away from the batsman. Eskenazi leaned forward with an angled bat and deflected it down towards backward point. Sam Evans, the fielder.
He also says, I'll watch you on TV until I go out to photograph some club cricket. I hope the signal is good enough to listen there. Nice to have the choice, isn't it? Radio or
which club?
Or TV.
Pete?
Oh yes, around Berkshire. He's around a fair few. Well, around the county of Berkshire, so.
Right, is in. That one comes back a bit. Right, falls as he follows through there. It was played out into the offside by Eskenazi. Right's okay, he picks himself up, but really did fling himself into that delivery, giving everything at the moment, the 35-year-old. I forgot to tell him that you said he was 40.
Yeah, I know. I saw him.
To mention it.
I thought first of all you won't say it to him because it's been a bad day already, and secondly I saw him in the car park and I thought, yeah, Richard won't. So he had a natter in the car park and I thought, I'm not going to admit to him I said it. I said because he said we'll catch up today at some point.
Okay.
Who gets to him first?
Comes and bowls Fuller, and looking to drive, doesn't time it. Eskenazi, left hand of right. Attempts to deflect it onto the stumps, doesn't manage to do so. Eskenazi has a little glance at his bat, the blade, to make sure there's no crack or anything. Beautiful here now at the Uptonsteel County Ground. It's very still as well, just gentle wafting the flags indicating there is the faintest of breezes, but it's lovely and warm as well. Makes a change, doesn't it? At last we're warm. Right is in, bowls outside off stump, steered away by Eskenazi. Better timing, but he's picked out Ed Barnes at extra cover, and there's no run.
Derek Ravel says, good morning, have you on BBC Radio London, he means by the BBC Sport website, it'll be the Leicester link, but strangely the Leicestershire stream is showing yesterday's play.
Yeah,
I think he's probably got a refresh.
That's why I was asking, yeah. I don't know why. But the in goes right, and bowls again driven, and this time he's got it past Barnes, and that's going to run away for 4. Wasn't at the pitch of the ball there, Eskenazi, but a big stride, and he played through the line of the ball. It isn't swinging, and he was able to trust his eye and crack it away through extra cover for 4 and bring up the 50 partnership. Eskenazi moves on to 36. Gubbins has 22.
This is not the return with the ball that they were hoping for this morning. Leicestershire, i.e. out of the hand. What's happening through the air? They'd have hoped there was a bit of swing. It looks as though it might be today is the best day to bat, which Leicestershire will not be keen to hear, as Middlesex said about a total. Our fancy, in reply to Peter's question, was that Middlesex probably bat to tea if they can, and if they get there, they're 400 ahead and 4 sessions to bowl Leicestershire out. If they're far enough ahead, then maybe give themselves half an hour before the interval. 4 overburst, a little bit like before lunch yesterday. Well, it was a 5 and 6 overburst, wasn't it, for Bamber and Helm? Look for something similar before tea today, perhaps. Barnes in the sunshine here is around the wicket from the pavilion end, and a swing and a miss from Gubbins. He went at it as a front foot square drive, a front foot cut, and with bounce in the end as it passed him. He did then replay more of a back foot cut.
It was quite a nice carry as well. The pitch is almost looking better by the day.
Well, that ball there was almost what Leicestershire perhaps hoping they were going to see from every ball first thing this morning after that little bit of rain. Yeah, it's been an interesting one, hasn't it, the way the pitch has played. A bit slow on the first day, quickened up yesterday. Barnes bowls at Fuller, straighter delivery, and Gubbins turns from a straight line to mid-wicket, which got the ooh and the ah, but Gubbins always appeared to be in full control of what was happening. Oh, it's lovely now at Grace Road. That sun's belting through. A few patches of blue appear.
It's going to be a hot one.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Leicestershire trying to sort it out. The stream, they tell me, they're on it.
Barnes bowls and Gubbins turning into the onside, and there's no run. Was this the admirable attempt this morning to show yesterday's play whilst play was delayed here?
I suspect
Perhaps
it started to do that, and yeah, something along those lines.
Come on, Barno, the shout of support from the field. Middlesex were particularly lively in the field yesterday, weren't they, under the captaincy of Hanscom. It's a really noticeable change, enjoyable to see, as this ball is full and carved through the covers for 4 by Gubbins. He moved to 26, 68 for 1. That was a dismissive drive. He was onto that very quickly, wasn't he? It was fuller than the previous ball that he went at in a similar way. As I say, the other one collected a bit of bounce. It was almost as though he was playing it as a front foot cuts and then trying to get it away squarer in the end as an adjustment, but it beat the bat. This one was fuller, and he was able to give it the full flow of the bat, straight of extra cover, or straight of cover indeed.
Gorgeous shot.
Yeah, he's a good player, Nick Gubbins, and again, we nattered about it on the first 2 days, didn't we? The potential that he showed in the early years, which had been held up by injury, and then, as is the way, you lose form at times as well. Barnes bowls to him and onto his legs. It's turned back to square on the leg side for 2. Well run. Long leg comes up to collect. Gubbins is on to 28, 70 for 1. Real purpose out there this morning. There was purpose about Eskenazi yesterday evening. It looks more about Gubbins today.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same. It's a good, positive outlook. They're not just looking to bat. and accumulate. They're looking to build quickly, positively, and already the lead is 229.
Eskenazi looked like a man in a hurry yesterday evening, because I think he fancied, I want some runs tonight while I'm in.
Update coming. Not great as far as Leicestershire are concerned. It has to be said, Middlesex, who resumed a little bit later than the advertised start because we had a little bit of a shower on 57 for 1, have moved on to 70 for 1. Steve Eskenazi has 36 and Nick Gubbins has 28. They've both played a couple of cracking cover drives. The ball isn't really swinging for the Foxes this morning, and they're looking to try and restrict Middlesex, who already lead by 229 with 9 second innings wickets in hand. The Foxes just have to hope that they can keep the scoring rate down and pick up some wickets this morning. They're not coming at the moment. Middlesex are 70 for 1. I'm back with you on line commentary. Just missed the one delivery that Gubbins wasn't able to get away. Right, to continue from the Bennett end. It's just adjusting his field. He's asking Lewis Hill down at long leg to go a little bit wider towards the Geary bar. I think the feed is up and running now as right bowls. That's a better, straighter delivery on middle and off. But again, there's no great shape there for right. Eskenazi covers up, pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run. Hopefully, the stream is... yeah, there we go. You are now seeing today's play rather than yesterday's. Interesting though yesterday's was. You are now seeing live cricket. Right, knees pumping is in, bowls outside off stump, cut away by Eskenazi, reaching away from his body. Down there at third man is Hassan Azad, chases round, gets his throw away, but a comfortable 2 for Eskenazi. Not fielding in the slips at the moment, Hassan Azad, because he was hit on the hand on day 1. Some concern for a while. He had to go off and had an x-ray, but happily just a swelling rather than a break of the bones. He was hit on the back of his right hand, fielding a short leg, full-blooded sweep from Luke Holman, as I remember. Right is in, bowls in the air, but through the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and it's running away towards the electronic scoreboard. Ben Mike chases back, picks it up about 10 yards inside the ropes. We've just seen 1 or 2 of those. He was just drawn into the cover drive there. Eskenazi being positive, wasn't quite there, and it was in the air, and we'll give him the credit of saying he found the gap rather than he was slightly fortunate. I think he might have been a little bit lucky.
Yeah, I fancy there might have been a little bit of swing on that one for Eskenazi, which perhaps left him searching for it. Have a look at it on the replay. Perhaps left him just searching for it, stretching for it a little bit more outside the off stump.
He did for the previous ball as well, which he cracked away down to 2 third man. He stretched out for it, but it is a very, determined and positive outlook.
There was a
from them at the moment. They're going for their shots.
More noticeable swing on that than any that I'd seen this morning.
Right is in. That one comes back a little bit. Eskenazi covers up on off stump and defends head nicely over the ball. And he looks back to see Swindle's calling to the meet where Leicestershire's dressing room is housed these COVID days.
I think it surprised Eskenazi as well. I think in the end, that little bit of swing, he just ended up stretching for it a little bit more, and the bottom hand came into play more so. Whereas everything else been pretty much gun barrel straight this morning, hasn't it?
It has indeed. Is the ball 26.4 overs as right is in, bowls on off stump, looking for the outswing, not really there. Eskenazi indicates with his hand that maybe was a little bit, maybe it is just starting to again. 74 for 1, 2-3-3.
Leicestershire will dearly hope so, and obviously the match position at the moment is difficult for them, but at least keeping control of today is something that I'm sure Paul Nixon will say, look, yes, we're behind, but let's make sure that we're doing our job as best we can.
Right in, bowls just outside off stump. Eskenazi leans forward and then he holds the pose, which is very convenient of him and very obliging of him, if you like, because he's right in line with us, so he could just see that the ball hit the bat about an inch outside off stump. He played the line anyway, just in case it came back in, adjusted accordingly. Would have been a good leave. End of the over, 74 for 1. Ed Barnes takes his cap from Leicestershire's 12th man. Oh, it takes Chris Wright's cap and hands it to him. Thought it'd be surprising it would changed already. Barnes, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. Wright, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23 at the moment.
Here he goes, just down below us. It's a longish run up, isn't it? Which, like I say, it starts at just a stridey approach and then turns into a bit of a sprint as this one's run by Gubbins down to third man, remaining around the wicket, Barnes, as he has done to Gubbins throughout this morning.
23 years old. Curiously, made his first-class debut here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. And I say curiously because he wasn't a Leicestershire player when he did so. He was on loan at Derbyshire at the time from Yorkshire. Now he's a Leicestershire player, of course.
Over the wicket now to the right-handed Eskenazi. He bowls and it's driven by Eskenazi to mid-off, where Wright makes a tumbling stop, low to his left. Eskenazi into the 40s for the second time this season, after 38 in the first innings. And his first 2 innings of the season were 22 and 53 against Somerset, and just the 3 and the 1 at Hampshire, which resulted in him being dropped. He was part of the hat-trick that Abbas took. 6 for 11. The return from Abbas, he had 5 wickets, former Leicestershire man, on the board in the fifth ball of his third over. Barnes bowls and Eskenazi runs this to backward point. There's no run, 75 for 1.
Believe me, we do not need convincing of Mohammed Abbas's qualities.
Yeah.
We just wish we still had them.
Yeah. And that's the key, isn't it? It's trying to find that good overseas. Gloucestershire at the moment have Brathwaite and Worrell as the 2 overseas. And a collection, as you said, Barnes, collection of players for Gloucestershire as well that they've managed to pick up from other counties. 3 from Middlesex, indeed, played at Lords. Barnes bowls and snips back in, hits a midship somewhere. Pace and bounce on that one again from Barnes, which will enthuse the Leicestershire attack. But there is going to be a little bit of something still in the pitch today. The key will be when Parkinson comes on, but ideally for Leicestershire, there'll have been a couple of more wickets ahead by that point.
Yeah, I guess it'll take a while for the effects of the heavy roller to wear off as well. It's usually about sort of half an hour, 40 minutes or so, isn't it, for the pitch just to re-expand, so to speak, like a sponge.
Barnes bowls and Eskenazi runs this down to third man for a single. 76 for 1. Eskenazi onto 41. Rather sounds like a cricket commentator in April, re-expanding as the cricket season begins. The cake that's served up to us and biscuits and tea and coffee, kindly provided by yourself for this match. I haven't thanked you on air for your hospitality.
The odd Jaffa cake, I don't know.
Yeah, no. I've managed to avoid that. I've managed to avoid the Jaffa cakes so far. Trying desperately to continue to do so.
But no, those days, unfortunately at the moment, are suspended of the splendid meals in the Turner suite.
Barnes around the wicket, bowls to Gubbins, who defends, trying to push it into the onside, but ended up desperately keeping that bat face open and defends it into the offside. 76 for 1. Eskenazi 41 and Gubbins 29. And we've had 30 minutes this morning. It was a delayed start, delayed by 10 minutes due to some rain, which we got lucky really. There was some heavier stuff that didn't actually hit the ground in the end, and that meant we were set and ready to go. But it was a funny old morning. Leicestershire quite rightly prepared for an 11 o'clock start because they realised, if that heavy one doesn't hit the ground, then there's a chance we'll get going. But even in not hitting the ground, it was a spit of rain that was still holding us for a good while. But smart work by the umpires and the ground staff, and they all, I think, agreed it would be 10 minutes. As soon as it stops, just whip those covers off and we'll be going 10 minutes after.
Chris Wright is in and bowling to Eskenazi on off stump. Eskenazi waiting carefully And then plays it off the pitch, just dabs it out into the offside, and there's no run again. No great shape to the delivery. Morning, Brunty, who is listening while out walking the dogs in the rain. In the rain? Where? Oh, yeah, you've got that shower that's just drifted across. It's heading your way from east to west, but it'll be gone very shortly, and it's nice and warm. And he's got a massive hangover. No sympathy at all. He says, but don't shout. Don't shout. Why have you got a hangover?
Even if there's a Parkinson hat-trick?
In goes right and bowls. That one seams back in. Well played by Eskenazi, who was almost discombobulated by that one, and walked into it and almost fell over himself as he did so, as it seamed back in and he had to adjust, but managed to do so. Yeah, Mike says, what, the dogs have got a hangover? No, I think it's I assume it's Brunty. Morning to Andrew Dow. Project 1. Make it up to Leicester next year, if we're playing each other. It's who knows who'll be playing who next year. It'll be the luck of the draw, literally. In goes right and bowls. That one seems back in as well. Again, well played by Eskenazi. Turns it off his legs with the movement of the seam down to fine leg 4-4. Moves on to 45. Middlesex 80 for 1. And the second part of his project is to be highly commended, because he says if they have a good lemon drizzle on sale, a slice or twain shall be bought for the hard-working commentary team.
Oh.
Well, we look forward to that. Yeah, lemon drizzle's always on the menu. There's usually about 8 to 10 homemade cakes, and they always make one that's specific to the visiting county. So there is actually a London cake.
Yes. Yes. Do you remember we did have that?
It
Yeah,
didn't have
pink.
strawberry pink icing or something like that.
Well, the sponge was pink, I think.
Essentially, wasn't it? As right is in and bowls edged, caught, brilliantly caught, one-handed. No, didn't quite get there. It was a superb pickup by Harris. Did it hit the bat? Didn't hit the bat. Did it carry? We need to see a replay on that one. It was one-handed low to his left by Marcus Harris at first slip. Picked it up. What did it hit? I thought it edged. Maybe he did and just didn't carry. Either way, Eskenazi survives. He's still there on 45.
Here's the replay now. Oh, it might have hit. It's hit his back hip. Yeah, he did hold on. He did hold the catch. It's hit his right hip.
It was a brilliant catch.
Stunning.
Unfortunately, it was the back hip, not the bat. In goes right and bowls outside off stump. Eskenazi twitches at it a little bit, pushing it out to backward point, and then rehearses the leave, which would have been probably the right shot to play. 80 for 1 remains the score.
Yeah, funny one, wasn't it? He squared him up, and it hit the back hip in squaring him up, having beaten the edge, and right went through with the appeal.
Well, Jake thinks it was out, but I think if you look at the replay, Jake, it does look as though it clipped the hip.
Yeah.
Rather than or the sort of bottom part of the thigh. In goes right and bowls. Eskenazi reaching for it again, and the inside part of the bat as he turns his wrists on it and pushes it out to mid on. That's a curious delivery, curious little.
It was too high for it to be LBW, but only just. I'll tell you what, if they could have gone upstairs for that one, I think.
Nobody seemed to quite be sure what had happened, except
he wasn't outside the line when he was struck.
Must have been too high.
As we said, it hit him on the back foot and up towards the hip, so it would have been too high. So
squared him up, but right went up. But he thought,
he was appealing the catch.
I think so.
But the more I look at it on the replay, the more that actually it would have been a tight one had he been given LBW. I think it could well have been it would have been umpire's call if they went upstairs. You know, if he were given not out and they went upstairs, then I think it would have been it would have been umpire's call and he wasn't out. But that wouldn't have been far away, both just in terms of hitting him in line and in terms of the height. Here's Gubbins awaiting as Barnes bowls, and it's a forward defence and there's no run. See if I can detect how far back in his crease he was when it struck him as well. He is quite deep back in his crease as it hits. It's great that we as commentators have this ability now to be able to look back, which obviously for so many years we were not able to. But yeah, that back foot is pretty deep in the crease when he struck just in front, like I say, probably going over. Barnes around the wicket, bowls short, and Gubbins goes after him in the air but doesn't get hold of it, and dies halfway down to long leg, and he takes a single to move to 30. 81 for 1. The lead is now 240.
Bit of news, the remainder of the IPL will be played in September, but in the UAE. There was some talk that it might be played in this country, wasn't there, for a while, and a few grounds sort of ears pricked up the possibility of hosting an IPL game, and the crowds accordingly, but no, it's going to be hosted or played in the UAE.
Barnes over the wicket, he bowls, and that swings away past the edge of Eskenazi, who was dabbling for a moment, and it actually swung so much that it left him by some way as he was looking to play down the line of off stump. 81 for 1.
Looks like we've started everywhere. Play everywhere. A moment. Happily. Including, of course, in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy game.
Yes, the Sunrisers are underway this morning. I must update the score from there. Middlesex, one of the stakeholders. The Sunrisers. Barnes to Eskenazi, bowls outside of the off stump. It's left alone, 81 for 1. Just on this Eskenazi one, before I get off this freeze frame, Richard, you can see the off stump after he struck. So he was never outside the line of off. You can see how deep that foot is within the crease as well. And yeah, again, I fancy if they'd gone upstairs for that one, it may well have been umpire's call and just hitting the top. Because he was a long way back. But all the excitement, much as for us up here, was it a catch or not to begin with before anybody thought about where was he in terms of an LBW. As here's Barnes bowls, and driven by Eskenazi, nicely, attractively driven. That snap of the wrist that he has on his drive, but fielded in the covers by Hill low to his right, and there's no run.
More and more blue appearing in the sky from the east. Not the usual direction of travel of the weather in these parts, but it is today, and I'm thankful for it, because as I say, all blue sky heading our way.
Barnes bowls. Oh, he brings one back in as he bowled him. Is it LBW? Not out, says the umpire. It was an LBW appeal, I think, in the end. As it went through Eskenazi, and well, at first, like I say, I was looking to see if the bails were flying behind him. Lovely ball from Barnes to end the over that, having beat the outside edge on a couple of occasions, it went through to the keeper, beating the inside edge.
I think I heard a noise, but must have been just flicking the pad as it went through.
It beat the inside edge, didn't it? Well, it certainly didn't take the outside edge. If it took an edge, it was the inside edge. And yeah, as I say, I was looking to see the bails going. And then at that point, I thought, were they appealing LBW? But actually, the ball had gone through to the keeper. And not out is the call. He was outside the line of off, so LBW wasn't in play. But all going on out there at the moment. This ball's just come to life a little bit for Leicestershire, which will delight them greatly. 81 for 1 at the end of the 30th. Lead of 240. And yeah, having beaten the outside edge a ball or so previous, then to finish the over beating the inside edge for Barnes, we've seen a couple from right that have just started to show some shape away to the right-handers. It's not seeming as much as it was, is it? It does seem to be as though it's more... I say more through the air today, not so much. There isn't a great deal of either, is there? But what we've really set up and take notice of this morning has been a bit of swing.
Right, he's going to go around the wicket to Gubbins. Bowls, stays a bit low. Gubbins exaggerates the just quite how low after he managed to keep it out, pushed out into the offside, and then he kind of sinks to one knee just to show. But again, given the position that they're in, Middlesex, 240 the lead, I think they'll be quite pleased to see plenty happening on the pitch, and the odd ball, or an increasing number of odd balls, staying low. More the merrier as far as they're concerned at this stage. Right, in again. Bowles, that one doesn't stay low, and it's worked away by Gubbins, trying to get it through square leg. In fact, he picks out Barnes at mid-wicket.
Eskenazi one again. I must admit, when commentating on the delivery live, my feeling was it was an inside edge onto pad and they were appealing LBW, and then I thought as it squirted through to hit the stumps with the bails still intact, they were, and then you realise actually the keeper's got the gloves. But like I say, going back to my first instinct, it was always there was a little something on it. You know, and was it an inside edge to save him from LBW? Well, actually, it was an inside. It was, if anything, an inside edge that may have gone to the keeper.
Right, in again, outside off stump. Gubbins has a little feel for it. A little bit of bounce from right. Effort ball. Outside off stump. Could have left it alone, but was drawn into a little field. Lucky not to take the edge. Better now from Leicestershire in the last 2 or 3 overs. 81 for 1. Just not getting the breaks at the moment. They may come.
The more I watch the replay, then you watch the reaction. Barnes really felt he had him. He was really disappointed when that was not given out.
He still is. You can see now he's double teapot out there, head down. That's him clapping at mid-wicket. As Wright charges in and bowls to Gubbins, swings back in, and no ball though. Gubbins covers up, pushes it back down the pitch to Wright, who despite his experience is still occasionally prone to the odd overstep, and did on that occasion.
Certainly coming to life a bit out there for this Leicestershire pair, isn't it? More so than at the start.
Yeah, as I say, it's just the effect of the heavy roller, I think, just wearing off a little bit. Parkinson warming up as well as Mike. In goes Wright, bowls outside off stump. This time Gubbins isn't tempted to have a little feel for it and lets it go through. Sweaterless, Nick Gubbins, short-sleeved shirt. Eskenazi has his sleeveless sweater on and a long-sleeved shirt. Most looking around, quite a few of the Leicestershire players just in shirt sleeves. In some cases, I suspect for the first time this season, as Wright is in. Bowls that one, stays a touch low as it zeroes in on off stump, swings back, shapes back in just a fraction. There's nothing pronounced, nothing late. The batsman can read it and play it off the pitch up to a point, and are managing to do so for the most part. Marcus Harris has got his sleeveless sweater on. Take a bit more for the Australian to shed his sweater. Chris Wright, the Arsenal supporting Chris Wright.
Oh, I'd forgotten that.
Yeah.
He looks more like 50 now.
Get him on the subject of Arteta. In goes Wright and bowls, and again on towards middle and leg. Gubbins, no problems keeping that one out, plays it firmly back down the pitch on the onside to Ben Mike, who keeps hold of it because it's the end of Wright's over. The 11th he's bowled in this innings, 1 for 29. His figures. The 12th man comes jogging on. Gavin Griffiths takes caps, gives caps, takes sweaters. Harris has shed his sweater. That definitely is a first for him, for the Australian. First time since he's been in Leicester.
You've been in shorts the whole match.
Yeah, yeah, it's just it was a decent forecast, so a rare opportunity. The first opportunity of the season. Really.
Well, let's hope Merchant Taylor School for you. It's a good 4 days. You'll be in shorts all 4 days for that one. Make sure you bring the sunscreen.
Jolly good.
Barnes to Eskenazi. They resume their battle. He's on 45, Eskenazi, as Barnes' right arm over. He bowls and a solid forward defence from Eskenazi. Rolls back, well, in the direction of mid-off, but then curves to other way, to mid-on, and then curves to mid-off. Once around the umpire and the stumps at the non-striker's end. Lovely picture out there now. Fluffy light cloud, some higher, thinner cloud up above it as well. In the distance behind the Bennett ends. Wispy stuff away to our left as well, the east. Unfortunately, the weather's coming from. It's still a bit grey over in the west. As here's Barnes bowls and forward goes Eskenazi defending into the offside, and there's no run. And the city behind us is a bit of a mixture of all. Still haven't ventured into the city centre, which I promised myself I would do for this match. Wander around Cathedral. See the famous car park?
I don't know if you can, to be honest. Obviously, now his match has been removed. That I think it's just gone back to being a car park.
Is there a plaque there on the car park? I guess there must be. So it's Barnes bowls, and this is driven only tentatively by Eskenazi with that classic flat bat that he has when cutting down square of the wicket on the drive.
I think there's one on the gates to it, indicating that
Here lay.
it was here for a couple of 100 years.
Have I just got a particularly squeaky chair I was meaning to ask you, or is it that I'm a fidget?
No. You have, and I keep meaning to bring in some 3-in-1 or something.
Barnes is in, bowls, and this ball is eased to backward point for a single by Eskenazi. Sharply run, putting the pressure on. I think there always was a single there, but is it Parkinson?
Sam Evans.
Evans, apologies. He's stocky in shoulder as well, isn't he? Which is why I mistook him for a moment for Parkinson.
He's down at third man or long leg now, Parkinson. You can still hear him.
Yeah.
Gentering away.
Yeah.
In the Lancashire accent.
Well, this bit of life that's come into it is going to delay his arrival, and certainly you need to go to the change bowlers. I'd like to see Mike from this end and Davis back from the Bennett end as those changes. Barnes bowls, brings that back into Gubbins. It's defended. 84 for 1. They desperately need to break this partnership. They felt they did in Barnes' previous over. Not out the call from the umpire.
He's settled into a good line and length, hasn't he, Barnes, at least now. His first couple of overs, 1 or 2 he got a little bit wrong, but the last 2 or 3 have been good from him. Asking questions. Famous last words, but not giving the batsman anything to put away. Having to work for their runs at the moment, Eskenazi and Gubbins.
Barnes around the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins defends. Fielded at mid-off by Wright. Full ball once more. Still trying to get past that inside edge. Get Gubbins LBW as they did in the first innings for 21. End of the 32nd over here on the third day at Grace Road. Middlesex leading by 243 now. 84 for 1. So they never did manage to grab that second wicket to be in a better position than Somerset were for the turnaround at Lord's. But Middlesex themselves, I think, are in a better position mentally than they were in that second innings. And that was the first game of the season, so it was the start of a few low scores in their second innings and the first innings against Hampshire. But like I say, I think last week recovered it slightly and almost the pressure off a little bit now that second spot has long been a forgotten ambition.
Right, continues in, bowls, very straight. Eskenazi holds his defensive pose with that high left elbow as he walked into the defensive shot. A mighty sneeze echoes around the ground. Hopefully from outside rather than inside. Crowd socially distanced according to the regulations, sitting in their allotted seats. As Wright is in and bowls again. Middle stumps beginning to shape away and slightly squared up. Eskenazi got plenty on it as he waited in the crease and defended again out to mid-off. Curious style. It's not a classical style from Eskenazi, but he trusts his eye.
Yep. It's all in the hands. Yeah, it's all in the hands for Eskenazi, isn't it?
Works for him.
A wristy player. Snap of the wrist on the drives. Manoeuvres the ball well.
Right is in, bowls. That one comes back a little bit, and again he is almost digging it out as he walks forward into the defensive shot.
As the white ball season shaping up for Leicestershire, because that's the one thing that Middlesex need to I said that the pressure's off a little bit this week. Having played well against Surrey last week. They have the break now for T20 where they have Paul Sterling, Mujiba Rahman, Morgan coming back for that. Daryl Mitchell, the New Zealander, coming in at 1 point to replace Sterling as well.
Right, bowls on off stump. Dropped out into the offside by Eskenazi, who's momentarily thinking about a quick single. Sees that Ed Barnes is closing quickly on the ball, doesn't then bother. Yeah, they've signed Inglis. Is it Sean Inglis? I wanted to call him Greg, who's the rugby league player, isn't he? The Yorkshire-born Australian, and also an Afghan boy that I don't know too much about, Naveen ul Haq, who is apparently a bowler. So you never know. Could turn into the next Mohammed Nabi. In goes right and bowl, seams back in and bowls him. Takes Eskenazi's middle stump. It's rocked it back, and reward for Chris Wright, who'd settled into a good rhythm, got the odd one to move, and that one came back in. Eskenazi leant forward, was beaten on the inside, and the middle stump is rocked back, leaning back at a crazy angle, and Leicestershire at long last have their breakthrough. 50 minutes is taken, but again another extremely valuable innings from Steve Eskenazi. He'll be, and is, very disappointed about not getting to 50, but he put a lot of overs into the Leicestershire seamers' legs, and that 46 highly valuable.
Yeah, good innings from Eskenazi, and a real shame for him. Again, that was what I fancied last night. He was being a little bit more positive yesterday evening, just wanting to get those runs while he was in last night, and that one's just come back in, beating the inside edge. You say whether he's a little late on it, hitting the top of middle and off by the looks of it, and yep, he'll be disappointed. Well, they went past the inside edge, feeling that they had him inside edge through to the keeper from Barnes a couple of overs back. And there was also the one from Wright that beat the outside edge, squaring him up, and it took the hip through to slip. This one beating the inside edge. So clearly this ball has come to life a little bit in the last few overs. The last 20 minutes or so for Leicester. There's just been a little bit more happening. I'd say noticeably at first through the air. But as you said, that one seaming back in to beat the inside edge, and Eskenazi will be disappointed. Middle stump's rocked back, isn't it? Top of middle was rocked back as it came back in, and that gives you an idea of the angle as well, having beaten the edge that's seamed back in from probably a fourth stump line maybe. But he'd have been wary. He was playing, you know, with quite a wide corridor of uncertainty there, wasn't he? Having had the outside edge beaten on a couple of occasions, and then the inside edge. Here's the skipper, 26 in the first innings. Hanscom, brilliant, 50 for him last week. He'll be desperate to get out with some more runs before the break for the T20.
Right, last ball of the over comes in. He goes for a big drive, seams back in, and it goes past the left hand, the reaching left hand of Harry Swindles, the wicketkeeper, and runs away for 4 byes. That one almost did for Hanscom in the same way that Wright did for Eskenazi, coming back in and didn't miss off stump by so very much. And that, again, although it's going to be tricky for the Middlesex batsman, when you're sitting on a lead of 250 and the ball has started to do things, you're not entirely displeased, you know. Update coming. Foxes have just managed to take their first wicket of the day. Steve Eskenazi bowled by Chris Wright, top of the middle stump, leaning back for 46. 84 for 2 then Middlesex now. They lead still, however, by 243 runs. A very strong position with the pitch starting to misbehave a little bit for the bowlers. Foxes have got to keep chipping away, but they will be encouraged by that first victory of the day. Middlesex now 88 for 2. End of the over. Ben Mike is coming on from the right end, we feel.
Whereas it seemed as though it was a seam movement to get rid of Eskenazi. Just keep watching this replay. It looked as though it was just a little bit of late swing, just dipped on him. Hanscom, who went outside the off stump, feet obviously not moving that well, just came in. But yeah, as that ball was going along, just at the last moment, just seemed to swing in before pitching, and then going past that inside edge, and only just going past the off stump. So Mike it is from around the wicket at the pavilion end. He bowls, and Gubbins turns down to fine leg for 4. Just starting a little too straight. First ball from around the wicket from Mike. 92 for 2. 251 the lead now for Middlesex. And Gubbins from 69 deliveries. That's 34. Yeah, real shame for Eskenazi. The ball that got him, he'd have been desperate to get that 50, a second 50 of the summer, which would have been a second 50 in 3 games for him as well. Here's Mike bowls to Gubbins, and down the leg side again. It's going to be away for 4 more. Just a little bit of a loose start from Mike here, as Gubbins moves to 38, 96 for 2. A couple of looseners from around the wicket.
Ackerman will be leaning on his hands on knees, leaning forward, now hands folded. Just had got a little bit of control back, Leicestershire, and then 2 falls conceded immediately.
Yeah, and they're clearly trying to target Gubbins for LBW and looking to go straight the first 2 balls, but 2 straight and got away. Deep squares set back. It's a 6-3 field, even though he's around the wicket and bowling, attacking the stumps. Mike bowls a wider one which swings back in, and Gubbins goes for a crashing drive, misses it, through to the keeper it goes. It started very wide, and even with that swing coming back into the left-hander, it still was well wide of the stumps as it went through to the keeper.
Gorgeous shot by Gubbins, just missed.
But this swing is interesting, isn't it? It's certainly just started to do a bit. Ball now into its 34th over.
Mike, as I mentioned in the first innings, always gets a little bit more action than some of his teammates.
He's in now, bowls a short one. Gubbins goes after him, looking to hook through to the keeper. It passes. That was sharp from Mike. Yeah, because we've seen some go off the pitch, and as you said, potentially that's maybe the effects of the heavy roller starting to ease. But through the air now, it's starting to do a little bit. And so Mike gets a little bit more than his colleagues, but we saw it from Barnes, where he was getting both edges in play to swing one away and then get one to hold straight to Eskenazi when he thought he had the inside edge, and Wright certainly had a few that were starting to swing, including that one that Eskenazi drove in between cover and mid-off early on. That was the first one that we really noted that had started to swing. As here's Mike around the wicket to Gubbins, left alone through to the keeper, and that would have been a good 20 minutes, 30 minutes into the play this morning, I think, when that one saw Eskenazi driving in the air. 96 for 2. Good to see him back with a couple of contributions, though. He'll be bitterly disappointed that 38 and 46 he hasn't returned a 50 at either of the innings, but as an aggregate score for the match, he's averaging over 40 in a game that's been relatively low scoring.
Very decent contribution.
And as opener as well. He hasn't opened for a while. Mike bowls outside of the off stump. That one holds its line through to the keeper. A no ball called there as well. 96 for 2, 257 the lead now. And they're just so tight, aren't they, the runs? I mean, what is it, 10 off this over now? Well, that second 4 was a leg by. I missed that, apologies. I'd put Gubbins up to 38. He remains on 34.
Still 10 runs, though, isn't it?
It is,
to
yeah.
the cause, and 10 runs they can ill afford, really.
Oh, Ackerman.
Bringing in square leg. Forgotten he was out on the boundary, perhaps.
Yeah.
Well,
so
Gubbins has been inclined to take on the short ball.
They want Ackerman on they want Hanscom on strike to right, don't they, as forward goes. Gubbins pushing to point, and there's no run. 98 for 2, because Wright has bowled for an hour now, so he must be close to the end of the spell. But one more for him. Try and see if he can pick up the Middlesex captain. 2 for 29 Wright has from 12. That was Mike's 4th over, none for 14. And Middlesex 98 for 2 with Hanscom to have strike faced 1 ball so far. Gubbins 34. BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London together here with myself, Kevin Hand, and Richard Ray.
Yeah, the fact that Hanscom went for that first ball, quite a big booming drive, that indication of his state of mind, if you like, as well, that he wants to get on with it, give his bowlers plenty of time. Will be in his mind. 380, 370. Will he want to shut Leicestershire out completely? He wants them to go for their shots a bit as Wright goes in and bowls to him. He's waiting in his crease for that one with a angled bat. Just plays it down to Sam Evans at backward point. 98 for 2, 257 the lead at the moment. for Middlesex players perambulate around the boundary. Pink sleeves on their navy blue training kit. All four in shorts. A lot of shirt sleeves out there among the crowd. No torsos exposed yet that I can see, thankfully. In goes right and bowls on off stump. That one doesn't seem back in. Hanscom is forward, dropping it down towards silly point. In from backward point charges Evans, and there's no run. Will Davis starting to stretch at mid-wicket, indicating that this could be Wright's last over as B flies into the box, has a look at us and flies back out.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Glad he's gone. John Foots had confused me on Twitter. He's just explained now. I'll tell you why in a moment.
Wright is into Hanscom, who's defending on off stump out into the offside. Lewis Hill is the fielder at cover.
Yeah, an author himself, John. I think he's done a couple of cycling books as well.
Oh, I like my cycling.
Yeah, indeed.
Look out for him.
Historian specialising in Italian stuff. There's a few of those books as well. John this morning had said, why on earth are they not out there? Blazing sunshine. But of course he was seeing yesterday's stream, which he's just figured out. Yes, the stream is showing Simpson and Hell, and this was a little while ago, and that is why I thought it was sunny.
Right, in, bowls, that stays a touch slow, well kept out by Hanscom. Again, he's staying on the back foot, as so many Aussies do, and just pushes it back down the pitch towards Wright, who picks it up and throws it to Ben Mike to do the polishing. Things moving on in Chesterley Street. Essex were bowled out in their second innings for 301, setting Durham a target of 376 apparently. Is that right? Durham are 9 for 1. They've already lost a wicket. Looking like a 3-day finish up there. Wright is in. Bowls full and turned off middle and leg with a slight cross bat there by Hanscom. Bottom handy. Pushed it out towards Parkinson at mid-on. No run.
Peter Mead has answered your question. Today I'll be back at Maidenhead and Bray. They have some new zing bales, and I'm hoping someone is going to turn them on and hit them. And a fabulous picture, which I assume was from his last visit there, of somebody who swung for the ball, missed it, and it's only just missed their grill on the way through as well.
Are those bales that light up when they're hit?
Yeah.
Or the stumps are hit?
Yeah.
In goes Wright, and bowls outside off stump. Going for the cut, gets a bottom edge, but it was so far wide. Hanscom did well to get anything on it at all, and came off the bottom edge, bounced a couple of times, and was stopped by Harry Swindles. End of a maiden over from Chris Wright. Ackerman and he now deep in discussion. I suspect that might be it for Chris Wright, and Ackerman has a word with Davis. On comes Griffiths with Wright's cap. Ben Mike hands Griffiths his cap, because obviously he's going to bowl now from this pavilion end. Wright's work may be done for the moment. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 29 for Chris Wright. Another good effort from him.
What is the aim? A tea time declaration, inquires Derek. If all goes well for Middlesex, yeah.
Just before.
Yeah.
There'll be those. The pessimists among Leicestershire supporters will say that they've already got enough. The lead now is what, 257. But Hanscom will certainly want another 100. I would think. Yeah. But anything over 350 is going to be a bit devil of a job on this.
We talked about Eskenazi erring on the side of positivity last night, and so too Gubbins this morning. It'll be interesting to see if Hanscom goes the same way with the movement out there today. That it's just, this is a little spell here for Leicestershire, whether he digs in or looks to respond. As here's Mike Wright. I'm over to Gubbins now, and just bowling two sides of the wicket at the moment, Mike, isn't he? And that one's onto the legs again and clips away for 4. Gubbins is now on to 38, and that's the 100 up for Middlesex in their second innings. 102 for 2, a lead of 261 now.
Yeah, it's a bit ordinary, I'm afraid, from Ben Mike.
It was right-handers he had to look at. He bowled well to Simpson though, didn't he? It was right-handers that he picked up his wickets in the first innings. Did he get Holman as well? I think he may have actually, now I've said that. Holman fell, bowled Barnes for 32, and then Mike picked up Helman Bamber, 2 right-handers.
He did. Good catch of Bamber.
Mike bowls, and Gubbins cuts, playing on. He's gone. looking to cut at that one, bottom edge, down into the stumps, and Gubbins has gone for 38. Mike has 1 for 18, and Middlesex 102 for 3, leading by 261. Still looking to be positive, aren't they? And,
yeah, absolutely.
That one, unfortunately, a shot too many for Gubbins.
So many batsmen in this game. Middlesex batsmen have sort of got close to 50 without quite managing to go past it, with the exception, the Admiral exception of. Sorry, go on.
No, go on. Exactly. I was just going to take that on. Exactly that. That's what the coach said last night. You know, it was disappointing that nobody went on. Simpson got to 95 in the end, and you know it was disappointing for Simpson that the side didn't hang with him to get that century. Just looking at the Gubbins one again in a moment. But I did counter and said, but is that also a positive that everybody, you know, got stuck in and dug in, and you know, clearly, you know, there's a bit in it for the bowlers out there, so everybody, you know, tried their best, got in, and you know that then perhaps set up an opportunity for somebody later in the innings to go on as Simpson did, and the coach did acknowledge that, you know, that everybody trying their hardest out there, they'd all given a little bit of something, including the new batsman White. He only got 16. He was the only one of the top 6 not to make it into the 20, or to at least 20. But likewise, you know, he got 16 and was there for a little while. I'll tell you exactly how long. White usually scores at a slower rate than the others, which is why my inclination is to say that 16 came from. Oh yeah, he was there for an hour and 4 minutes for his 16. You know, so it wasn't a flash in the pan job for him. He was trying his hardest like the others. As here's Mike with 3 slips in place to bowl to the right-handed White, who leaves alone a ball that shapes away outside the off stump. Amazing, isn't it? Sun's out. We thought, well, look, the overheads are there this morning. It'll do a little bit, but it's only really started to swing since the sun's come out. Someone explain that one to us.
I mean, it's still. I mean, not in the commentary box, but it might still be quite humid out there.
Yeah.
With the amount of water that's been around, and obviously still in the outfield, being absorbed now into the atmosphere. Lovely to see and feel in the sunshine.
Yeah.
After so long without it.
Mike to White, bowls, and this ball's clipped down to long leg for a single. White. He's going to turn it into 2. He is sharp, and he's back for the second. Scampered through that first one, and you'll have heard it on our effects, Mike. Yeah. He said to his captain.
Well, they know also, I suspect, that Azad's throw isn't the strongest.
And,
there's pretty much always one there for the throw.
And of course, I should have noted there was 2 batsmen on naught when White was facing that first and indeed his second delivery, because Hanscom's yet to get off the mark from 7 balls faced, and all of a sudden what had been a bit of a frustration for Leicestershire not to have made that breakthrough. Well, an hour and 5 minutes in, after a slightly delayed start, they'd got the 2 overnight batsmen. As Mike bowls a bouncer to White, there it goes. White gets underneath that one. He's an untroubled batsman, White. He's very compact, technically good, a nudger and a nerder, as I told you in the first innings. But in terms of, you know, whether you're going to get him with the bouncer, he'll happily duck underneath it. And as we saw, batting an hour for 16. He's a patient batsman. He won't be flashing drives, expansive shots. Very solid middle order contributes for Middlesexers. Mike bowls short, and it's cut away outside the off stump. Long leg with a long chase and flicked back in down there by Parkinson. That was an excellent effort. Right in front of him. I had given him very little chance, I must say, of managing to save that, but he had one swoop forward at the ball, and underneath him with his right hand he just flicked it with a strong wrist back into play. And an excellent effort, which it's only saved 1, but that's the point that the Middlesex captain was making in the field, wasn't it? You set your tone and you set your standards, and there's an intensity that you build in the field and goes through the rest of the game. White moves to 5 with 3 taken. Middlesex 107 for 3, and Gubbins the man to fall in that over with 38 to go with his 21 in the first innings, playing on with a cut shot, bottom edge. Onto middle and leg, onto the bottom of middle and leg off Mike, who has 1 for 23 from 5.
Key figure, probably that of the lead. 266 essentially for 3, 7 wickets in hand. Hanscom dictate terms.
The nice thing for Leicestershire, though, and we discussed it off air last night. Last night felt a bit flat, didn't it? Whereas we thought, there'll be a couple of wickets tonight, and it'll just move the game on a little bit, and it'll keep it a little bit interesting. But as they got Robson in the end, didn't they? But then Gubbins and Eskenazi settled in nicely to the close and were scoring as well at a fair lick. For the first time, the scoring rate was around 3 and over, as it's just got up to again before the fall of these 2 wickets. But now again this morning, they're just at that point where they've got a couple of wickets.
That means that Chris Wright is staying on because he's bowling to the new man White bowls, and White, beg your pardon, is forward on off stump, right to White.
Oh, I'm glad I chose the pavilion end today.
Pushing it out into the offside. That young corvid, the young crow, or raven, whatever it is back with us, just wandering along the outfield in front of us, in front of the sight screen. You never see one of those hit by a cricket ball, they're much too aware. Bright birds. In goes Wright, and bowls a good bouncer. Well played, well ducked by White.
He's the kind of player, White, I probably wouldn't. If you've watched him often enough as a bowler, I think I'm not going to bother bending my back with a short one to White. He's just going to duck underneath them all day. You're not particularly pushing him back either, because he doesn't get a long way forward anyway. So yeah, get it up there. See, in that he's not getting a long way forward. I mentioned that match down at Hampshire, didn't I, where I said, get the seamers back on and just see if the feet are moving that morning, even though they had Dawson and Crane, and they did indeed pick up White with a full one. The feet weren't moving, and trapped LBW.
Wright is in. Super bouncing delivery on off stump. Well played by White. He just withdrew the bat, stepped sort of back a little bit, but it was a super rising delivery just outside off stump. Played it on length, let it go through, but it went through at a good pace. And you have to be impressed by Chris Wright's fitness at 35. Yes, he's coming down the slope, but he's charged in all morning and generating a decent amount of pace.
I was thinking that, for Leicestershire, they've got a few more years in Wright, haven't they? In this match, he's bowled wonderfully well.
In he comes, and bowls. That one seems back in, and you heard a no from White as he went half forward, playing it carefully out towards point where Sam Evans came in. Let me just check his contractual situation at Chris Wright. End of this year, so he's more than justifying another offer.
Well,
you would have thought,
taking
at 35.
Taking the finances out of it, you'd look at him now and say he's got 3 or 4 years in him, hasn't he, if injuries are kind. There's no reason like Murtagh, who's going to hit 40 this year. And he's slim as a bean still, isn't he?
In he goes, and bowls outside off stump. White lifts his bat over the line of the ball. He did have an injury last season which kept him out of most of the Bob Willis Trophy games after the first.
What was it?
I think it was back.
I mean, that's the key thing. Murtagh's been really lucky with injury through his career.
Could have been side, actually.
It one half season where hamstring had got him, but that's about it in his career. And that would have helped, obviously, still to be going now. Bowlers in particular, it's how kind of the injury's been across the years.
Right, in bright sunshine now. Bowls, White, just keeps it away from his off stump. He went back, and it was a foolish delivery. It did straighten a touch. Played it well again, just dabbed it down towards third man in the end, but had to really hurry, was hurried by the delivery. End of Wright's 14th over, 2 for 30. Now his figures, but he may have to come back and bowl again, almost certainly, in the afternoon session, and Ackerman will be aware of that. How many overs can he put into Chris Wright, or does he want to put into Chris Wright at this stage? Is it just all or nothing now? Might be the best policy from his point of view.
Well, there was a lot of pats on the back there for Wright, wasn't there, before Ackerman came and put an arm around him, so whether it was a question...
1 hour, 10 minutes,
whether it was a question of do you want one more?
How many has he bowled?
Was it
8, so 16-8 he's bowled this morning.
Yeah. Mike, moving away from us at the pavilion end. He bowls a swinging ball wide outside of the off stump, left alone by White. The key for Leicestershire now is they need the Davis of yesterday afternoon to turn up from the Bennett end. He bowled very well up there. Is that at third slip? Yeah.
He's stretching at third slip, as you say.
They really need him to come in and bowl that spell he bowled yesterday afternoon. If he and Mike can put it on a spot, then there's plenty out there still. It's just that consistency of attack, isn't it? That consistency of...
Springsteen, we still have a chance here, he says. Surely we could get 320 to win.
Mike bowls, and outside the off stump, it's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, they're only 50 runs away from that 320 target, Springsteen. Well, to lose 7 wickets for another 50 runs.
It's not been beyond Middlesex this year.
320 then would be a big ask, but it would be an interesting game then, wouldn't it?
I think that's the thing, that the least likely scenario is the chase, isn't it? That you could understand a collapse. So it's doing a bit more for the bowlers now than it's been doing all morning. And if Mike and Davis can settle into a good spell, as Mike loses his run up, and then there's Parkinson to come, which we haven't even got to yet, because you'd imagine Wright will get another blast just after lunch, and then if they have picked up wickets in that time, then it's over to Parkinson to wrap up the lower order.
Middlesex spinners will watch that with great interest.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? You know,
we've now got the sunshine on the pitch.
Yeah.
It will dry.
Yeah.
And maybe the cracks then will start to expand.
Because Davis Parkinson's been the pick of the spinners in the match so far, hasn't he? As this is left alone outside of the off stump by White. Swings away again because they're a young pair that Middlesex have, and that's going to be the key in the chase. If it isn't the seamers, then can the young, inexperienced spinners provide those wickets? And that again is something that Leicester just have to cling. You have to find little things, don't you? And try and cling to hope. That might be the hope to cling to. Let's try and see off the 3 seamers that Middlesex have. They don't have their usual battery of 4 seams, perhaps even 5 on occasion. Get through them, and let's see if we can get on top of the young spinners. Mike bowls and swings one past the edge of White once more. Forward defence had to play at that one, but swinging past the edge with pace and bounce as well from Mike through to the gloves of the keeper. Lovely stuff. 108 for 3 Middlesex.
Lovely shape, as you say, to that one.
And Middlesex have to be careful here because it is a scoreboard that you add 2 to it now. 108 for 5 just before lunch. There's the opportunity for Leicestershire to get on top of this innings, which they'd have loved to have done yesterday evening and first thing this morning, but weren't able to. But a chance now as Mike comes in, bowls outside of the off stump, and it's left alone through to the keeper. The problem being the first innings deficit that they conceded to Middlesex. A whopping, what was it, 159 in the end? Yes, 159 was the deficit. Middlesex not electing to enforce the follow-on, which I think was the right move. I don't think there was ever a moment where I thought, oh, go on, put them back in. Mike bowls a bouncer, and through to the keeper it goes. White ducks underneath it. Again, I wouldn't bother. I'd keep it up there on the off stump to White. Oh, no ball called. Too short. Too short, I think. It was a real long hop, wasn't it, down the leg side from Mike?
He bowled a bouncer. Was it first ball of the over or second as well? I'm just wondering whether it could have been just on height, couldn't it?
Not the shortest, but not the tallest either, White. Stark contrast between White and Hanscom in styles as well. As I say, he's that compact player, lets the ball come to him, and won't be all crunching or flashing drives, where Hanscom with a very individual technique as Mike comes in, bowls, and behind this one White defends on the back foot. Large cry of no to end the over. 110 for 3. Hanscom will have strike. He hasn't faced for a while, is he? He's still on 0 from 7, which isn't far off what he was. In fact, it's exactly, I think, what he was when White arrived in the middle. White has 6 from 17 now. 110 for 3.
Perfect timing for an update. Mid-interval between the overs. Foxes have picked up another wicket, that of Nick Gubbins, who played very nicely in going to 38 before chopping on a slightly wide delivery from Ben Mike, tried to cut it away through the offside, came off the bottom edge and onto his stumps. 102 for 3 at that stage, Middlesex. They've moved on to 110 for 3. The captain, Peter Hanscom, has yet to score. He's come in, the Australian Test international. Robbie White is with him on 6. The Foxes, if they can pick up another wicket or two before lunch, will feel they've still got a decent chance in this game. Even so, Middlesex's lead now is 269, and there is a little bit in the pitch for them, so they do need to finish this Middlesex second innings as quickly as they possibly can. Middlesex at the moment 110 for 3. Wright continues into his 9th over of the morning. They have rolled the dice with Chris Wright. As long as they don't break him, fair enough. That one was outside off stump.
I mean, he got a lot of pats on the back, and the arm around the shoulder from the skipper must have been to say, do you want one more? And you can only assume the answer was, yes, I really do.
In he goes and bowls to Hanscom on off stump. Hanscom is staying deep in his crease, just leaning on it, pushing it out towards backward point. Oh, Sench chanting already. Leicestershire. Oh, Chrissy, was it Chrissy Wright? That was the right one, wasn't it? I think he's pinched that from Ian Wright's days, wasn't it? Ian Wright, that was the Arsenal fans. But Wright won't mind that. Ian Wright will have been a bit of a hero to him, I'm sure, in the past. He charges and bowls to Hanscom. It does shape back in, and Ben Mike at mid-off indicates it was very close to off stump. It wasn't. We are perfectly in line. It was a good, 6 to 7 inches outside off stump. But Ben Mike wants Hanscom to think it was very close.
But you see, he's still got it going both ways, hasn't he? First ball of the over was shaping away. That one's shaping him.
He's got a third slip in for Hanscom, understandably. Yet to score, the Middlesex skipper, 10 balls faced. Will Davis has gone in at third, alongside Ackerman and Harris. Wright is in, bowls straight, turned off middle and leg, but in defence by Hanscom out towards mid-wicket, intercepted by Lewis Hill, running in, and then he hands it to Parkinson at mid-on. Davis continues to warm up. He's got a sort of curious warm-up routine, which involves sort of dancing and then sort of kicking, doing front kicks.
And you know, it's exciting to see Davis coming on now, and you know, from a match perspective, a neutral perspective, and wanting to keep it a bit of a contest going, and not let Middlesex get on top, and it just becomes a run fest this afternoon.
Wright is in, outside off stump. Hanscom is off the mark as he dabs it down past Davis on the second bounce. Hassan Azad down at third man fields, gets his throw away, so just the single to Hanscom.
I look forward to see what Davis is going to do, and to see that Leicester are pushing Middlesex to do this as well. Not going to let them, not going to roll over and say, all right, you've got it, what are you going to set us, and then it's over to us. They do keep on top with the ball. Excuse me, because that's always cricket at its best, isn't it, when the bowlers are slightly on top as they are here. And as you look at the scoreboard, the performance of Leicestershire in the match with the ball, John Simpson produced a brilliant 95, a really good 95, didn't he? And that's a substantial part of that first innings lead that Middlesex had. At 111 for 3 here, Davis about to join the attack. If they could put a couple more on the board, it's been a good performance.
Right in again, and that one seams back in, bounces a little bit. White gets inside edge as he defends that one, and it comes off the leg as well, back down the pitch on the off side, and that surely is that for Chris Wright, you would imagine. 9 overs this morning, 15 overs overall in the innings, 2 for 31, so 15. I'm just looking at the over rate. Does that say +5 has gone up on the board?
Yeah,
it has. Ouch. Gonna have to get the spinners on.
No, +5's okay. It's -5 you don't want. +5's alright, isn't it? -5 is when you're behind. +5 they're ahead of the. It does say plus, doesn't it?
I'm trying to see it because it's quite small.
I'm pretty sure that's a plus.
I assumed it being Leicestershire.
Yeah, they were behind.
It was bad.
Yeah. No.
It usually is. No, +5 is.
Yeah, it means you're okay. It means fine. Minus means you're behind. Okay. Oh, believe me, Middlesex have had this trouble for many years. Okay. It's a specialist subject on Mastermind for me. His Mike bowls outside of the off stump, right leaves alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. Remember, they got relegated on their
Yes.
long-standing woes with the over 8.
But Wright has bowled 15 out of 39 overs. He's basically bowled at one end, essentially throughout the innings.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, I was just going to make the point as well with the bat for Leicestershire, 136 all out. It fell horribly for them before lunch yesterday. You know, it was a brilliant spell by Helm and Bamber, and when they picked up Harris in particular, it just felt, oh, Middlesex have really got on top here before lunch. As here's Mike bowls to Hanscom, he eases away into the offside, there's no run. Followed up after lunch really well as well, and then Anderson came in and produced a great little spell. The coach called him Golden Arm. Picked up 2 in 2, and you know, the heart had been ripped out of it for Leicestershire, and it was a scramble then, wasn't it, for Hill and Parkinson, just to put some respectability on the score, having been, what, 43 for 6? And 136 all out.
Hanscom's being very, very careful here, isn't he? 1 off 14.
Mike bowls to Hanscom, defends to point, and there's no run. Well, again, it's his last innings now, because I'd asked about the Leicestershire T20 prospects and then the white ball prospects for the One Day Cup. Hanscom won't see action again now till the 5th of July, which is extraordinary. Shame the way the schedule's come down. Just the 9 T20s in June, and a couple start July.
Off.
Yeah, which so there'll be a good number of players who'll be joining him. Robson, White potentially. I think Eskenazi will get in the T20 side, and Gubbins as forward goes Hanscom to a ball that was wobbling down towards the off stump and off the inside of the bat. It deflects towards the square leg umpire. There's no run as mid wicket comes around. 111 for 3. The score, Nelson on the board.
Yeah, they've dried up the runs a bit, Leicestershire as well. After a few loose deliveries in his first couple of overs from Ben Mike.
I think
particularly to Gubbins, he struggled against getting the line right, didn't he?
Yeah, I think they've done an awful lot right in this match. Leicestershire, as I say, the period either side of lunch yesterday for them was unfortunate. That little spell, you know, they went out and, you know, it went wrong for them, those 3 wickets. And when Harris fell, then yeah, it felt like a crushing blow. As his Mike bowls with width, a bit of a half volley, and there's that flowing Hanscom drive. Economy of movement really with the feet, isn't it? All in the hands from Hanscom. And his first boundary, he moves to 5, 115 for 3.
We were praising Ben Mike of Leicestershire, and Mike sits one up outside of the stump, and Hanscom's eyes lit up. Stroked it away. That was quite a long way from the pads as he did so on the move. It's not a sort of classical off drive, but played with a real assurance by Hanscom. Didn't swing, it didn't move, put it away.
Mike is past the umpire, he bowls, and oh, that swings sharply away from Hanscom, who in the end was following it, and then just about stopped himself, didn't he? Just about, from really continuing after it. But through it went to the keeper, and it just shows the amount of movement that's still out there. 115 for 3. Hanscom has 5, White has 6. 274 the lead, and 22 minutes until lunch. Can they find this breakthrough? It's going to be Davis at last. He's been made to wait, hasn't he?
58 for 2 in the session then, so far. An hour and a half, essentially, we've had. We'll be a little bit short in terms of time because we lost 10 minutes at the start, which we will make up at the end. It could be a late L finish. 77 overs remain to be bowled today. We'll take off 2 for a change of innings, which will almost certainly happen at some stage. So 75 overs left for a crowd to enjoy, basking in the unaccustomed heat and sunshine. Davis. He's got a shortish mid-wicket, 2 slips as well. Bustles in with that chest-on run, bowls, and that is a straight delivery, just turned calmly by White out towards that short mid-wicket, who's Parkinson. There is a square leg. Barnes, I think it is, out there, chuntering away to, look to be talking to the umpire. Well, at this end now is Tim Robinson. At the far end, Mark Newell. He used to play for Derbyshire. Not for long, did he? He was an off spinner, I think. In goes Davis bowls very wide outside off stump. Outswinger ignored by Robbie White. He remains on 6. The lead 2-7-4. Some nice smells coming into the box. There was plenty of hot food outlets around the ground, placed it at various points so that you don't have to leave your seat and go out of the zone, so to speak, that you've been allotted. In goes Davis and bowls, turned towards mid-wicket. Parkinson does well to move across to his left and cut the ball off. There's a hog roast down to our left, alongside the club offices, for those in the members' seats away to our left. Oh, one thing I haven't spoken about, which I promised to do so, an event that's coming up, the Tour de Foxes. Fortunate name, but Leicestershire staging basically a charity bike ride as Davis comes in and bowls. White drives pleasantly, but it's quite straight, so he can't put his full weight into the shot, steers it out to mid-off, and there's no run. I think it's Sunday, July the 18th. It's around the cricket, it's before one of the T20 games, Sunday. Maybe the Worcester, the Rapids are the visitors that afternoon. But the idea is to set off at 6 and visit something like 11 or 12 of the county's club grounds around some lovely riding country, incidentally, around Leicestershire. In goes Davis and bowls very full, driven, but good stop by Ben Mike. Scrambling across to his left means that it is going to be just a single. Parkinson starting to warm up. About 80 miles, and the idea being to raise funds for the foundation, Leicestershire's foundation, charitable foundation that is, and it should be really good fun. You do get a very smart Foxes jersey, cycling jersey in lycra, so you might need to lose a few pounds. It doesn't hide much in those terms. Davis is into Hanscom, seams back in, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he looks to turn it or defend it, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the pad. End of Davis is over. That's what Davis did so well, really, in the first innings. From that end, just seamed it back into the right-handers and made life difficult for them in that respect. End of the over, 116 for 3. But if you're interested in joining us on that cycle ride, best way to do so is by getting onto the club website, and all the details are on there. And yeah, hopefully there'll be a good fair few of us that day in July, and the weather is kind like it is today. Fancy that, Kev?
Do you know, actually, yes, cycling. I wouldn't mind a bit of cycling. I'm not so much of a runner, but it's lovely to go for a cycle, isn't it? And take in the sights as you go.
It is, and there'll be there's plenty of backup and refreshments and so on and so forth. You know, a van and repairs if necessary.
For the bike or the rider?
Yeah, both, presumably, just in case.
Parkinson is into the attack. None for 13 from 4 last night. So Mike's time didn't last long. Before lunch, he had to give the spinner a go. Bowling to White. Parkinson, his left arm around, and the right-hander defends with a thick edge all along the floor to backward point. Slip and a leg slip. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg.
Straightened a bit.
There he goes, little skippy approach, bowls, and White over the top of it, nudges into the onside. Mid-wicket is Mike, the man that Parkinson has just replaced. So 116 for 3. Well, if they could grab 2 before lunch, like I say, it just put a different dimension on the afternoon, wouldn't it, for both counties, as Parkinson bowls and forward goes White and there's no run. If these two can take it through to lunch, then Middlesex will say, right, okay, good morning. A couple of wickets. Eskenazi and Gubbins have given it a start, put some overs into the bowlers' legs, taken some time out of things, you know, get on in the middle innings now and, you know, construct that lead as Parkinson bowls, and this is beating the cut of White. Thought he got it away. He was in position early, wasn't he? Extra bit of bounce perhaps for Parkinson. Parkinson bowls and short. This one is cut away. Probably for 4. Backward point and cover giving chase, but it's got good pace on it. That ball is a slide and a slip and a flick back in. Well done. She's been good in the field this morning. 3 runs for White, who moves to 10. 119 for 3.
Griffiths is out there, the 12th.
Ah.
He's quick, actually, over the field. Good runner.
I was hanging with him and hanging with him. I thought I'm going to get him who it is in a minute. It was the subfielder. Here's Parkinson bowls and forward goes White, pushing to cover and no run into the over. 119 for 3. A couple of moments of joy for Parkinson in that over, but yes, what did he go for? 2. Was it only 2 that they ran? 3. I thought he started on none for 14 that over. He's got him none for 16 from.
Now Hanscom's down at that end, so.
Yeah, they ran through. Yeah, that's why I was just questioning myself that I thought it was none for 14
right.
the spell.
Yeah. I think the scoreboard. Going to be 300 ahead, presumably by lunch. 20, pretty much close to it. Hanscom, plenty to think about as he has his sandwich or whatever. This might be healthier, won't it? Pasta, something like that. If anything, as he's in mid-innings. In comes Davis and bowls 2. White edge bowled him! Thought he'd come down on that a little bit late and taken the edge. In fact, he was too late to play it at all. And it nipped past the outside edge and hit the top of off stump. So a little bit of nibble is too much off the pitch for Robbie White. He has gone bowled for 10. Middlesex 119 for 4. The lead 278.
Not the long stay of the first innings for White. For an hour for his 16. He's gone for 10.
Didn't get forward or back, did he? He wasn't quite sure, was it?
He doesn't get a long way forward, no. He doesn't. He will play from within the crease. And disappointment for White. He's had a good, again, he'll be one that won't feature in the T20. But he's had a good April and May, I think. With that offered to he and Middlesex at the start from White. At 5, then I think they'd have said, yeah, OK, we'll take that. That'll be a good April and May. Batting will be tough. Young man looking to make his way in the first team. So disappointment for White. He goes out with at the Oval 9 and he had 1 not out as he wasn't part of that chase when they were all slogging. 3 and 5 the match before against Hampshire, so that run of 4 50s in 4 games followed up with 3 lower scoring games to finish in the spell of 8, but he was the man that was really holding it together for Middlesex at times in amongst some collapses from the start of the season. So yeah, not quite the end you'd have looked for to the first chunk of 8 championship games of the summer, but he will he's done plenty, I think, to say that yeah, he's definitely one for the future in that middle order. But here's a man who was on the back of 95 not out in the first innings, and this would be a huge one if they could get Simpson before lunch, wouldn't it? Well, either or, Hanscom or Simpson before lunch now.
Potentially, but as I say, that lead is already very substantial.
I think
278.
I think the leads, you know, Leicestershire know now they're going to be chasing a big score, but it's as much the
momentum, yeah, than confidence.
And yeah, exactly. Just not being flat this afternoon because
yeah,
it felt
exactly.
flat last night.
It did. It did. Round the wicket goes Davis to John Simpson, who is careful in defence, stroking it on the walk out into the offside, off stump. Parkinson, the fielder.
Just to stay in the game, both. You know, I mean, look, in terms of the bat, we know it's going to take something brilliant for Leicestershire to win the game. It's going to take something absolutely incredible, whether they're chasing 300 or if Middlesex get up to 400. It's going to
have to get 100 for sure.
It's going to have to be something brilliant. Yeah. But in the meantime, stay competitive with the ball, and to do that, if they can have Middlesex 5 down at lunch, then they'll feel that there's every chance to come out this afternoon.
Davis in, outside off stump, a little bit too wide, ignored by Simpson, bounces through to Swindles. Matthew in in Melbourne wondering about Ackerman's stats for the season. He came into the game having scored 125 runs with a best of 37 at 17.85, scored just 8 in the first innings, so he hasn't improved that any. 133 from 8 innings at round about 17, Fango. Ackerman's stats batting wise for the season. Davis in, bowls, that was an off stump, thick inside edge onto the pad, was it? Partly pushed out into the offside by John Simpson. So again, Davis looking infinitely better from that different bowler from the Bennett end, as opposed to going up the gentle slope from the Pavilion end. 1-9 for 4. How far away from lunch? 10 minutes as Davis is in and bowls very straight. Simpson solidly behind it on middle and off, middle stump almost. Out to Chris Wright at mid-on. Just trying to work out who is actually off at the moment. Is Azad down at long leg? Yes, he is. Barnes, perhaps? No, Barnes is there at backward point. Parkinson's there. Mike is there. Griffiths has gone back off, perhaps. Davis is in. Bowls edged through third slip down to the third man boundary for 4. Got a little bit of extra bounce there, bit of lift. And Simpson playing at it, got a thick outside edge. It flew in the air through about 3.5 slips. Almost 4th slip, only the 2 slips in, no chance for Ackerman or Harris, of course. And Simpson off the mark with a slightly fortuitous 4. End of the over, 1-2-3 for 4, the lead 2-8-2.
Hello to Sean Parry-Jones, who says, good afternoon Kevin. Middlesex have got themselves into a very good position on a number of occasions this season, and I am sure they are going to want to be pretty conservative, but I would have thought anything above 370, depending on time, would do it. Should do it. Here's Parkinson bowls, and forward goes Hanscom, pushing into the offside, and there's no run.
Anything above 370?
370, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we mentioned that, didn't we, this morning? That sort of figure might be in Hanscom's mind.
Parkinson bowls, and forward goes Hanscom defending, and there's no run. What was it, 380 was the Middlesex chase here a couple of seasons back, wasn't it?
Was, yeah.
So maybe that figure's in mind. Get past the 380 that Middlesex themselves chased.
With 1 wicket remaining. Great game.
Parkinson bowls, and forward goes Hanscom, pushing back up the track. No run. I guess really it only proved to be a stay of execution for the then coach Richard Scott. I'll say it was a wretched game for Middlesex down at Canterbury in the day-night pink ball experiment. Parkinson bowls into the block hole. Hanscom digs it out to the offside, and there's no run. Where was your pink ball game? Can you remember?
Northampton.
How was it?
It was a very good game. It was a freezing
yep,
game. I remember that. And the players hated the pink ball, the coaches, and
yes,
the players really didn't like it. They said it was hard to see for a start.
And the wicket comes Parkinson. It's driven in between extra cover and mid-off, and a single for Hanscom. He moves to 6. 1-2-4 for 4.
But it really did do extraordinary things under the floodlights.
Exactly,
as well.
Yeah. And Middlesex found themselves batting at that twilight time under the floodlights twice.
Batting against it at dusk.
Yeah.
They said it was hard to see, and it was swinging horribly, and really didn't like it at all. The experiment hasn't really been repeated.
No, it didn't work. It came down horribly on Middlesex. I think it was a 2-day defeat. It's Parkinson bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, and there's no run. It was that's the end of the over. It's 124 for 4. It was Grant Stewart who did the damage, both with bat and ball. He came out having skittled Middlesex and slapped a century, and then skittled him again. With which rubs salt in the wound when somebody who's a military medium bowler, and not somebody who particularly pulls up trees, tore through them with the pink ball, and then came out with the bat himself and had a great time against them. And it was a tough one, but that was quite the time back in 2018. those couple of games. Middlesex then had Richard Johnson take over as coach. He actually dropped John Simpson was the first thing he did, and brought in Robbie White, gave him the gloves. That was the very first move of the then interim coach who didn't get the job. It was then Stuart Law from 2019 who took it onwards.
I think Leicestershire, I think it was single figures, the runs that they lost by. It looked like Ackerman was playing them to a win, and weren't able to quite go through. In goes Davis and bowls to Hanscom, who's waiting in his crease. Plays it back up the pitch to Will Davis, and there is no run. Let's have a look-see. Was it 2018?
Yeah.
Pink ball.
Yep.
I'll have to check. In goes Davis and bowls. Hanscom solidly forward, back down the pitch it goes. 6 off 27 balls for Hanscom now. I think he's just thinking about getting through to lunch and having a think about it. 283 for 4 effectively. Middlesex 124 for 4. The scoreboard reads. Come on boys, shouts Marcus Harris from first slip. Davis is in, bowls on off stump, doesn't seem back in, just dabbed out into the offside by Hanscom, who's, as I say, just other than that one lovely cover drive through the offside off Ben Mike, I think it was, a couple of overs ago, has been in his shell rather.
Yeah, I imagine the captain himself, again, he's going to be without cricket now for maybe 5.5 weeks or so.
Davis is in, bowling to him, seems back in, he defends, waiting deep, had to, because there was again pronounced movement back in off the seam.
I think he'll be looking at that scoreboard, and in his mind, what will he say to himself, look, this is the 45th over. If you can hang in there for 15 overs or so, get it up to 60 overs, then it could be quite chastening for Leicestershire once that ball gets that 60 over mark, and if they can keep Parkinson at bay, then the seamers at the other end might take a bit of a tonking.
Davis is in, and he's going to pick up a run there as he turns it off middle and leg down towards backward square. In from wide long leg comes Hassan Azad, throws, and the single is taken.
He wasn't there for the collapse at Lord's, the 6 for 58. But of course he'll be fully aware of it. He was watching the game down at, I'm sure he watched the game at Lord's, he was watching the game down at Hampshire with the Abbas 6 for, and then he's been part of it ever since. And he'll look at the board and say 284, we're not there yet.
Round the wicket comes Davis to the left-handed Simpson, who is advancing to meet the ball and then defending it back down the pitch, batting a long way out of his crease. Swindles might be inclined to stand up to Davis because he's not too quick.
Yeah.
And you would think it's worth thinking about.
That was the mark of the second afternoon, the first afternoon indeed for Davis. He appeared a bit quicker from the Bennett end. It appeared as though it zipped through a bit more for him. But back to that Hanscom thought. There's runs to be had individually for him here, which the team need. It's not selfish that he hangs about and slows down now, because he'll be able, if they could get through after lunch and not be 5 down at lunch and not then be a couple more down quickly after lunch, then there is the opportunity for them to really boss it this afternoon and have some fun and try and demoralise Leicestershire in the field. Parkinson to Hanscom, drives back to the bowler, and there is no run. This will be the last over before lunch, so it would be a mighty time for Parkinson to pick up the Middlesex skipper.
I suppose the other thing is that occupation excuse me, of the crease isn't a bad thing, because the pitch should be getting a little bit more worn.
Parkinson bowls, and on the back foot Hanscom defends. No run.
There's no obvious signs of it doing that at the moment. Well, it's obviously getting a bit more worn, but in terms of it's not actually doing that much more. The seam movement is still there, but there's no obvious improvement in the amount of turn.
Parkinson bowls, dug out, there's no run.
If improvement's the right word.
Yeah. I mean, what have they? They were 57 for 1 this morning, Middlesex.
They were.
So they have added 68 for the loss of 3 wickets. Which, you know, is credit to Leicestershire that they've really kept control of it today. Parkinson bowls, a little bit of drift on that one, but pitching and met with the solid bat of Hanscom defending to cover.
Defends on one knee, Hanscom.
2 balls to lunch. Parkinson bowls, another good defence from Hanscom. Hasn't quite ripped for Parkinson, as we saw a few do for him in the first. He got a bit of bounce, didn't he? And certainly saw what we saw from Walla Luita in his first couple of overs. The ball rip away on a couple of occasions to a right-hander. There's a silly point in place now for the blocking of Hanscom, and forward he goes. Blocks once more, higher up the bat on this occasion, and it deflects square of the wicket. Along the floor though for no run, and that is lunch on day 3. Middlesex are 125 for 4, leading though by 284. The captain Hanscom has 7, Simpson has 4, and the wickets to go this morning. Eskenazi falling 4 short of a 50. He went bowled by Wright. Gubbins 38 cut into the ground, a bottom edge off Mike, and then Robbie White falling just a few moments ago, as he was bowled by Davis, who has 1 for 27 for 9, Parkinson none for 17 from 7, and well, you know, we talked about gone 5 down before lunch then, and just try it. There's still the opportunity, put a couple on the board immediately after the interval and see if Parkinson can tie them up in knots and they don't get up to that 380, 400 that we talked about, and perhaps it's more a 320, 330 chase, which is would still be monumental on this track, we fancy, when you look at the scores so far, but that's what the game is at play for both now.
We will be back with you from the Uptonsteel County Ground in around about 35 minutes time. You'll probably hear me do a little update for BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency shortly. The Tigers are at home away at Worcester this afternoon, so the sports programme will be carrying that game in full. And obviously you can continue to hear every ball bowled via the stream or on, of course, the internet frequencies. So just for now, from Grace Road, with the match nicely poised. Enjoy your lunch and we'll be back with you shortly.
One just outside the play bar, one at the back of the manual scoreboard, and one in the car park on the Wigan Road next to the pavilion. Just remind everybody as well, just walking around the ground, the referees wear a face covering. You don't need to wear a face covering when you're in your seats. Thank you. Some of the scores from around the country.
What's your email? I think you'll like this.
Chester Street, Essex 182 and 301. Durham 99 and requiring 385 and 39 for 1. Edgbaston in reply to Warwickshire's 341. Nottinghamshire are 267 for 7. At Worcester, in reply to Worcestershire's 421, Derbyshire are 182 for 5. At the Oval, Surrey 473, in reply Gloucestershire 107 for 5. At Old Trafford, in reply to Yorkshire's 159, Lancashire are now 439 for 6. And finally at Hove, Sussex 175 and 233 for 7. Northamptonshire 256.
Right, and bowls again driven, and this time he's got it past Barnes, and that's going to run away for 4. Wasn't at the pitch of the ball there, Eskenazi, but a big
Captaincy of Hanscom. It's a really noticeable change, enjoyable to see, as this ball is full and carved through the covers for 4 by Gubbins. He moved
in, goes right, and bowls. That one seems back in as well. Again, well played by Eskenazi. Turns it off his legs with the movement of the seam down to fine leg. Could turn into the next Mohammed Nabi. In goes right, and ball seems back in and bowls him. Takes Eskenazi's middle stump. It's rocked it back, and
so Mike it is from around the wicket at the pavilion end. He bowls and Gubbins turns down to fine leg for 4. Just starting a little too straight. First ball from around the wicket. There's a little spell here for Leicestershire, whether he digs in or looks to respond. As here's Mike right arm over to Gubbins now, and just bowling 2 sides of the wicket at the moment, Mike, isn't he? That one's onto the leg. And then Mike picked up Helman Bamba, 2 right-handers.
he did. Good catch off Bamba.
Mike bowls and Gubbins cuts, playing on. He's gone, looking to cut it. When Harris fell, then yeah, it felt like a crushing blow. As his Mike bowls with width, a bit of a half volley, and there's that flowing Hanscom drive. Economy.
Like that. If anything, as he's in mid-innings. In comes Davis and bowls 2. Wide edge, bowled him! Thought he'd come down on that a little bit late and taken the edge. In fact, perhaps, Davis is in. Bowls edged through third slip down to the third man boundary for 4. Got a little bit of extra bounce there, bit of lift. And Simpson Good afternoon from the Uptonsteel County Ground. Third day, second session, afternoon session of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Middlesex. BBC Radio's London and Leicester. Kevin Hand and Richard Ray, your ball-by-ball commentators on the game, which is most interestingly poised. Middlesex are 125 for 4 in their second innings, a very substantial lead that gives them of 284 in the game, but it wasn't an entirely dispiriting morning session for Leicestershire. 68 runs were scored, but 3 wickets were taken. As there has been throughout the game, there is something in the pitch for everybody, so we have potentially an interesting afternoon ahead of us. How many runs will the Middlesex skipper Peter Hanscom, who is out there at the moment on 7 not out, want his side to be ahead by before he calls them in? The general feeling, i.e. in the commentary box, Kevin and myself, is that he'll be looking around about 370, so another 80 or 90 or even 100 runs perhaps, and try and have a few overs at Leicestershire before tea. But he might be thinking something completely different. If you agree or disagree, do let us know. Best way is by Twitter at Kevin Hand BBC or at Rich M Ray, R-A-E. Ed Barnes, he's going to take up the attack for Leicestershire.
He's right arm around the wicket and he bowls to the left-handed Simpson, who digs it out to cover, and there's no run. 2 slips in place. I was just digging out the stats that I sent you at lunch, kindly provided by the Middlesex scorer Don Shelley. He'll be back in action soon with the travelling team. The scorers will be back at the away games, won't they? He sent through the scores at Grace Road since 2015, and as you go through that 4th innings, which is the pertinent one here for Leicestershire, really, isn't it? Middlesex lead by 284 already. Barnes around the wicket, bowls, and Simpson drives in between cover and mid-off, and he moves to 5 from 8. Last year there were 3 visiting teams here. Second innings scores of... Oh, did they get to the second innings indeed? Yeah. The 4th innings of the match wasn't particularly interesting, but the second innings scores, I suppose, there was 220 and 230 in the Derbyshire and Durham matches of the 3rd innings. The second innings were just knocking off runs, so it wasn't many at all.
Yeah.
305 Hampshire in the second innings here. Last year, this year indeed, sorry, and 199 Somerset. This ball just full of a length to Hanscom, and it's run away down to 3rd man by Hanscom off Barnes. Picks up a single to move to 8, 1, 2, 7 for 4. But the key number on those boards, as we go back over the last 5 years, for the 4th innings, is 383. Middlesex in 2018.
And Nottinghamshire game was Storm Francis. So it only 1 innings apiece, as I recall.
Been one other score of more than 300 in the 4th innings here since 2015. There's this one to Simpson from around the wicket from Barnes. Is turned into the onside, and there's no run. And that 307 was an Essex match. 307 for 5. Scored by Essex. Leicestershire's highest 4th innings score here in that time, 283 against Northamptonshire back in 2015. Thank you to Don Shelley, who sent that through ahead of the match, as here's Barnes around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes Simpson, pushing to cover. There's no run. So they're already set their highest total in 7 seasons.
Yeah. I wasn't being entirely tongue-in-cheek when I said some Leicestershire supporters will feel on that basis Middlesex already have enough with a lead of 286.
Yeah, it's now at the point. This Somerset chased 285 at Lords earlier this season. and then chased, was it 210 down at Taunton. As this ball's full to Simpson and clipped down to deep backward square leg, and a nasty little chase down there which gets away for 4. Long leg was always running alongside it, really trying to catch it up as it was going at an angle. Whereby he just tried to, he tried to get across to it first, and when realising he didn't, he then had to run alongside it for a good while.
As hard it is down there.
Always losing the chase. 131 for 4 Middlesex, and Simpson has moved to 9, Hanscom 8. 2 on the board, that's what you always say, isn't it? Put 2 on the board now, and then if Parkinson can really get going here at the pavilion end with the lower order, then just perhaps. That lower order includes Holman, though, who recorded his best first-class score of 32 in the first innings.
Yeah, looked very good as well. An interesting prospect. Substantial unit, Luke Holman, as they say these days.
Yeah, he's a big fella. We wouldn't say he was overweight particularly, but he's a
big chap.
Yeah, he is.
So Parkinson, I don't think Hanscom would be too unhappy to see turn as in goes Parkinson. There isn't any there on off stump. The Australian just stretches forward, pushes it out to Davis, who's at shortish extra. Ackerman, who's at slip, waves to Sam Evans and tells him to go a little bit backward of square out there on the boundary. In goes Parkinson, a couple of steps down the wicket, driving, thick outside edge for Hanscom. It's wide of the fielder Ed Barnes, who's at extra cover. He has to run across to his left, so there is a single to be taken, but he was drawn into going down the wicket and a little bit beaten in the flight by Parkinson on that occasion. Picks up a run nonetheless, moves on to 9. He and Simpson both on that score. Simpson then, as Parkinson goes over the wicket, bowls a little bit flat, advancing down the wicket. That's possibly why it was a little bit flat. It's pushed out to mid-wicket, but certainly not afraid to use his feet, the Lancastrian. Got high praise from his head coach last night. In goes Parkinson, bowls. That's a nice delivery on off stump. Simpson stretches forward and defends again. No turn, or despite the fact Parkinson has the footholds to bowl into. So if anything, with the amount of rain that we've had until now, and it's just the most lovely day now, Parkinson is in, bowls, middle and leg this time, waiting for it though. Simpson just off the back foot turns it out towards mid-wicket and there's no run. You just feel that the pitch might be a sort of day behind in that respect, and perhaps now it's coming into its the best time to bat on it, being baked a little bit under the sun. Parkinson is in, tosses that one up, but it drifts onto middle and leg and is clipped by Simpson out towards deep-ish mid-wicket. Barnes tumbles as he makes the stop, but gets there. Always was going to be a single for Simpson, who with that single keeps the strike. 133 for 4. The lead now 292. Nat Bowley, who is Leicestershire acting 12th man at the moment, there are plenty of them, comes running on with a cap. Young off-spinner, Bowley.
Dean Osborne puts it well on Twitter. Bat, and keep batting. A real confidence booster. There's no... I don't feel there's any
Does he
time...
say how long for?
Yeah. No, just keep going.
No, just keep going.
They could, if possible, bat most of today and perhaps give the bowlers 40 minutes tonight.
More than that, surely.
I mean, look, they're 4 down. The last 2 of the top 6 are out there now. So all of this could be taken out of Middlesex hands. As here's Barnes around the wicket, bowls to Simpson. Ball's clipped to mid-wicket and there's no run. The man who hit 95 in the first innings, 50 in the last match, Simpson. And Hanscom, the captain and overseas at the other end. If they were to put 2 on the board, if they were to put these 2 on the board, and Anderson, who was out for a first ball duck in the first innings. Holman, a fine 32, but he's a youngster, and let's try and build a little bit of pressure. Try and be chasing, as I said, 330 or 340 rather than 400. Barnes to Simpson, bowls, Simpson drives with an open face, it just gets out of the reach of Hill at point. He got a hand to it and they've managed to run 2 and they should come back for the 3 and back they go. Simpson is on to 13, 136 for 4.
I'd be amazed if Hanscom takes it until sort of an hour before the close. By that stage, you know, the target would be 430, 440, something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, the fact of the matter is you've got 4 top-order batsmen out already. The last 2 of the top 6 are still there. Anderson has batted at 5 for Middlesex. Holman has shown the ability that he could be a top-order batsman. So there is batting to come, but
he will be gauging the pitch all the time as well.
Stuart Law eyed it up a fair bit at lunch, didn't he? Went and stood out in the middle for a while as this ball is just full of length and turned back with a square on the leg side by Hanscom for a single. Barnes back over the wicket to the right-hander. Midway through his 8th over, number 23 now as Hanscom moves to 10. And it's a long day to go. We started
there is, yeah.
10 minutes late, still 68 overs, so we've got a whopping 36 overs to bowl after this until tea.
If Parkinson bowls a fair few of them, then hopefully they'll maybe not catch up, but make some inroads.
Oh, it's sunny. Where else do you want to be, Richard? We could be here for
absolutely.
Barnes to Simpson, leaves a lane outside of the off stump. Angling back in from wide on the crease, always shaping back in. 137 for 4. No, it's a bane so often, isn't it, when the day overruns? I always think that the cricketers are actually doing themselves a disservice. It makes their day longer. It wearies them more. And we always talk about this congested fixture list that we heard about, and they had to reduce the number of championship games as a result. Well, if you're reducing or adding an hour and a half on a day to your working day every single day, so there's good reason for them to make sure their over rates are good. 10-2 here on a Saturday afternoon in Leicester as here's Barnes bowls and Simpson defends to cover, and there's no run. BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London together, myself, Kevin Hand and Richard Ray, and if you want to tweet us at Kevin Hand BBC, at Richard, at Rich M. Ray.
Yeah.
And a good little crowd in again for the Saturday, I think, much as the first day probably. The first day I think was probably the biggest of the 750 they were allowed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sold out.
Comes Barnes and almost looks as though he's late bringing the bat down on that one, Simpson, but defends it ably enough in the end, and there is no run. 137 for 4, Simpson 13 and Hanscom 10. Is that the only day that was sold out, was the first?
Yeah, it was. A few more tomorrow though, if the game has promise. Durham have lost a second wicket in their pursuit of 385, the unlikely pursuit to beat Essex at Chesterley Street. They're 47 for 2.
The Sunrisers, from a Middlesex perspective, meant to update this before. It's the first day of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, isn't it? Being put to it a little bit by the South East Stars. Dunkley has 103 unbeaten, batting at 3. There were 50s for Smith and Davidson Richards at the top of the order.
In goes Parkinson, bowls, and it's guided nicely by Hanscom down to third man. I think that's going to go all the way. Puts in the slide and the roll. The fielder in pursuit and can't drag it back. It was a nice shot. It was a slightly wide, slightly short delivery from Callan Parkinson. The key for Hanscom there was just to make sure the placement was right. The outfield obviously has speeded up considerably under this hot sunshine. Now it's hardening up, and although Sam Evans gave it everything in pursuit, couldn't quite drag it back. So 4 to Hanscom, moves on to 14, 141 for 4. The lead is 300. In goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Hanscom. Just a little psychological milestone there, one feels. Leicester should have to score more than 300. Will have to score more than 300 in their second innings, in the fourth innings of the match, to win. Parkinson is in, forward goes Hanscom on middle stump, no run.
That innings has now finished. Sunrisers putting in the South East Stars, 324 for 7 with 104 unbeaten for Dunkley.
Goodness, Lightning made 214 for 9 off their 50 against the Vipers. That's presumably down at the Aegeus, is it?
I think
Southampton,
so.
Yeah, it is. Might not be a bad score given the pitch that Leicestershire played on last week.
Kevin James, sorry, go on.
What's busying the umpire?
Somebody's stood up in the wrong position.
A lady.
Kevin
possibly one
James
of the
thinks.
stewards. Sorry, mate. Go on.
That's right. I was going to say Kevin James thinks got coverage of that one.
Yes, oh yeah, absolutely. In goes Parkinson. Bowls again a little bit short, again chopped away down towards third man. Again, and it's Lewis Hill this time who's in pursuit. Will drag it back, slips a little bit as he picks the ball up, gets his throwaway. Hanscom has to settle for a couple. Moves on to 16, 143 for 4. The reason why I said it was a steward is they've all got very fluorescent jackets on, of course, and I would imagine in the bright sunshine they might just be catching the sun as well, because a few of them have got reflective bands on them. Parkinson is in, tosses it up, it's driven firmly out into the offside. Ed Barnes fields at extra cover. Hanscom already is a little busier than he was before lunch.
Have you seen the Gloucestershire collapse, by the way?
No, do
From
tell.
84 for 1 to 113 for 7. Hammond is still there with 49, batting at 3. It's 3 for Verdi, 4 for Moriarty.
Parkinson is in, outside off stump, just holds its own, and Hanscom lets it go through into the gloves of Harry Swindles. End of the over, 143 for 4. Hanscom 16, Simpson 13. The lead 302.
That could be a victory if Surrey wrap it up, Richard. That consigns both you and I to Division 3 in September. I think even winning all of our final games, it would be a long shot to chase Surrey if they beat Gloucestershire in this round. So
I have to say it doesn't come as a massive shock, because that is a possibility.
for Leicestershire reaching Division 2.
Always concerned.
Between Middlesex
yeah.
and Surrey there are 24 points. So it could be done.
Yes.
And indeed between Leicester and Surrey it's what, 28 points. Barnes around the wicket, bowls to Simpson. This is dug out to mid-wicket. 143 for 4. I think it's something that Middlesex would dearly love to scramble in the final stages of this group. Again, having put in some good performances, especially that Somerset have been the second best team in the country for 4 out of the last 5 years, or 5 out of the last 6, whatever it is. You know, Middlesex know that they should have beaten them twice. It'd be a very different looking table now if they did, but not to be. So at least to try and scramble into Division 2 rather than Division 3 is certainly something for them. As this is right into the block hole and Simpson digs it out down to mid-on. There's no run. And I think by how long Stuart Law went and had a look at that pitch at lunch there, it tells you, Middlesex want this win. They won't want to make any mistake. They want the win. They want to wrap this up. They'll want to be sure about what they're doing, how they do it. First things first, get in again after lunch. Or get in, because they're relatively fresh before the interval, these two, aren't they? 46 balls faced for Hanscom, 16. 23 for Simpson's, 13. It's Barnes in his 9th over bowls, and Simpson defends, top of middle and off. Thickish edge of the bat about that one into the offside as he defended. Trickles away along the floor in between cover and point. 150 for 6, come on.
That is Parkinson.
Yep. But that's right. 2 on the board now. And then with 4 to go, just try and get the pressure on, get a grip on it on the end of the innings and wrap it up as quickly as possible. Quite right, the thinking. Here's Barnes bowls and goes past the edge of Simpson. Lovely line and length from around the wicket, forcing Simpson to play on the off stump, but beating the edge.
Didn't miss off stump by too much either.
Can't have done it, yeah.
Lovely delivery.
Prods away at the surface, Simpson. I mean, it looked like it was just a good line, really, wasn't it? See if there was much of a deviation on it. Maybe straightening slightly on him, but
Simpson nodded at Barnes. I quite like that from the batsman. I mean, it is a good ball. Yeah, good ball. I'm still here though.
The Lancashire lad, John Simpson, from Bury. This one's full and driven with an open face by Simpson. A little edgily down to third man for a single. All along the floor he moves to 14. 144 for 4. I saw Mr. Gibbs Senior at lunch said to say hello.
Andy's here, is he?
Yes, saw him around the back of the Bennett stand. Actually, he was mentioning John Simpson always seems to score runs against Leicestershire, he said, which then made me think, oh, do I need to go back and check that? We've got a particularly good record here at Grace Road.
Andy Lean was certainly here on day one, that's for sure. Probably was here yesterday as well.
Oh no, wait, senior, the granddad.
Oh, okay.
That's John, isn't it?
Yes.
This ball's just full of a length and eased away to backward point by
Gosh, I haven't seen him for ages.
Hanscom. That's exactly what he said, so I said I'd say hello to you for him.
Oh, if I get a chance, I'll pop down.
He's on the other side of the ground, he can't get around this side apparently.
Okay.
I was off in the car park fetching something for work.
Knowledgeable man when it comes to cricket.
And he liked John Simpson. He said he always scores runs against us. It always seems hard to get out, he said.
Played at a pretty high level, I think, did John.
Coach had actually said last night in the interview he was delighted for Simpson with a 95, and it was a shame that the team didn't support him to get those final 5 runs for a reserve century. But he did say, you know, Simpson's a guy who should be doing this regularly. He should be a guy who averages 40, not 30. His talent is not of a man who should be averaging 30.
Simpson just steps back because leg slip is getting ready under the helmet as in goes Parkinson over the wicket, bowls to Simpson onto middle and leg, just defended out to short mid wicket, no run.
Simpson said as much himself actually in the interview the previous day, that he knows he owes the team a few runs. He paid them back a little bit last week in this.
Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short, back foot, looking to force it away. It's straight though, so it doesn't quite time it, Simpson. And again, Davis is the fielder. Parkinson bowls, tosses it up a little bit more, waits for it, Simpson, and plays it firmly through the onside, down through mid-on. Marcus Harris is back down on the boundary, almost at long on, not quite on the boundary, deep-ish. So it's a comfortable single for Simpson. Moves on to 15. The electronic scoreboard's back at its best. It's its lightning best. In goes Parkinson, bowls onto the leg stump of Hanscom, who then bellows no, and then he points his bat at Simpson as he does so, as though Simpson was advancing down the wicket. Simpson was going nowhere. Parkinson is in, tosses that one up pleasantly, driven hard down into the ground, bounces away to Will Davis's left at short extra, but Davis, a good fielder, dives across to his left and takes it on the second bounce. Umpire Newell wanders down and has a look at Parkinson's follow through. He's in again and bowls, again tosses that one up nicely and looking to drive off the back foot, looking to force it, thick outside edge. Going to pick up a single though, because it squirts out past Davis, and Barnes is the fielder, single taken by Hanscom, moves on to 17, keeps the strike. I wouldn't imagine that Hanscom, Simpson and Middlesex would mind if Parkinson dances the polka and down the pitch as far as they're concerned. Do as much damage as you want, Callum. When we're 305 ahead, you dance all the way down on the line if you want. End of the over, 146 for 4.
Wow, the temperature really is getting up. As you said, it comes around in front of the commentary box here in the afternoon.
It does.
And,
I'm just basking in the warmth, to be quite honest. It's such a pleasant change.
I think we'll be baked in here. Here's Barnes, right arm over, bowls to Hanscom, and this ball's clipped off his legs down to fine leg for a single. Moves to 18, 147 4. No tops off in the commentary box though, there's a commentator's cam.
Oh yes.
We'll leave that to the punters outside.
I must admit that's not a road I've ever been down. and it won't be henceforth.
John Simpson, who has the highest match aggregate so far with his 95 in the first innings and now 15 in this. As this ball's on a length and eased by Simpson's point, and there's no run. In fact, even before this innings, Eskenazi didn't catch him up in the end, did he? 46 and 38 his return, so Eskenazi ending up with, what, 84 for the match. So he didn't match Simpson's first innings score.
Yeah, to be dismissed, Simpson,
Yeah.
for 110.
Parkinson 41 and Hill 39 in the Leicestershire first innings. It's going to need a few of them to go past Simpson's aggregate score for the match if Leicestershire are to complete this run chase, as this one's full and straight and Simpson defends to mid-on. Sharp ball from Barnes and an ooh and an ah from the field.
Again, he's impressing, Barnes. Again, as I said, just his 5th first-class appearance, and he looks to, as Law said of Holman, actually have an older head on young shoulders. He's quite a canny cricketer. Isn't like giving away runs.
That hunch of his, I've just realised, Steve Kirby. There's a little bit of the Kirby about him.
Another Yorkshireman.
Yes, around the wicket he bowls, and down the leg side to Simpson. Is it a strangle? They've gone up. The keeper hasn't, Barnes and the others did. Simpson looking to work off his legs, but through to the keeper, nothing doing from the umpire. 147 for 4 it remains. Yeah, it's a Kirby-like hunch of the shoulders, and the arms almost sway across him as he goes back past past the umpire there.
I can't think of Steve Kirby without smiling. I covered his first game for Yorkshire when I think he took 10 wickets, but he was a complete nutcase.
Yep.
And nobody had ever sort of seen anything like it, too much like it before.
Yeah. Not much since either. And the wicket comes Barnes, and this is dug out by Simpson. No run is the call from Hanscom. It just went straight of him, and mid-on came around behind Hanscom to collect, and the Middlesex captain was watchful in his crease with his back grounded the whole time and screaming no run back down the track to Simpson.
He was sharp, but not, express, but after every delivery he was literally in the batsman's face, chuntering away.
Where is he now? He's
when he came off the field, we thought, well, we'll interview him because he'd done very well. What's it going to be like? And he was the nicest, quietest kid you would possibly. He was almost embarrassed and shy, and just talk about white line fever.
Barnes bowls, and forward goes Simpson, defending to mid-on again. End of the over, 147 for 4, Simpson 15, Hanscom 18. Where is he now, Kirby? He's somewhere back in the southwest, isn't he, doing something?
Yes, yeah, I saw him earlier.
He was MCC head of...
He's a Somerset...
It's Somerset something, yeah, bowling coach.
When they came here, yes, he was assistant coach or something.
Does he remember you from his first ever interview? have you never told him?
Everybody wanted to talk to him in those days, obviously after that game, and there were quite a few of us there in terms of the press.
Why did he leave Yorkshire?
He was there for
he had a great career with
years, wasn't he? But then I guess he wanted. Yeah, they always seem to have a plethora of promising seamers, good seamers, and maybe just wasn't playing as much as he hoped. Parkinson in to Hanscom, very full. Hanscom waits for it and plays it underneath his nose by his foot, just leans forward and guides it down towards backward point.
Would it be fair to say that Parkinson hasn't carried as much threat in these 11 overs that we perhaps...
The turn isn't there, is it? That was in the first innings. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Hanscom on middle.
Which has to be on Middlesex's mind. I mean, they'd fancy that, because it wasn't the spinners in the first innings that did it for Middlesex, it was the seamers.
It could be flattening under the sun. Pitches do sometimes. Parkinson in, a couple of steps down the wicket, clipped away through straight mid-wicket by Hanscom, and Wright is in pursuit. I don't think he's going to get there. Beautiful shot from Hanscom, really good use of his feet, and approving applause from his teammates on the balcony below us. It was a really good shot, and the way he used his feet as well brings up the Middlesex 150.
I'd say enjoy watching him bat, Peter Hanscom. He's becalmed in everything he does as captain. As batsman against the quicks, but against the spinners, there's a lovely use of the feet, and it's the most urgency you see from him, other than actually in the field when he's leading the troops to be quick amongst their thing.
Parkinson is in, flatter and onto leg stump, and an easy one to turn down into the leg side for Hanscom. Sam Evans comes running in. Oh, it's Azad who's out there on the deep square-ish boundary. not quite on the boundary, comes running in, overthrows rather, doesn't help Swindles there, but still just a single. Hanscom on to 23, the lead 311 now. Parkinson back over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. Bowls, a little bit short. Simpson stays on the back foot, plays it firmly into the leg side, but Davis falling across to his right as he runs across from short mid-wicket. Makes the stop. Ben Mike just rolling his arms a little bit. Hot work for the bowlers. They're not used to the heat so far this season. Parkinson is in again, drifts onto leg stump, and again without anybody at backward square, it's an easy single for Simpson on this occasion. Barnes runs across from mid-wicket and takes that easy single and keeps the strike. He moves on to 16, 153 for 4, the lead 312. Still, 63 overs remain to be bowled today. Over 8 plus 3 now.
Yeah, Hanscom, like I say, in the field he really does move about quite quickly. He's alert in between the overs and very sharp about the field and always switched on. In between the deliveries, he's you know, you can see he can kind of go into his ponderous state at mid-on and calm, right, bowler's running in, switch on again. Similarly with the bat, calm character out there. And against the spinners, though, the use of the speed is the use of the feet's in stark contrast. As here's a length ball that Simpson dashes at hard on the back foot, looking to punch into the offside, but through it goes to the keeper. A little bit of width. I don't know, it just perhaps wasn't close enough for a back foot punch. Perhaps more a cut. Maybe it wasn't wide enough for the back foot cut.
Really interesting to talk to whoever we speak to after today's play, just to get a view on the pitch. It looks a lot whiter under the sun.
It's felt a different pitch on each of the 3 days so far, hasn't it?
It's evolved.
There's Barnes bowls and an open face from Simpson. We'll get a single down to third man. Very deliberate on that one. Looking for the square drive. Moves to 17, 154 for 4. 313 the lead now. They've got past the 150 that Parkinson was suggesting they'd be 6 down by. But rightly so, that's what they've got to keep saying to themselves. One brings 2 here, and Leicestershire can then try and really control the end of the innings rather than let Middlesex dictate exactly how much they want and when they want them. Barnes from the Bennett end. Bowls, and this is turned through square leg for a single by Hanscom. He's on to 24, 155 for 4. We're midway through the 55th over of the innings here, and that's the other thing we talked about, that if these two could get in after lunch, then it will be an older ball that Leicestershire are using, and then the pressure will heap really onto Parkinson and Ackerman as well to try and keep control of the scoring rate. So a fine balance in this game at the moment, in this day, in this innings. Balance of the match overall swinging to the visitors. Heavily it would seem, as here's Barnes bowls and up on his toes. Simpson defends into the offside.
Did you know that Kirby actually started his career here?
Oh!
As a 16-year-old, never played for the county.
Ah.
But I think he got injured, back injury. But he started here. Lancastrian. Another from Bury.
Ah.
Which Simpson is from. He's
Yep.
from Bury. Harry Dearden. He's a Bury lad.
Those Lancashire leagues, they're yeah,
cricketers they produce.
Off goes Barnes, he bowls, and Simpson defends to mid-off. Just bringing that run rate down again, 2.8. It had got up to 3 with Eskenazi and Gubbins.
It pretty much given up on his career, I think, as I remember, from his hopes of a professional career. I know he was working as a salesman of some kind, and then he wrote to Steve Oldham, S. Oldham, who was Yorkshire's, he'd been head coach at the time, but he was certainly the bowling coach anyway, for a trial, and he did well for the second. They offered him one.
Simpson leaves alone from Barnes. End of the 55th, just 2 off that Barnes over, none for 27 from 11 Simpson 17, Hanscom will have strike on 24.
Trying to remember, June 2001 was that first game. Oh, that makes me feel old. 20 years ago, almost to the day. He took 7 for 50 from 24 overs. The best by a Yorkshire debutant in Championship cricket since Paul Hutchison in 1997. By the end of the season, he'd taken 47 wickets at 21, and Yorkshire were county champions. Parkinson, around the wicket he bowls to Peter Hanscom, very full. Again, he waits for it, sits almost under his nose and drives it hard down into the ground. It bounces out into the offside, and Barnes makes the stop, moving to his left at deepish extra cover.
Sean Barry Jones says, brilliant to hear you commentating on someone moving behind the bowler's arm with supporters back.
In goes Parkinson, leaning forward is Hanscom, deflecting it down towards third man perfectly deliberately, and it fairly races across the outfield. Hill chases hard, picks it up a couple of yards inside the ropes, gets his throw away quickly, keeps Hanscom to a couple, but, well, the pitch may be improving. The outfield is unquestionably a lot quicker. And about Holman saying on the first day he didn't really get value for shots, you do now.
Fancy it was actually a steward that was asked to sit down, wasn't it?
I think it was a lady steward in a high-vis jacket, yeah. Parkinson is in, forward goes Hanscom, looking to drive, guides it really out towards Davis, and there is no run.
Because I'd say that there are probably double the number of stewards you'd usually have for a game like this because of COVID restrictions. Would that be fair to say?
I think probably. Parkinson in, forward goes Hanscom, no turn. No turn as he defends that one. Just trying to, when he left Yorkshire, you were asking, weren't you? Kirby, that's enough about Steve Kirby.
Oh, you can never have enough about Kirby.
Parkinson is in, a little bit short of a length. Hanscom goes back, plays it off the pitch again, doesn't turn, just plays it firmly out, only as far, however, as Davis at extra cover.
Sean inquired as well, do the players still have to have hand sanitising breaks? They do indeed.
Parkinson, a bit more air on that one. Forward goes Hanscom, pushing it out into the offside, wide of Davis this time. So an inquiring look up, and he sees John Simpson running towards him. Responds, single taken, end of the over. 158 for 4, 27 to Hanscom, 17 to Simpson, the lead 317. The players now have one of those aforementioned sanitising breaks, and on comes the Middlesex 12th man with drinks, helmets, towels, the works.
Shall I take you through the scores elsewhere in the break? Durham 53 for 2, needing 332 more. Borthwick has gone for 29, LBW to Cook. Bancroft went for 4, bowled Porter. Lees on 14 and Jones on 4. Between the innings at Edgbaston, where Nottinghamshire are the visitors, and Warwickshire batting first, made 341, 297 all out in reply. 4 knots, 4 for Norwell, and top score of 77 for Slater at the top. For Nottinghamshire, Hamid with 39. Worcestershire 421 all out, and Derbyshire 216 for 6 in reply at New Road. So still 56 shy of the follow-on target. Gloucestershire have provided some resistance from their collapse to 113 for 7, having been 84 for 1. They are now 127 for 7, with Hammond on 60 and Taylor yet to get off the mark, but with him. Lancashire 483 for 6, having bowled Yorkshire for 159. Bohannon's still there, he's got 115 after Jennings opened up with a century. Here's right arm over the wicket, he bowls to Hanscom, defending to point, there's no run. What's the Yorkshire attack for that one? Code, Thompson, Patterson, Olivier, Bessbrook, and Hill now as well, so they've thrown it around everybody. Final match, Sussex 282 for 7. Lead Northamptonshire by 201. That's Hove. They were shot out for 175 in their first innings. Sussex, Northampton 256 in reply. Wright bowls, and Hanscom chops down on this to point, and there's no run. Chopped down hard on it. Ben Brown still going for this for Sussex, the skipper, with 86 to his name after a century from Haynes opening up, who seems to have had a good start to the season, young Haynes.
A little bit surprised they've gone back to Wright as soon as they have. 15 overs already in the innings for Chris Wright. Ackerman knows this is his main weapon, essentially.
2 for 31 he bowls now, and Hanscom eases into the offside at an angle bat, fielded at point again. 3 pretty much there or thereabouts on the mark from Wright to start up. Yeah, I mean, I guess 57th over on this ball now. It won't be too far until Ackerman himself, I guess, tries to hold up an end and again attacks Simpson, the left-hander.
You'd have thought.
Operated as a fair partnership in the first innings, Parkinson and Ackerman. But then it hasn't been spinning as much for Parkinson today, so maybe he'll rotate them at the Bennett end with Parkinson at the pavilion as Wright bowls, and Hanscom gets an inside edge on that one across the front of the pads down to long leg. He takes a single, moves to 28, 159 for 4. The lead is 318 here at Grace Road on a lovely Saturday afternoon. Glorious sunshine.
Young Bowley's on the field.
Simpson taking a leg stump guard. Wright is going to come around the wicket to him. 2 slips behind Simpson. Only third man and long leg back. Everybody else on the single. What are you pondering? Is that your T20 squad again?
No, it's the full. You know, it's everybody essentially. Just seeing how old young Bowley. I'm calling him young. He is young, of course. Born in 2001. 19.
Wright bowls and Simpson defending on off stump, fielded at cover.
Coming up on 20. He says, trying to make himself feel better.
Yeah, so it's a group of young pups at Middlesex at the moment. I was weighing up actually, we were talking about the T20. I'd asked what Leicestershire's chances were this year in white ball cricket. How are they in Leicester?
They don't have a great record. Kind of was hopeful at the start of the season, but then the captain and vice-captain got picked for the 100.
Right, bowls, and this is defended into the offside. No ball called by the umpire, 161 for 4. So Ackerman's off to the 100, and who's
Parkinson.
the vice? Parkinson.
Who have been Leicester's sort of most effective players with the white ball.
And the T20 overseas, will they be one the same for List A, or will it be Harris for List A?
I think Harris is playing List A. Josh English should be here next week, but I think, well, obviously we'll be here next week because we're not far away now, are we? T20s.
Barnes, Wright bowls. Oh, very wide on outside of the off stump. The umpire going to let it away.
That's wide.
Barely on the cut strip from around the wicket, and it swung away.
That's
161
wide.
for 4. There was one that they really let go yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah, that was quite late on there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Umpire Robinson had basically had enough, but that was miles wide.
He's
He's not a wider umpire Robinson.
No, I think he took sympathy on the bowler there. Under the cosh, under the heat here at Grace Road, which I'm sure is very welcome for all those in the stands. So will it be much the nucleus of the side that we're seeing here? Ackerman and Parkinson out, the 2 overseas in, and then somebody else in for Harris.
George Rhodes, Scott Steele, they will all probably come in as well. Also, Aaron Lilly, who is, the Lancastrian who hits a big ball and is a useful off spinner, he'll come into it as well. So no, it won't be entirely the same squad. Dieter Klein will probably come back into the reckoning as well.
This is interesting. Parkinson's out of the attack and Mike's back in. 1 for 29 from 7. He's right arm over with 2 slips and Hanscom defends into the onside.
You nicked the...
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
That's all right.
Apologies.
It is interesting. Best end for him.
Yes, but to remove Parkinson, we fancy
Wasn't
Parkinson.
turning it.
No.
Was not turning it.
We fancied he'd bowl a lot this afternoon, didn't we?
Yeah, Josh Inglis is Leicestershire's big hope, really, for the T20. In goes right. I beg your pardon. Mike, outside off stump. Little bit of shape. If anyone's going to get some, it will be Ben Mike, but it was wide and very comfortable for Hanscom just to dab it down to third man. There is a third man now, but Hanscom with that single will move on to 29, 162 for 4. The lead 321. Yeah, Leeds born Inglis, but family moved to Perth when he was quite young. Mike is in, swings down the leg side. Simpson might have been tempted just to nibble it on its way, or help it on its way. Didn't do so, lifted his bat out of the line of the ball. And a rather despondent Mike scrapes away at the crease, really. Knows it was struggles a bit sometimes with left-handers. He conceded runners to Gubbins this morning, didn't he? There's a hefty bumblebee flies in front of the commentary box, happily. Doesn't come in, doesn't like the look of what it saw. One for 30 for Ben Mike from 7.5 overs in the innings. In he goes and bowls, looking for the in-swinging Yorker. Just over-pitched it, and it was stroked back to him off the bottom of the bat by Simpson. Everything Simpson does is quite sort of elegant, isn't it? Even there, he sort of lifted his foot as he played the shot. Most unorthodox. However, he did so quite elegantly.
Swaying up the Middlesex side for the T20, Paul Sterling, the returning hero, returning as an overseas, having declared himself for Ireland, without any great surprise, of course. And Mujibur Rahman. I think it'll be with the bat that is the sharpest focus on Middlesex again.
Mike is in, bowling outside off stump, looking to cut it away is Simpson. Thick bottom edge down into the ground. Bowley comes running in from backward point. No run.
I'd say 4 of the 5 bowlers pick themselves for Middlesex in Helm and Finn, the opening pair, and Mujib and either Souter or Holman. They'll tussle for that bowling spot alongside Mujib. That could, I suppose, play both of them, play 3 spinners, because of Holman's ability with the bat, that is. He's a big hitter of the ball.
Mike in to finish the over. It's a little bit short and looking to pull it away down the leg side is Simpson, and missing, cross with himself. A missed opportunity. Again, Mike not quite getting it right to the left-handers, but getting away with it on that occasion. End of the over, 162 for 4. The lead 321 with 6 second innings wickets in hand.
A couple of all-rounders in Anderson and Harris, then Bamber, Cullen, Murtagh and, well, Toby Rowland-Jones hopefully at some stage this season. I don't know if he'll quite be back for the T20s. But they'll battle it out for that other bowling position. If Rowland-Jones was fit right now, then you'd say that, you know, certainly straight in he, Helm and Finn be the seam attack. But with the bat, Sterling, Eskenazi, Gubbins, Simpson, Cracknell, Anderson, as I say, playing an all-rounder role. It's Davis and Holden to press as well. So here's Wright, pushes into the offside. Hanscom at the start of the new over. There's no run, but a lot will rest on Sterling in T20. 'Twas ever thus with Middlesex in the shortest form. We'll be over to a few of those youngsters. Cracknell impressed last year. Davis getting a chance. Holden's the List A record scorer for Middlesex, so he'll hope to make an impact in T20 as well. And Eskenazi went well as a T20 opener, so nice for him to get some runs at the end of the rounds of championship games as Hanscom runs this one down to third man off right for a single, moves to 31, 63 for 6. As soon as this one comes to an end, then that's it for me until that T20 on the 10th of June against Surrey at Lord's. And Stuart Law and co will let's work it out. Oh, I've forgotten.
Nice to have a few days sometimes just to catch up on things, isn't it?
I have forgotten the captain. Apologies if he's listening quarantine somewhere. Owen Morgan.
Oh, yes.
Him as well. He's right, bowls, and this is pushed away into the onside by Simpson's. No, it's only as I just said it, that'll give Hanscom and Law something to think about. I thought it won't give Hanscom something to think about. He's not in the T20 side. He's not one of the overseas for that. So it'll be Law and who? Oh, Law and Morgan. Haven't seen him yet this summer, so it'll be nice to see the England captain back captaining Middlesex for that run of games up to the 100. Then he'll be off to the 100, and well, yeah, that Middlesex will probably look not too dissimilar to that for the 100 as well. As here is Wright bowls and Simpson pushes up to mid-on, no run. Wonder whether they'll keep 2 overseas for the list A.
Out of the blue, and for no reason whatsoever.
Perhaps they're tuned in. It was the mention of the England captain, Owen Morgan. 2 slips go down behind Wright. Who would have been a teammates of Morgan? That was a question that came up yesterday as this ball's short and pulled away and caught at mid-wicket. What a catch! Wow, what a stunning catch that was indeed. And Simpson departs. He's hooked it straight to mid-wicket, 163 for 5, and the return of Wright has worked. 3 for 35 for Wright. And a wonderful catch by Sam Evans to remove John Simpson, who would have thought with that strong bottom hand of his as he rocked back that he had 4 all the way. 163 for 5, Middlesex.
It just didn't get it right out of the screws, did he? He got plenty of it, and as you say, a brilliant catch. Almost, but not quite, I think, as good as Robson's at slip off Ackerman yesterday, but still a fine catch. And finally, Leicestershire have found a way of dismissing John Simpson in the game. 163 for 5, 322 for 5. They tied him down a little bit, and a bit of reward for Chris Wright in a way. It wasn't the best ball he's bowled all day, but as I say, you'll feel that Simpson didn't quite get all of it, and for that he's responsible. Wright himself is responsible, backed up by his fielders on that occasion. 63 for 5.
Yep, well,
that's right, got now 3 for 35 for Chris Wright.
As we go back through this innings, really, it was, could they get them 3, maybe 4 down last night? Only the 1 overnight, and then this morning, could they get them 5 down by lunch? It's taken them 50 minutes after lunch to grab the 5th. The lead already 322. Here's Anderson on a king pair.
Oh, yes.
Best bowling figures in a match for Middlesex, in an innings for Middlesex, when he picked up 4 for 27, but he's on strike on a king pair to Wright, who bowls full and straight. A very good ball, knowing the pressure that Anderson's on, and he gets forward and traps the bat down on that defensively. No run back to the bowler. He remains on a pair, but 163 for 5 it is, and Simpson caught Evans. Brilliant catch at mid-wicket. And Wright 3 for 35 from 17. Excellent from Leicestershire's old warhorse, the old war fox.
He always, at the end of each over, he looks exhausted, essentially, right? But, updates time for BBC Radio Leicester. They've just come to me as Leicestershire have taken their 5th wicket of the Middlesex second innings, and a fine catch it was too by Sam Evans, leaping high above his head to take a full-blooded pull from John Simpson. The first time they've managed to dismiss Simpson in the match for 17 on that occasion. 163 for 5 Middlesex, so a good effort by Leicestershire, but remember they did concede a first innings deficit of 159, so the lead now is 322 for Middlesex under blazing sun here at Grace Road. The pitch is beginning to flatten out a little bit under that sunshine. Leicestershire will think, well, we might be able, you never know, to chase this sort of target, but once it gets beyond this sort of level, 330, 340, it's going to be very hard indeed. We're thinking in terms of 370, 380 before the skipper of Middlesex, Peter Hanscom, decides to declare. Hanscom is at the wicket at the moment, so he's in a position to control exactly when he calls it a day. He's 30 not out at the moment. He's been joined by Martin Anderson, who's yet to score. Middlesex 163 for 5. Once again, Ben Mike not particularly happy with the footmarks or where his feet are landing. I can't imagine there's any issue with dampness or anything like that out there at the moment. Mike is in and bowling down the leg side to the right-handed Hanscom, who steps inside it. Doesn't really attempt to push it away down to fine leg. Lets it go through to Harry Swindles.
Let's remember we were delayed by 10 minutes today, weren't we? Because I was just thinking virtually an hour from tea, but it's not. It's an hour and 15 minutes really, isn't it? Because of that 10-minute delay. There's still 57 overs to bowl today. Could be well advanced in this match by stumps tonight. Depends on how Middlesex go about. Any potential declaration?
Mike bowls very wide. That has to be signalled wide. And umpire Newell has his hands out almost before it is in the gloves of Harry Swindles in front of second slip.
We talked about half an hour before tea, didn't we? Which on a standard day, if you're going by time, would be 10 past 3. But we must go by overs almost every day because it's rare that tea's taken on time. So 8 overs before tea would be 40 overs remaining in the day. That's 17 overs away after this. Middlesex leading by 323 already. That wicket of Simpson will just slow them down a little.
Mike in again to Hanscom. It's better line. Very straight. Hanscom defends on the back foot as ever. Pushing it out to right at mid-on.
I guess one other thing we haven't discussed is the potential of the draw. Because there has been, it's felt like there's been an awful lot of time left in this match, but with the fall of Simpson now, 323 the lead. Let's say they don't declare in 17 overs and give themselves half an hour before tea. Maybe they do go on for an hour after, depending on the scoring rate, and get that 400 ahead. Give themselves an hour tonight.
It would increase the odds on the draw if they were to do that. Mike is in, pulled violently by Hanscom out to backward square. It's a long chase for Azad. He's not going to get there. Just dropped short Ben Mike, and Hanscom didn't really get up too high, but Hanscom head right over the ball, pulled it away backward of square, runs away for 4. Hanscom moves on to 34, the lead 327.
That was violently pulled away, quite a good description. With Hanscom's individual technique that he has, even almost every single shot that he plays, there's a kind of, oh, yeah, it's a Pete Hanscom shot, and it was a violent shot through square leg indeed.
Change to the field as Mike is in again to Hanscom, still slightly short of a length, and Hanscom defends on the back foot out towards point, where Hill again loses his footing. It wasn't an issue because he wasn't actually fielding the ball, but needs some longer spikes or something, Lewis Hill. I've seen him 3 times today lose his footing one way or another.
I hope this isn't too unfair a question to put on you, but if you were to say, I mean, Middlesex's strength has always been with the ball. Can't think of it, possibly have to go back to 2005, 2006, the last time, 2007 maybe, the last time the bat was stronger than the ball for Middlesex. For Leicestershire, if you were to say that probably the bowlers got it over the batsmen, or the batsmen got it over the bowlers, what would be the stronger suit?
This season the batting, unquestionably, so far. But the bowlers, led by Wright, have performed manfully in this game. They haven't taken 20 wickets yet. This could be the first time.
It's been a lively surface to do so, hasn't it? So they'll be disappointed, I think, if not. Wright is in, he bowls, and that's a lovely drive by Anderson, and he is off the pair with a, a trademark drive from Anderson. He really is so strong on the drive, it's incredible.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen Chris Wright bowl a rank full toss like that. And I'm pretty sure that was a full
It was,
toss.
yeah. My apologies, I didn't detect it was.
And I think that's because he's tired, really. That was an awful ball. But he's so rare, he's so metronomic for the most part, in terms of length at any rate. And his shoulders have slumped a bit. Very rare you see that.
Anderson, without being reckless, has tried to be positive and hit his way out of, not a slump with the bat, but things have been going better with the ball for him this year, which is the way for all-rounders, isn't it? It's the way for batsmen sometimes as well as his. A length ball which is defended into the onside by Anderson, no run. But that's very much his own individual perspective at the moment, that he hasn't really got the scores this season. He got 26 against Surrey last week, but other than that, I think at 30 is his best, 38 and at Taunton, which is the only time he has passed 30 this year. He's got into the 20s a few times. That 38 was a bullish innings as well. I fancy you might see one here as Wright bowls from the Bennett end, and he just defends this one with an angled bat and soft hands to point.
You had a chat to him this morning, didn't you?
Yes.
Briefly. I'd be interested to talk to him, because I was reading Robbie White's entry in the in Who's Who, and he said, "Who's your most eccentric teammate?" He said, "Oh, Martin Anderson, you know, by far." He said he's full of theories. He's a very clever bloke, full of theories and ideas, and you know, he said he bubbles with interesting things to say. So it might have been probably a bit nervous when he's talking to the media, but
he doesn't enjoy the media bit just yet. We've got to coax that out of him.
Yeah.
Wright's bowls, and this is short through to the keeper, and there's no run. 172.5. What Middlesex used to do in the old days when we first started doing these commentaries back in 2005 was they'd see this as media training, and they'd say, right, get up there and go and do an hour with Kevin Hand, and you know, you'll be sorted. As soon as you go into an interview, then you've just done an hour of summarised. You're talking on the radio, you're talking to the media, even though, right, it's not a direct interview, but it'll just put you at ease, and maybe that's what we're going to have to put poor old Martin through, get him up on the mic at some point when COVID allows. Wright's past the umpire, he bowls, and Anderson defends into the offside, 172 for 5.
It's a point, I mean, there's that side of things, and it's a point I've always sort of tried to make. Obviously at the moment things are a little bit different because players, it's difficult to mix, but it isn't just a case of sort of media training, it's also a real opportunity for the county clubs to use the commentators and use the commentary and have the players talking to the fans, to communicate, if you like, with, you know, the members and the fans and the many supporters who are listening, and get to know the players a little bit, just bring everybody a little bit closer together.
Wright bowls, and Anderson looking to drive on the up. He punches with a checked shot. 2 points, 172 for 5. End of the 61st. Wright 3 for 39 from 18. Anderson 4 from 7. That low full toss that was served up from a rank full toss, as you say, it was served up from Wright and driven down the ground by Anderson. A welcome respite from him. I guess it was the attempted Yorker from Wright, knowing that Anderson was on a pair. 172 for 5.
So 4 wickets in the game. So Chris Wright now has 25 wickets for the season by some margin. In fact, it is double any other. His nearest rival, who's Callum Parkinson, pretty much. Not exactly, obviously, because he's got 25, but they've come at round about 24 and a half, and as I say, by a margin, Leicestershire's leading bowler. In goes Ben Mike and bowls on off stump, defended, slightly jabbily by Peter Hanscom, out into the offside. 34, he is on now.
A quick flick to see how Gloucestershire doing. Still 7 down, 130 for 7. 133 for 7 now. They still trail by 340. So perhaps a bit of help needed from above for Gloucestershire to save that one.
Ain't going to be coming. Beautiful forecast for the rest of the day and tomorrow. In goes Mike and bowls on off stump. Lovely outswinging delivery that drifts past the outside edge of Hanscom's bat, and he wanders down and prods suspiciously at the pitch. That said, he wants to see continued movement. That was just swing, just a little bit of swing, just the right delivery, or almost, not quite just the right delivery, because it didn't take the edge. 172 for 5. 3-3-1, the lead. 55.4 overs remain in the day. Mike is in, bowls, spears it away down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Hanscom as he looks to clip it on its way. Taken by Swindle's falling away. This is what you get with Ben. Don't know what instrument that was. Almost sounded like a recorder or something like that, didn't it?
It did. It did. It sounded exactly like that.
Note, wasn't it? It wasn't. As Mike is in, bowls two hands come outside off stump, cut away. Good diving stop by Will Davis, saves 3 runs. That one looked for all money to be heading towards the manual scoreboard. Davis flung himself away to his left at extra cover and made the stop. Not cleanly, so there was a single taken, but even so, good effort by Will Davis. Saves Ben Mike's blushes because it was there to be put away, and Hanscom very nearly did. Moves on to 135 for him.
I don't know what the pause was. Everybody seemed set, didn't they? Wright still had the ball, was working away on it.
Chuntering away to advising Ben Mike, not chuntering away. In goes Mike, bowls a bouncer on outs, just over off stump, and goes down on one knee. Anderson lets it pass, and then faces it chest on and lets it pass over his right shoulder. Nice way of playing it.
So a few in the committee tent today, not quite as busy as the first day. Second was still pretty busy as well, wasn't it? Over at the Bennett end.
It was. Mike is in and bowling, a little bit short, back foot defensive turn of the wrists from Martin Anderson, but only as far as Sam Evans at mid-wicket, end of the over. 35 Hanscom, 4 Anderson, the lead, 3-3-2. Nat Bowley, who's off now, he's back in his 12th man duties. In fact, he's going to stay on because Callum Parkinson takes the cap of Chris Wright, heads to the boundary. He'll leave it on the edge of the boundary, I would assume, and go and do whatever he needs to do in the dressing room. Glorious, glorious day now. The flag's hanging limp. A few white fluffy Simpsons jobs in the sky. Essentially blue. Outfield emerald green under the sun, shining under the sun. The pitch looking increasingly biscuit coloured and good, essentially.
Right, to Hanscom on 35, his second highest score for Middlesex. Bowls on the off stump. Hanscom defends into the offside, 70 last week. He was hitting out in a desperate cause at the end after the rain came and curtailed the Middlesex run chase. They briefly came back out, but it was quite literally a shot in the dark at that point, really.
I was watching that one. Now, those cameras were good.
Yeah.
You know, that was a really, they were, you know, TV quality.
That was
pictures.
a TV game, wasn't it?
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Of course it would.
Yeah.
They weren't using the...
That was the one game that they planned to cover.
Okay.
And then they ended up doing more because the IPL was cancelled. So that one was always set up with the cameras as Wright bowls, and Hanscom turns a single into the square leg region. 174 for 5. Hanscom's on to 36. I was just going to say I hadn't got all the way through the scores because we still had to update the latest on the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. 6 for 2 the Sparks, as they the Central Sparks, as they're chasing 280 to beat the Northern Diamonds, and the Southern Vipers are 41 without loss in reply to 214 for 9 by the Lightning. The Sunrisers have lost a wicket already. They're 17 for 1, chasing 325 to beat the South East Stars. And Western Storm are 25 for 1, chasing 292 to beat Thunder. As here is Wright bowls through to the keeper. Anderson Looking down underneath that, 174 for 5. Some counties have kept their own teams and identity, haven't they? Kept those fixtures going as well. Middlesex have played a few this summer, and Surrey. But they're individually arranged games. Not all counties have kept the women's sides, now have grouped together.
I'm sorry, I'm with you, yeah. No, Lightning are now at East Midlands. They kind of were anyway, but obviously they're not Loughborough Lightning anymore, just Lightning. And they're playing at all the East Midlands.
So
it's probably a good thing.
Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire,
Derbyshire.
and Derbyshire. Wright has 2 slips. Bowls and up on his toes. Anderson defends this one, and there's no run. It seemed obvious, but sometimes the way things are divided up, when they divided up the T20 into 3 groups, I think was it Hampshire somehow ended up in a West group at one point, which is extremely unfair on them. I'm just trying to think what it was, whether that would have been the whether it was 4 groups at that stage, whether that was the old T20 or however things were divided, or was it when they went to 9, maybe, I can't remember. But right, bowls, brings one back in, strikes the pads, and Anderson's gone for 4. That one came sharply back in at Anderson. 174 for 6. The lead is 333. Really came back in at pace as well from Wright. The former Middlesex man has 4 for, and yeah, came sharply back at him. He got a fair stride in. He was on the walk, wasn't he? But hitting in line. He was playing a shot, pushing forward. It was certainly hitting in line. And umpire beside him, going on to hit as well. So not to be with the bats in this one for Anderson.
That's bowled well, Chris Wright, hasn't he? And he's picked up a couple of wickets with that particular delivery. As you say, he was, you know, in the old days he would not have been given out, would he, Anderson, for that one, because he was well forward and moving forward. But
got a fair way down, didn't he? Yeah.
Back into him. And the only question was whether it hit him outside the line.
Don't think it did.
If it didn't, then no problems with that one at all. He's certainly going on to, almost certainly going on to hit the stumps. Let's have a look, see. Yeah, a lot of the movement afterward was after the ball had hit the pad, wasn't it, from him? So, just trying to remember that quote about movement and suspicion. It'll come to me. Either way, he was sent on his way. It didn't deceive umpire Newell, who sent Martin Anderson on his way. So not a great game with the bat for Anderson, but a very, very good game with the ball so far.
So far, yes.
Power to add as well in those terms. 174 for 6 equals 3-3-3. The lead.
Now here's a lad that we've enjoyed watching bat in this game, Luke Holman. He said he was glad that it came across that, you know, he looks at ease out there, because he said he's desperate for that to be the case. That he wants to look and feel at home out there, and look at him skipping away. Quite a distinctive little Lord of the Dance skip from foot to foot there from him. Get the feet going, get himself settled in.
Is he in Blackwell?
Here's right. Bowls a beauty past Holman. First ball just shaped away, seamed away from
what a delivery to get
Holman.
First up.
Yeah. And he played it beautifully. He played the line of off stump, didn't he? Did everything right, but the ball did so much that it beat the edge. 174 for 6. Crucially, he had that off stump fully covered as well, didn't he, Holman? So Anderson departs. LBW to Wright, who has 4 for 40 from 19 now. And yeah, Leicestershire can take some real pride from this performance, because again, I think there's a couple of points in the match, a couple of moments in the match really, and one clearly was the 3 for before lunch yesterday, that it felt as though it had already ripped the heart out of the innings by then. It was only the top 3, it wasn't the middle order, but Middlesex came back and did get in amongst them after lunch as a result.
Ben Mike is into Hanscom. If they can pick up Hanscom now, things could be different. He clips that one off his toes, but straight to mid wicket.
And the other
Evans is the fielder.
The other one being John Simpson. And sometimes you just have to say well played. And Simpson's 95. it was faultless. I haven't noted a drop.
No, he didn't give any chances.
He played really well, and he deserved a century. It was an unbeaten 95 as well from Simpson. So I think, you take Simpson's 95 out of it now, and there'd still be a chance that Leicester are saying wrap this up, and it's a close game.
Mike in again to Hanscom, full, but a better line, just outside off stump, and looking to get on the front foot. Hanscom checks his shot, plays it firmly back down the pitch to Ben Mike.
And the way that their reply fell either side of lunch yesterday, again, those two things, those two elements, have put a substantial lead on the board for Middlesex. And they managed to get past Simpson, who batted so well. Had they have got past him earlier yesterday morning, it wouldn't have been a huge difference of run, but maybe they'd had a better go at the start of their innings rather than a pressured half an hour.
Mike in, outside off stump, steered off the back foot by Hanscom, beautifully timed, but just too close to Lewis Hill at backward point, and Hill can dive away to his right and make the stop. And Harry Swindles jogs all the way to his teammate, and they touch gloves stroke hands. That was good work by Hill, saved 4. 174 for 6. Mike into his 11th over. Wright has bowled 19 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 40 at the other end. No wonder Ackerman keeps asking the 35-year-old for more. Mike in past umpire Robinson and bowls onto the leg of Hanscom, who takes his bottom hand off his bat as it just threatens to bounce slightly more than he expected. It thumps off the pad out into the mid-wicket area where Evans comes in and fields. A buttoned-up man in every sense, Peter Hanscom, isn't he? His shirt, top button done up, sleeves, long sleeves, buttoned up or elasticated up, collar almost up. Sort of man who doesn't reveal too much, one suspects, on or off the field. Mike in, bowls to him. Maybe stays a touch low, but again gives that impression because he plays so much off the back foot, just drops his bat on it, off stump, out into the offside it goes. Davis, who is warming up a little bit. He won't want to take Mike off. Well, he won't want to take Wright off, but he's going to have to sooner or later. The old boy's going to grind to a halt, you would have thought. Fancy a 5 for that.
Yes, against his former county as well.
Would be his 3rd of the season. As Mike is in, bowls full outside off stump, goes for the drive, edged and gone. Hanscom goes. He was drawn into driving with his bat a long way away from his body, off the back foot. Again, he was anchored in his crease, and he got a faint edge, and Ben Mike finds that edge, and Harry Swindles makes no mistake behind the stump. So it may be that the decision is going to be taken out of Peter Hanscom's hands in terms of when to declare, because Middlesex are now 174 for 7, the lead 3-3-3.
Did he hit that? So what was his reaction? What did his reaction say to you? Was it disappointment at himself? That the pitch and the bounce on it, really, there was bounce and movement. He certainly waited for the umpire's decision, didn't he? A ball that he played.
He's an Aussie.
Well, indeed, yeah.
If
what did his reaction say to you?
Disappointment with himself as much as anything. I think, in all honesty, the reaction of the...
Maybe it was just a feather.
Point, but maybe it
was just a feather through to the keeper, and as you said, maybe he is a man like the Michael Atherton book, who says you wait for the umpire to give it. He thinks, oh, did I get away with it? Did I get away with it? No, I didn't get away with it, did I? But gone for 36, looking for that drive, and bounce there for Mike on that.
And swing.
A lot of swing. But I felt that it, as you quite rightly mentioned, there was one that earlier in the over, I think you said earlier in this over, maybe earlier in the last, that he said, oh, Hanscom just played that, maybe it kept a tad low on him. To see that one swing and bounce like that. Good lift, good carry through to the keeper. And the swing has got him a few times, hasn't it? Saw Eskenazi drive in the air today in between cover and mid-off. A ball that swung late on him, and in the end he rather stretched at it with his bottom hand.
So Tom Helm has come out to join Mr. Holman, who is on strike.
And Wright, with a fall through, is around the wicket. Bowls to Holman. Doesn't get particularly forward to that one. Traps the bat down on it and defends into the offside. For a moment it looked as though he was going to be late on it. Either bowled or LBW. But 174 for 7 it is. 333. This was about the limit we said. If they could hold them to 320, 330, then it's not completely beyond the realms of possibility that if Leicester could get in and go well. Can they wrap up these 3 wickets in double quick time and hold them to that? Wright is in, bowls, and Holman defends into the offside, and there's no run. Holman will have very different ideas. And well, for the 3rd time in this innings, we've got 2 batsmen out there on noughts, haven't we? It was obviously the openers, and then Simpson and Hanscom, unless I'm mistaken. Or was it Hanscom and White, perhaps, who came together both on noughts? No, I think it was Simpson and Hanscom. But anyway, now Holman. As here is Wright, bowls, and Holman defends into the offside, and there's no run. He's at least 1 position too low at 8, Holman, looking at the way that he batted the other day. That's not to say that there are those above him who need to drop down. The point being his credentials with the bat look very good. There's clearly a top order batsman in there for Luke Holman for years to come, I'd suggest, and that's the hope for Middlesex. They said it's hard to tell which one he's going to be the best at, bowling or batting. But from what we've seen with the bat as a young man, it's a really promising start for him as Wright comes in, bowls, and he looks to drive the ball outside of the off stump. It beats the edge through to the keeper. It was there for it, the length. I think it might have just been too early in his innings for the shot. Wright bowling well as well. Perhaps just lift the bat up, leave alone. They'll rue a couple of moments in the match, won't they, Leicestershire? As that lead stands at 333 with 3 wickets, mainly with the bat. You know, could they have hung on better before lunch? Could they have stabilised better after lunch? Wright's bowls, brings it back in to Holman. He gets an inside edge onto the pads, and then it deflects away past the off stump towards second. Not quite as close as perhaps Wright would like Holman to believe, but close nonetheless. Yeah, slightly better afternoon session yesterday, 80 runs maybe more, and you'd be talking about a 250 chase with 3 wickets standing at the moment.
You mentioned obviously that Hanscom won't be playing any cricket for a month, but Wright won't after next week either, so I suppose they're thinking we can break him. Yeah,
he's in, bowls, and Holman defends into the offside, and there's no run. We'll have to ask him if he's got a 5 for against his former county at some point. I'd imagine in his Warwickshire...
Which former county?
Yeah. I'd imagine in his Warwickshire days. I mean, the thing about Middlesex, you know, he didn't leave as a 16-year-old. You know, he'd had a fair go, and actually he was a promising young bowler, and there was great disappointment when he left. Convinced to go to Essex by a few of his old uni mates, because there was obviously a quality young bowler in there. But good mates with the good few in the Essex dressing room, and Middlesex... I'll say that was around a time when Middlesex were better with the bat than the ball. Something that Angus Fraser certainly put right when he took over. He was never going to have anything other than a battery of seam bowlers. 174 for 7, the lead of 333.
Ben Mike continues from the pavilion end, bowls. It swings away, almost maybe seems a little bit away, but from outside off stump and helm. His first delivery, understandably, has nothing to do with it. Wanders down and prods at the pitch.
Got Helm in the first innings, didn't he? Caught behind, so the ball that came in yesterday morning, we were surprised. Well, where's he been for one? And why would you bring him on now, first thing in the morning, in a pressured, critical moment? But he returned with 2 wickets, the first of them being Helm.
Trying to repeat the dose, bowls to Helm, who turns him neatly off his legs, past Sam Evans at mid-wicket. Evans in pursuit, picks it up after about 8 or 10 yards. Single taken by Tom Helm. Probably as they wander toward each other. Yeah, Helm is the taller of the two. Holman the wider. Touch gloves, and then Holman goes back down the other end, the Bennett end, and takes guard from umpire Newell. He's having a chat to Tom Helm at the moment as Ben Mike is ready to go. In he goes and bowls, swings down the leg side. He can't bowl to left-handers, it seems, and it's going to be 4 byes because Swindle should have taken that one, really. It was one of those awkward ones that kept swinging, though. He dived across to his right, got half a glove to it, but it sort of went underneath the glove and squeezed through and ran away down to fine leg for 4. That's a sloppy piece of cricket.
Yeah, I mean, excuse me, lead goes up to 338 now. They've just got a moment here, haven't they? They've got to grasp. They've got to wrap this up now. The fancy was they'd be batting half an hour before tea, come what may. And there are 20 overs, the best part of 20 overs.
There's ages until tea. Good hour or so. In goes Mike, bowls. It's a better line, but it's not a better length. It's slightly short of a length. So although it comes back into Holman from outside off stump, he can get up off the back foot and play it off the back foot firmly down the pitch on the offside. Right fields at mid-off.
The sooner this is wrapped up, the better for the Leicestershire openers. They'll feel that 20 overs is something to get your teeth into. You don't want, what was it? It was 11 overs. Before lunch that Bamber and Helm did the damage in the first innings.
It might not be a bad thing from the Middlesex point of view either, to be honest. In goes Mike and bowls to Holman, who I think might just have had a little attempt to force that one away on the offside, and then makes as though he brought the bat back inside the line. I suspect that was after the ball had passed the outside edge. I say it might be better for Middlesex simply because it's never a bad thing for the opposition in a chase to think, well, we've got a half a chance here, and that you want them really to be a little bit positive and be looking for the occasional shot, the drive, things like that. So that's the theory. In goes Mike and bowls a straight-ish delivery. Holman on the back foot plays it off the back foot, drops it out towards point. Chris Wright drops his sunglasses, indicating, because it's the end of the over, he is going to continue to charge in from the Bennett end.
Well, we are back to the situation that there's so much time left in this game again now, aren't we? The departure of Simpson and Anderson and now Hanscom.
There's 145 overs sort of plus left in the game, isn't there?
So, let's say these 3 wickets fell a drop of a hat now, and at 300, the draw's gone. The draw's out of the game. Leicestershire either bat through the remainder of the game and win it, whether it takes them until the final hour tomorrow to win the game. They bat through the remainder of the game and win it, or Middlesex could even go through them today. It's the draw is highly unlikely if Leicestershire can wrap this up quickly, and then they can go out there and say, look, it's a sunny afternoon, go slow, put all the shots away. Let's just put overs into the legs of these bowlers, take some shine off that ball and see what their young spinners can do tomorrow. Rights in, bowls, and forward goes Helm, defending to mid-on.
I think that's Mr. Agnew going home.
Ah, yes.
Now he lives down in the Vale of Beaver now. So I've no idea where he keeps his little plane. I don't think it's Leicester Aerodrome, which is about 3 miles away to the south, on the other side of Oadby there. Occasionally cycle or run past it and see these little planes taking off.
Right to Helm. He gets solidly behind this and there's no run. 179 for 7.
Practicing circuits and bumps, you can go and learn how to fly there. Never really appealed.
No. Although, yeah. There must be a wonder about it, though. It must be a wondrous feeling, be up there like a bird, and control yourself. Right, he's midway through his run-up. Bowls, and Helm traps the bat down on one that it felt as though it clipped low. He was playing it from within the crease. 6th ball faced for his one. Holman yet to get off the mark from 11, and although those 4 byes went away from Mike, these guys are still on 1-0, and I think Leicestershire will be keen to keep that strangle on them for as long as they can. Keep them feeling like they're fresh out at the crease and short of runs. Right. Comes in off a long run, he bowls, and Helm looks to punch off the back foot. Through it goes to the keeper. Perhaps wasn't quite there for it. Extra bit of bounce again though for Wright there. We've talked about one or two that did that. Did it keep a little low? Maybe it didn't. Maybe it was just the way the batsmen play it. But certainly there's a few that are still zipping through with bounce.
Magnificent effort from Wright. Really harp on about his age, but very, very fit.
There was talk on that first day, the first evening, that this pitch, maybe will get a bit dusty and break up. Break up, of course, also means the bounce going a little bit up and down. There goes Dave Fletcher's motorcycle gang. As Wright comes in, bowls and gets the bat down on this one. Helm, and it squirts towards cover off a thickish edge rather than towards mid-wicket as his body was turning towards the onside. Holman comes to have a chat with him. Would he take umbrage to that, being called Dave Fletcher's motorcycle gang? Would he say I'm a rocker? I'm more a rocker than a motorcycle.
He does tend to wear T-shirts with rock groups.
He is. Oh, he's a big rocker, isn't he?
So I suspect, yeah.
I'm not a motorcycle bearded leather wearer. I'm a rocker as his. Bowled him. He's gone. Oh, played on onto the top of off stump. Helm back and across. And 179 for 8, and as the biker gang zooms past, so Chris Wright with 5 wickets is zooming through this Middlesex innings. 179 for 8, and Helm gone for 1. 5 for 40 for Wright.
Yeah, magnificent effort from him. Again, Helm looking to play off the back foot, and probably a little bit too far up to be on the back foot. May be able to have gotten forward. Thick inside edge onto off stump. 179 for 7, the lead 3-3-6. And from the match's point of view, purely from the match's point of view, as I say, this is not a bad thing. You feel it's if both sides, Middlesex still the overwhelming favourites, you feel. But if Leicestershire have a sort of 1 in 10 chance, something like that, around that, sort of, they'll feel, yeah, it is a chance.
Yeah.
If it's 1 in sort of 20 or 30 or whatever, then it's a different attitude. But they'll feel they're still in the game. A weary Chris Wright. I have to talk to him again after today, possibly.
He won't mind you telling him that I said he's 40 today.
Well, he's got a 5 for 40. 40's involved somewhere. Fango Fox, do either of you know if the T20 Cup will still be shown on the live stream by the clubs? I don't think they do the T20s.
No.
No, says Kevin.
Oh wait, hold on, will it be streamed by the club? Yes, it will.
By the clubs, on their stream?
Yeah. The T20, yeah, they'll be streamed,
okay.
Yeah.
There you go then. Yes, is the answer. He continues, as Ben Mike continues from the pavilion end to bowl to Holman. Short, pulled emphatically away to square leg. Again, Mike's issues with left-handers. Banged it in short, but on leg stump, and Holman, eyes lit up, and got right on top of it and thumped it away, pulled it away, out to square leg for 4. Mike has to support Chris Wright, has to maintain the pressure on the batsman. Ethan Bamber, by the way, has come out to join Luke Holman. P.S. says, Matthew, I think it's terrible that Middlesex don't carry Kevin's comms for their home games. Quote, that Australian fella drives me nuts.
Steady, chaps.
In goes Mike and bowls another shortish delivery outside off stump this time, and then Mike invites Holman to pull that one, but Holman is the winner in that conversation, or in the little battle so far, and just smiles back at Ben Mike, having let it go through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. 183 for 8, the lead 342. 2 second innings wickets in hand. So today, from 57 for 1 to 179 is 122 for 7. In terms of the day's play so far. Mike is in to Holman, swings in, it's Fullish, waiting for it. Holman squeezes it out towards mid-wicket. There isn't a mid-wicket. Parkinson is at wide-ish mid-on, has to run across to his left. By the time he does so, Holman has picked up a single, moved on to 5, 184 for 8. Yet another Michelle for...
Yeah, I reckon if memory serves, just taking a punt, I'm sure he's got one for Warwickshire against Middlesex over the years. Durham are still going, 104 for 2. I say still going in their third wicket partnership. Oh, I've jinxed them. 104 for 3. They've just lost leads. Yeah, they've just lost leads. Caught Brown, bowled 10 discarded for 48. Jones still there on 20. Beddingham with him now. Beddingham's been going well. 281 more for Durham to win. Warwickshire 39 without loss. They lead Nottinghamshire by 83 runs. Their second innings.
Ethan Bamber on strike for the first time then, as Mike goes in, bowls to him and spears it down the leg side. Bamber can just step inside it. A disappointed Mike turns away. Cross with himself. Right, wanders across from mid-on as he marches back to his mark, and they touch. Fist bump, I believe is the expression. Is that right?
Yep.
Still 17 overs until tea as Mike is in to Bambat, seams and swerves and swings away, but started from a 1.5 foot outside off stump and was taken by Swindles diving almost between first and second slip.
Do you know what the elbow bump is called? Matt Coles. The fisherman's hook. Apparently it's what fishermen do to each other. They elbow each other like that because, well, not being too graphic, what do fishermen do? You know, their hands are pretty messy, and so they elbow hook each other.
Do they wear gloves?
I guess they do, but yeah,
fish or whatever.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't mind you being graphic. I was brought up on the in the seaside. At the seaside.
Ah, so you're used to it then. The elbow, the fisherman's hook.
Fishing boat. Good. Mike in again to Bamber. Can he get it right this time? It's a better line just outside off stump, but a bit short and up on his toes. Bamber defends it comfortably enough out into the offside. End of Ben Mike's 13th over, 2 for 42 for him. Can Chris Wright continue? You bet he can. Just wind him up and he goes. He's going to bowl his 22nd over, 21 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 40. Can't get him off. Perhaps they're trying to get him off, but I suspect not.
Best bowling in an innings for Chris Wright?
No, 7 for...
so it's on?
Earlier this season, he took 7 for the first time in about 7 for 53 in the first innings.
Oh, it's on.
At Bristol. First time he'd taken 7.
It's on.
6 for 40 something before, I think.
It's on for him. 5 for 40.
It is.
2 wickets standing.
The last 2.
Young Bamber, as we saw a little bit in the first innings, he's a good batsman, trying to hold up an end. He'll play straight. And what Holman does here, does he decide to go after it? He did just have a little check of the field there. Rice is around the wicket to Holman, who is on 5, and the left-hander defends into the offside. There's no run. 184 for 8. I'm going to have to ask Holman, aren't I, who his hero was. Has he modelled himself on anyone? Max Holden, quite openly, it's not putting anything on, unduly on his head. When you watch him, his mannerisms, the way he goes about his innings, his shots, Alistair Cook. And he openly says, yep, model my game on him. And everything he does, the way he scratches at the crease, everything he does, says Alistair Cook.
I can tell you. Brian Lara. Childhood sporting hero.
Right, well, he's definitely...
Brian Lara.
He's definitely more Rob Key than Brian Lara. Says, right, bowls to him, he leaves this alone outside of the off stump. Through it goes. Mind you, that leave there had a little bit of the Lara about it, didn't it? Did you see the way he lifts that butt up in the air, swings the back foot around? Extravagant, in control leave.
North Middlesex Cricket Club was his first.
Yeah, he and Ethan Bamber, North Middlesex, they were tweeting, congratulations North Middlesex on, in that first innings, 4 for 38, the combined figures of Holman and Bamber. As Wright bowls, and this comes swinging into the left-hander who drives in between point and cover. They'll think about 2 and they'll come back for them. Yes, yes is the cry. The throw comes through to the keeper and they are comfortably back. He's on 7, 186 for 8.
His toughest opponent in county cricket is David Visa. Spanish Dave, they call him now at Sussex.
Why?
He got
Dave.
You know what he looks like,
yeah.
Of course, with his long hair and his somewhat swarthy appearance. He's often unshaven and
he looks like Jason Gillespie.
A splendid beard, often semi-shaven, and apparently he got mistaken for a Spaniard at the airport. So they all call him Spanish Dave now.
Wrights around the wickets at Holman, who defends up to mid-off and there's no run.
Well, that was last time I was there anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure they will not have lived it down. Jason Gillespie loved Visa. He said he's exactly the kind of guy, if you're going to recruit in somebody as a coal pack or overseas, he's exactly the kind of guy you want to bring in. Somebody who's really going to bring something to the dressing room.
Oh, Dr. Karen, fabulous cakes by Meat for Cake in the bar behind the green seats. Come and see us if you can, as we are lonely and surrounded by cake.
Oh, really? Oh, goodness me.
I think that's a general appeal, not just to us. I think we can get around there.
Right, wide on the crease, bowls, and this is eased into the offside by Holman. There's no run. But if you're on this side of the ground, you're not allowed to that side of the ground, are you? So they've only got...
If we showed up...
Oh, well, we are, because our cars are parked over there, so we're fine. But, I mean, they've only got 50% of the ground to sell cake to, haven't they? So anybody in the stands who are...
could bring the cake...
A trolley, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering that about the committee tent.
The fence between or something.
Because I assume it's all cooked here, so they probably have to roll the trolley around the back of the ground, don't they, to deliver whatever it is to the committee tent.
Up that side, yeah. Up the lane at the back. I don't know if that lane has a name.
Right, bowls, and this is eased down to third man for a single by Holman, who moves to 8, end of the over, 186 for 8. And right, 22 overs now, 5 for 43. Yeah, because, you know, there was a fantastic turnout on the first day below to our left, wasn't there? There was a good one again today, so I assume the Bennett end's unavailable to them.
I'm fairly drooling now, Dr. Karen. I'm checking my wallet. Can I get across there? I know you are you off the cake?
Off the sugar, yeah. Trying to be good.
He says, having eaten in crunchy nut cornflakes.
Yeah, that was my cheat for the few days.
It was. I'm sure that'll be it for Chris Wright. He can barely move, he looks like to me, at deepish mid-off at the moment. 5 for 43.
There's got to be a temptation to bowl the spinner to the tail-enders as well, although Holman, again, he isn't particularly a tail-ender, and he's a big hitter, and he's a spinner, so he'll want to go after the spinner, but...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you only want sort of half an hour of mayhem from Holman, and suddenly, you know, the lead is 400, and it's already very, very high at 346. Barnes, though, replaces Ben Mike, goes round the wicket and bowls down the leg side. What is it about left-handers and Leicestershire seamers? Spears it down the leg side. Fortunately, Holman doesn't try to pull it around down towards the tent or down towards the children's play area. Lets it go through to Swindles. Wright and Mike swap at mid-on and mid-off. He's earned his tea time cake, hasn't he, Chris Wright? Barnes is in and bowling. That's a straighter delivery. Holman treats it with respect. Just on the back foot defends it out into the offside. Barnes himself comes in and picks it up. If I legged it round there during the tea interval...
Yeah, you'd be fine. I'll have you covered.
Are you sure you don't? I mean, there'd be all sorts of options. All sorts. There might be a good fruit cake.
What are we talking? Fruit cake?
Oh, there'll be all sorts.
But then dried fruit, that's
cake.
Oh, coffee cake.
There'll be drizzle, there'll be coffee and walnut.
They started to do the famed Lord's cakes. They did start to offer us coffee and walnut at one point. It was delicious.
It is good, isn't it? In goes Barnes, looking for the Yorker, goes down the leg side, might just have flicked the pad because it's going quite slowly. Swindle's got half a glove to it, and Parkinson gets across from long leg to fine leg. No, there wasn't the pad, it was the half glove that Swindle's got to it that slowed it down. So I think he saved 2 byes rather than conceded 2 almost there, because again it wasn't a great ball, and Barnes has to pick up from Mike and back up Wright here, because Wright is shouldering, or has shouldered the burden so far. And talk about bowling in partnerships as well as batting in partnerships, and Leicestershire's young seamers have got to support their senior seamer. In goes Barnes and bowls down the leg side, thumps into the pad of Holman, who's standing and watching for a second. Then he realises that Bamber is charging towards him, runs down the other end. Bamber made his ground as in from mid-wicket ran. Davis underarmed the ball at the stumps, missed them. 190 for 8. Lead 349, so Leicestershire would need 350, and it has been probably, I would imagine, that Middlesex chase the last time that was achieved on this ground, I would think.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an amazing effort that day. The pitch really did flatten, in fairness, but that doesn't take away from the size of the chase. And again, that Hilton Cartwright was bowled and the bails didn't remove.
Barnes outside off stump. Again, it sneaks through low. It was well wide of off stump, and it swung a little bit. And Bamber let it go through, taken almost on the half volley. Second bounce by Swindles, very low.
So I think whoever's let's go back and
Did you hear what he was called there? That makes sense. Come on, the coat hanger, they shouted. Do you remember we've been talking about his hunched shoulders, yeah, and slightly
now that's a proper nickname. You don't get this many. You don't get this much anymore, do you? You don't get proper nicknames.
No, that's somebody's thought about that one. In goes the coat hanger and bowls outside off stump and beats Bamber on the outside edge. So he saved his best ball until last in the over. End of the over. 190 for 8.
2018 here at Grace Road. Middlesex won by 1 wicket. Leicestershire batting first, hit 427. A bowling attack of Murtagh, Finn, Hilton Cartwright, James Harris and Ravi Patel. Of those runs, Colin Ackerman hit 196 not out in that first innings.
That was
Dearden, Horton,
first games, wasn't it?
Cosgrove, Neil Dexter got 66. Lewis Hill, Ben Rain, Chappell, Parkinson, Griffiths and Mohammed Abbas of the team. Middlesex in reply made 233. I remember at this point all hell broke loose. Middlesex were not happy. That was a year after the relegation, and there was a lot of uproar. The natives, they were unsettled. As here's a short one from Wright, and going after him, Holman pulls him away for 4 through a straight mid-wicket to move to 12. 194 for 8. The lead is over 350 now, 353. Middlesex 233, had a top score of 78 not out from Paul Sterling and 52. Sorry, from David Milan, and 52 from Paul Sterling. Hilton Cartwright managing 33 in the first innings. It was Chappell with 4 for 65 and Ben Rain 3 for 53 doing the damage. Only 1 for Mohammed Abbas in that. And Leicester's second innings though, Middlesex fought back with 3 for Murtagh, 3 for Harris, 1 apiece for Finn, Holden, Cartwright and Patel. As they were gone for 186.
Over, wasn't it? As well, I remember.
38 for Neil Dexter, top scored in the second innings. 37 Jack Chappell and 36 Ben Rain as his right bowls to Holman. It's left alone. So, with a target of 381, Middlesex got off to a terrible start. Max Holden was bowled third ball. Sorry, he was caught Hill.
Yeah. Wicket keeper.
By Rain, third ball. Sam Robson 31, Stephen Eskenazi 97, Milan 12, Ravi Patel must have come in as a night watchman 20, Paul Sterling 4, but then Hilton Cartwright 80, bowled for naught, but the bails weren't removed for he was LBW eventually for 80 to Rain. 39 Simpson as he is right bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Holman, and there's no one. Oh, that's right, James Harris 58 not out, because I remember saying to Harris the night before, I can see it, Harry, you're hitting the winning runs tomorrow. And he did. He hit the winning runs with 58 not out.
Mercer faced, the last man faced 6 balls in the end. Played them pretty well as I remember.
Yeah, Mr. Finn, he got 9, didn't he? Rain 3, Mohammed Abbas 2, Griffiths 3. It's a good match for Griffiths then. What did he get? He got 3 in the first innings as well, didn't he? 2.
Batted okay as well as I remember. Picked up a few useful runs.
How many overs did it take them to score those runs? Here's Wright. Bowls a lifting ball, which seems away from Holman. Well, look at that. Middlesex won't mind seeing that, will they? With a lead of 353. Pace, bounce, seam movement, all still there. The surprising thing is that the spin hasn't been as prominent in this second innings. 117 overs it took to hit the 383 with a run rate of 3.25. Well, as I say, it was only a stay of execution for the coach. He was sacked after the following game when this ball's on a length outside of the off stump right to Holman. Through to the keeper it goes. There's no run where Middlesex lost in a couple of days to Kent at Canterbury. Martin Williamson, a media colleague of ours, says the Lord's Media Centre Victoria Sponge a few years back took some beating. A slice weighed about the same as a small cow and was wonderful. They're large chunked wedges. Those.
It shouldn't weigh that much. It should be light and
well,
it can be big. It can be the size of a small cow.
Well, yes.
But it shouldn't weigh as
well, that's
much.
true.
That'd
Yeah.
be a bit
Well, that was probably the filling. The filling was. He's right. Bowls, and this ball's down to third man for a single. 195 for 8. Holman moves to 13. Actually, yes, as I remember them, they are heavy. It's not a light, fluffy Victoria Sponge. It's a really
substantial affair.
It is, yeah. I think their best is the coffee and walnut. There was one other that they do as well. Can't remember now. It's been a while. It's been there eating cake.
If you can, and you're at the Bennett End or able to get to the Bennett End, go and relieve the Friends of Grace Road of some of their splendid cakes, because they don't usually, now they may tomorrow, but usually cake isn't available on the 4th day of a championship fixture. Maybe they'll be coming around, or they will make a few available on this one. They can let me know if that is the case. How many overs until tea? Still 14 overs until tea, and it's 3:30. That's going to be at least 45 minutes away, if not more. Ed Barnes around the wicket to Holman, outside off stump, just outside, but a good leave from Holman allows it to zip through to Harry Swindles. What he's doing well also, Holman, is farming the strike. Actually, he's faced 31 balls. Ethan Bamber, who's no mug with the bat, has just faced 5, yet to get off the mark, and Holman managed to keep him away from Chris Wright, really, because Wright has been dangerous against the new batsman for obvious reasons. Holman waits as Barnes goes in, bowls to him, and he's going to give him the strike there because he goes back and just deflects it away down to third man, a shot that's been productive for him so far in the innings. Hassan Azad comes in and fields. Holman moves on to 14, 196 for 8. The lead on to 355.
Yeah, it's just getting away again, but what was it, 333 the lead when the 8th wicket fell? Is that right, or am I one behind?
338.
I'm sure it was 338. There was one more after. It was 333 when the 7th fell.
Correct.
338 when the 8th fell.
Correct. In goes Barnes, outside off stump. Little bit of swing, but late-ish swing. Bamber off the back foot, punches it out into the offside, but only as far as Ben Mike at mid-off. Davis, who has been not greatly used in this second innings, warms up. He's had a fair few stints of warming up, hasn't he, Will Davis? I think he's probably been lined up to come on and replace Chris Wright, but Wright has just kept on going. 23 overs, 5 for 48 for him. Barnes looking to chip in, bowls outside off stump. Bamber just pulls his bat back inside the line on the back foot, lets it go through. Being Patient here, Barney, but the coat hanger, make a note of that. Like that. I wonder who came up with that one. It'd be Parkinson, I'm sure. 62 on Barnes' back as he runs in and bowls outside off stump. Steps forward, Bamber gets forward, gets in position to play a drive, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Why wouldn't he just hang on in there while Luke Holman is playing as well as he is? Lend him support. Just one man to come after Bamber, of course. Our Sri Lankan friend, who acquitted himself very well in the first innings, well, Lawita, before getting cleaned up by Chris Wright. In goes Barnes, bowls a foolish delivery, little bit of late swing, but Bamber solidly behind it, plays it firmly out to mid-on. End of Barnes is over. His 13th, none for 28. His figures at the moment. Chris Wright's work is now finally done. Gavin Griffiths comes on and stays on. Wright doesn't exactly run off. He started jogging off and then thought better, I'll walk. I'm tired. Heads off towards the meet. We may not see him for another 20 minutes or so. Deserves a little bit of a rub down and who knows, a little bit of a massage, do you think?
Sounds good to me.
I wasn't offering.
I say I'll skip the cake. Can I get a massage somewhere at the ground? I haven't seen the Middlesex masseuse here actually. Actually he was here the first couple of days. I'm not sure he's still here. Wright's out of the attack and Davis is back into it. Right arm around the wicket, he bowls to Holman. There is a wide slip and a gully, a tight gully. Rather odd. You could effectively say there's no slip, and there's of the slip cordon. They've got a second slip and a fourth slip, but no slip or third. Wouldn't quite fit the positions that they're in, but that's just to paint the picture. The second slip catcher is as far away from the first as the keeper is. As this ball's pushed into the onside defensively by Holman, and he's run over the top of it up at mid-on. That is the sub, is it?
It is.
Griffiths. Holman's odds 15, 197 for 8. Yes, sorry, what I was going to say as well about that 333, 338. Middlesex be delighted that they haven't suffered the collapse in this game, because there have been opportunities for Leicestershire. When Holman and Simpson came together, there was the real possibility there that Leicestershire could have gone through Middlesex. But huge credit to both. And once again in this innings, even this 15 here from Holman, which has pushed them from that 338 lead to 356, just good signs that Middlesex is starting to come to terms with ways to stop the rot. As Davis is in, bowls to Bamber, who punches off the back foot to cover, and there's no run. As you probably heard the batsman say before me, no run. 197 for 8. Here comes Davis, bowls, and this ball's turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 197 for 8. I'm chuckling away because I had to grab this just in case it went off screen quickly, so I should show you. You have to be careful how close you stand to that. It was on the screen, so I quickly snapped it to show you rather than the commentator's cam. You have to be careful just how close you stand to it.
I was leaning out to the window so I could see down below. Completely forgetting about that.
Davis, 2 slips in place, bowls, and Bamber is struck on the pads. Is it going down, or maybe there's a bit of bat involved because it's not that optimistic an appeal. And yeah, nothing doing from the umpire. Well, it's nice to stand up and commentate some of the times, and it's just with the commentators, Cam. We need to be careful where we stand.
Lean forward when you do so.
You don't want that one for your Twitter profile.
It's okay. Yeah, well, that may not be a bad one. I've got Molesworth as my Twitter profile at the moment.
Here's a length ball that comes sharply back into Bamber. And still that movement out there for Leicestershire with the ball now in its 73rd over. Bamber with an inside edge onto the pads. It rolls away. 197 for 8. None yet to get off the mark from 13 balls, Bamber. Holman to have strike on 15. We still have 12 overs until tea, which is getting around to the area where we thought, if things went well today, Middlesex might be declaring. They may well be 400 ahead. But the point being that Leicestershire have been able to keep those wickets coming, which, although Middlesex are in an ascendancy in the match, it just means they're not fully dictating how this innings will end and the Leicestershire innings will begin.
Does the tea interval change if there is a change of innings? So would we just?
It depends how close.
The two?
No, they'd bring it forward. They'd bring it forward on the third day. I think it's within 10 minutes.
Oh. Okay, that's.
And equally, where a wicket's full now, tea would be extended by half an hour.
Barnes is in around the wicket. A good leave from Holman.
Sorry, delayed by half an hour, not extended. That was wishful thinking. Tea would be extended by half an hour.
I think they might avoid that one if 9 are down, but you never know. Given how late it's going to be anyway. If the 9th wicket were to fall on the over before tea, which would be probably about 4:30 by the time we get to that point, theoretically we could have tea at 5. Which might break a record.
In modern day, yeah.
Barnes is in to Holman. Edges straight between the wicketkeeper and first slip, neither of whom move.
Keeper's catch. That's nothing to do with slip, I'm afraid. That's got to be the keeper's. The onus on slip is to have anything that comes down his line. He's never to go to his, or he's not meant to go to his right. It's the keeper who's to take that, I'm afraid.
Ackerman cannot believe it. He's standing with his hands on his knees, staring forward, avoiding the eye of anybody. Barnes, in fairness, has his hands on his hips as well, and he gave just a shout of frustration, but perfectly catchable height, round about waist high, probably, maybe even a little bit higher than that, just went straight between Swindles and first slip.
I mean, if Slip had taken that, it purely would have been a rescue act on behalf of the keeper, I'm afraid.
In goes Barnes, looking for the Yorker, dug out by Holman, out towards backward point, who is out on the, or towards the boundary. Evans comes in. They have missed a few chances, Leicestershire, in that respect.
Third of the match, by my reckoning. Gubbins on 9, edged in between the keeper and slip off right. White's dropped by the wicket keeper on 10. In the first innings, he went on to make 16. Gubbins went on to make 21 after being put down on 9. It was a similar one, apart from I think Gubbins was squared up slightly, wasn't he, by the ball swinging back into him, but then seemed to pitch and hold its line. So the keeper was slightly unsighted on that one.
Barnes is in, bowls straight to Bamber, who defends back down the pitch, picked up by Barnes in his follow through, no run.
On this occasion, he'd have had every sight of it because the bowler was right arm around, and it was played a long way outside the off stump. The bowler may well have been right arm around actually to...
He was over-anticipating. He wasn't anticipating the edge. He was anticipating taking the delivery, essentially, which was bouncing and sort of swinging a little bit.
Yeah, and it's all a learning curve, isn't it? For a young keeper, much as a young bowler will err in line and length. When a young keeper makes a mistake, it's all the more apparent, isn't it?
Barnes is in again, thumps into the pad of Bamber as he tries to whip it away into the leg side. Was going on down the leg side. Swindles. Nobody would be feeling worse at the moment. But
no.
Can't afford it. Leicestershire. That's going to cost them. Has already cost them 5 runs. The ground goes quiet in disappointment.
Yeah. Got to get this wrapped up, haven't they?
Yeah. Barnes in again to Bamber down the leg side, and Bamber tries to flick it on its way. Doesn't get anything on it taken by Swindles, who again is looking up to the heavens in disappointment. He'll run probably, and I'm sure he's apologising to Barnes.
Yeah, there was the drop of Helm as well off Mike, wasn't the first ball of yesterday morning at point, but that wasn't costly either because Helm was gone by 17. In fact, I think he had one run, perhaps, or two. It was gone for 17. And none of them have been particularly costly, actually.
What about the catch Padman dropped when he hurt his hand? Don't forget that one. Yeah, we'll let him off that one.
He's had his punishment.
Yeah. Davis will continue.
He's got a short mid-wicket now for Holman as well, so the two slips well spread. First of them standing effectively at second as his ball down the leg side from Davis to Holman. Through it goes to the keeper. 202 for 8. And tweeters at Kevin Hand BBC, at Rich M. Ray. Sorry, I lost it for a moment. That's right, isn't it? Rich M. Ray.
Yeah.
What's the M stand for?
Mark.
Ah. Having gone through so many of the middle names of the Middlesex lads.
Yes.
Is a foolish ball. It actually got a bit of bounce on it. Maybe it was more a length ball. I misjudged it. Turned into the onside, and there is no run. I might have to leave you in a moment to go on an update if that is okay. Oh no, I've got 8 minutes before I need to do it.
Trying to time it in the tea interval for you.
Yeah.
But they're doing their best. I would imagine we're coming to the halfway or sort of half time in the Tigers Worcester game, or Worcester versus Tigers game. So no doubt we'll hear from them in due course.
Length ball is punched away by Holman to point off Davis. No run.
Which reminds me, I have to file that report for the cricket paper. Back on your shelves tomorrow. Newsagent's shelves, anyway. I wonder if they get through to tea. Hanscom would declare it tea anyway.
Davis bowls, and this ball's chopped down into the offside by Davis and fielded at point again. By Holman off Davis, sorry. I don't know.
3-6-1 the lead.
I suppose there's so much time left in the game. They don't really have to think about having a go at them before tea. But it would be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, the bowlers, I'm sure, would love
just to break it. Exactly.
Just 2 or 3 overs at them before the interval.
Exactly.
Davis from the Bennett end, he bowls, and right behind this Holman pushes back up the track, and there's no run. Maybe Middlesex have got 400 in mind if they can get there. And maybe that's where the declaration will come. And perhaps, like I say, go on this evening. It's a hot sunny afternoon, isn't it? Maybe take it on past tea and let Holman, or take it to tea, and then after tea then let rip, and then whenever it changes, it changes. There's so much time that I guess losing the 2 overs wouldn't be particularly on Middlesex's mind. As this ball comes angling in to Holman, who defends to point. End of Davis's over. He has 1 for 28 from 11. 202 for 8. Yeah, I think more than time, it's more strategy and mentality, isn't it? You know, to have that little stint before tea, just to say, look, you were 3 down when we had a little go at you. Yesterday at lunch, just before lunch.
The umpire's having a chat about tea, I suspect.
It's 10 overs.
Telling Colin Ackerman something and pointing to the...
I don't know, what could they tell him about tea? It's 10 overs away. If a wicket were to fall, it would be delayed by half an hour, up to half an hour, if required to take that wicket.
And there's writing going on.
What could they be telling him about? Something said, maybe? I can't imagine.
I think he's heard from Dr. Karen that his cake is ready.
Well, that's a good point. Are they? I wonder, do they utilise that so the club buy the cakes back off them?
Not sure. Barnes is in from the pavilion end. Bowls outside off stump to Bamber, who leans forward, plays a forward defensive and misses. Swings past the outside edge.
I should go and get ready for this point. This report.
See you later.
See you in a minute.
202 for 8. The lead 361 as Barnes turns. Kicks up his heels, runs away from us. Bowls on off stump. Bamber on the back foot, drops it out towards point, and you heard the call of no. Still yet to score, Ethan Bamber. 19 balls faced now by him. Concentrating purely on survival, Ethan Bamber, and thereby lending Luke Holman valuable support. Holman, since that edge that should have been taken by Swindles, has not really gone into his shell, but he's been a little bit more subdued, as batsmen sometimes are when they've survived a chance for a while. Barnes is in, bowls to Bamber down the leg side. There's a noise, but it's that of bat on pad, or thigh pad, or ball on thigh pad. Either way, it's not the sound of bat on ball, according to the umpire. At any rate, umpire Newell stands unmoved, 4 square behind the stumps, arms folded. And the umpires are enjoying being warm for a change as well. Barnes is in and bowls down the leg side. Bamber's off the mark. He turns it away down towards long leg. Hassan Azad is the fielder down there. Single taken by Bamber of his 20th delivery faced. And Barnes still looks as though he's steaming a little bit as he walks back to his mark. Hard work creating chances, and very disappointing. Not so much when they're not taken, anyone can drop a catch, but when there's a sort of technical mistake of that kind, that when no one actually goes for a chance, then that is doubly frustrating. Round the wicket goes Barnes, and bowls slightly short of a length upon his toes. Riding the bounce is Luke Holman, deflecting it down through the gully, down towards Azad at third man. Single taken. Barnes and Holman almost brush shoulders, steadfastly ignore each other. In a collision, you would have to back Holman in those circumstances. There isn't much of the coat hanger. Plenty of Holman. He's not fat, he's just solid. Wide shoulders. In goes Barnes and bowls to Bamber, slightly short outside off stump. Bamber goes on the back foot and just withdraws the bat inside the line, lets it go through. End of Barnes' 15th over of the innings, yet to pick up a wicket. We'll feel, with some justification, that he should have done. None for 35, however, his figures at the moment. Rather different when Wright isn't bowling. Kev's work for BBC Radio London is done.
Sadly it's not. They've stood me down for 5 minutes, so you've got me for another 4, and then I'll have to go back in again.
You could have put your feet up or legged it for the cake.
Yeah.
Had it been one or two of your colleagues, wouldn't have seen them again.
No comment. Davis around the wicket, he bowls. That's left alone by Holman through to the keeper. 204 for 8. Holman 21 from 45 deliveries.
You're too principled to take advantage.
Hmm.
Gone a bit quiet. The Leicestershire fielders. Disappointment perhaps. There's a big old gap between Harris and Swindles again. Standing at second.
This ball's on a length just outside of the off stump and left alone through to Swindles.
Just didn't read it. I don't know, as I say, was why you wouldn't actually go for it, but he was moving the other way. It kind of wrong-footed him because he wasn't anticipating it. He was getting ready to take the ball.
The big disappointment he'll have on this one is that he had a sighter of it, didn't he? The Gubbins ones, I say, it kind of dipped in on Gubbins and then straightened and got that edge where Gubbins was squared up a little bit. As this ball's full straight, I think there's an inside edge on that. Forward defence from Holman. I'm pretty sure that was bat onto pad. And the appeal settled down pretty quickly as well. I think the excitement of feeling they were nearly through. But this is good from...
what have they added these so far? 21 plus 4, 25. Very valuable runs. Bamba, one of them.
Yeah, and it's just pushed it away again, hasn't it? Every time Middlesex just get it going. Just pushes it that little bit further away from Leicestershire once more. And there's still a few names from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, not many.
Playing in this game?
Yeah, Ackerman and...
True. How many?
Ackerman and Parkinson being the main two, as this ball's on a length outside of the off stump, it's left alone.
How many from
By
Leicestershire?
Holman. No, sorry, that's what I mean from a Leicestershire perspective.
Dearden, no. Horton, no. Ackerman, yes. Cosgrove, no. Dexter, no. Hill, yes. Rain, no. Chappell, no. Parkinson, yes. Griffiths, 12th man, so no. Abbas, no. So 3 of the Leicestershire players.
Interesting, actually. I suppose Middlesex have got such a youthful lineup that the bottom 5, as it reads on my card in front of me, no to all. Simpson played. Gubbins, Robson and Eskenazi for it. It's only 4 for Middlesex as this ball's full and straight turned into the onside and there's no run. Harrison...
22. 7 out of 22, that's not many.
Yeah. Well, Harrison, Mercer and Finn, Roland Jones, yeah, they're all still here but not selected on this one. Or injured. And Max Holden is here as well, so there's 5 that could have played in this game. Perhaps on another occasion would have. So Davis around the wicket, last ball of the over to Holman, who leaves alone on 5th stump line. A pretty good leave with the bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. But again, he's a cool customer, isn't he, Mr. Holman? Oh, because we are making up time. That would have been what they were scribbling then. Go on, you say goodbye and I'll go do the report.
Right, you are. So we are having tea with 40 overs left in the day. Middlesex taking tea then on 204 for 8. They are still in an extremely strong position. They lead by 363 runs. Will there be a declaration during tea? One suspects now not. We'll see. Ethan Bamba leads away. He's 1 not out. Luke Holman is 21 not out. Survived 1 chance. Holman when he was on 15. Otherwise has acquitted himself admirably. Power to add then, particularly through the offices of Holman. Leicestershire will hope to get it all over and done with quickly if the declaration doesn't come. You might hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester, but just now for 15 minutes, if all that talk of cake has given you ideas, go and indulge them and pop the kettle on. Otherwise, we'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Richard Ray and Kevin Hand, BBC Radio's Leicester and London, in around about 15 minutes' time.
go ahead if you like.
Live stream. Oh, that's good. Some coffee cake, you fancy one? Or?
No,
Are you sure? Leaving your crates with sugar for last
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I just realised. Atomic. Very least.
Yeah, let's make a kettle. They make kettle makers. Oh, I see. Yeah, go on. Do you want me to put a kettle on if you want to stay here? What do you want to do?
I don't know whether it's so good.
Sure.
Tea? More coffee?
You want
one of your herbal jobs?
No, I'll have one more coffee for the day, thanks. Give it a go. I think it's going to need to lift us. This sun will be a drain, so I think about having a caffeine boost, wouldn't you? fairly select this match actually, but I have had a lot of caffeine though.
You can't get stuff like that out. You can't
No, you
relax
can't.
and let it out of your mind.
No, it's constant.
Because it's there until it's all.
Yeah, until it's sort of more resolved one way
Is
or
it?
the other.
Do you say there's a sort of big hearing coming up then or something?
Yeah.
That might. Yeah, I was going to say make sure.
Welcome back from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Third and final session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Middlesex. No declaration during the tea interval. Middlesex about to resume their second innings, therefore, on 204 for 8, a lead of 363, with 40 overs left today and, of course, around about 96 or so tomorrow. So plenty of time left in the game. How big a lead will Peter Hanscom, the Middlesex skipper, want? Or will Leicestershire take these last 2 wickets quickly? Either way, I think we can be pretty sure that the Foxes will be batting again tonight. BBC Radio's Leicester and London bringing you ball-by-ball commentary on the game, as the BBC does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the summer. Kevin Hand and Richard Ray, your commentators for this game, and Callum Parkinson.
I guess they're having a... by batting on, they're trying to demoralise and push it more and more out of Leicestershire's reach, but also they're putting overs into the pitch, aren't they? Until Sun continues to beat down on it.
Parkinson is in from the pavilion end, tosses that one up. Again, hasn't turned. There hasn't been turn there for Parkinson today, as there was on days 1 and 2.
It's odd, isn't it? Odd indeed.
But under the sun, the pitch has flattened a little bit. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and I'm saying that one does take the outside edge, and just bounced and left Bamber a little bit. It flew through second slip, no chance for Ackerman, who's quite shallow at first slip, to get across and take the chance. It was in the air when it went past him, ran down towards third man. Lewis Hill chased it and retrieved it, but not before Bamber picked up a couple, moves on to 3. Second slip does now go in, as Parkinson is in 2. Bamber goes past the outside edge of Bamber's bat, and as I say, so everything we've just said about the pitch probably is nonsense. It's begun to turn a little bit again. It is late on the 3rd day. You would hope, from the match's point of view, the pitch would be turning. Goes past the outside edge again of Bamber's bat. He's prodding forward, hopefully, and that hope is not being rewarded. Parkinson has turned 3 in a row. Well, the first one took the outside edge, flew through second slip. The next 2 beat the outside edge. He's found the right line. He's getting it to straighten. In he goes, and bowls a horrible flat delivery onto the legs of Bamber. Doesn't get anything on it, but it runs down towards leg gully. Ackerman scampers after it from first slip, but the leg bye is taken.
Just realised as well, an apology, that a whole load of tweets haven't reached me today. And I'm starting to think that have been happening over the last few days, so apologies for any tweets that have been sent and not been read. At Kevin Hand BBC, at Rich M. Ray.
Get into those at the end of this over, because there's only 1 ball left to go. Parkinson's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Luke Holman, who's on 21. Has batted very well, as he did in the first innings. Parkinson is in, bowls to him, he goes back, stays a fraction low, he works it out towards mid-wicket where Davis is the fielder. End of the over. 207 for 8, the lead 366. Quite small numbers.
They are, yeah.
It is 366.
It is, yeah. Derek Payne on the dismissal of the skipper Peter Hanscom. As Barry Richards once said, the only time an Australian walks is when his car runs out of petrol. Thank you, Derek. From Simon Whiteside as well. One was discussing the Lara admiration of or by Holman, I should say. Holman needs to develop the panther-like dip if he wishes to emulate Lara. P.S. Thanks for the engaging commentary. Good to have you with us, Simon. Here's Ackerman, right arm over. He bowls, and chopping down on this is Bamber, and he might get 4 for it. Races across the square. I think it'll lose a little bit of pace in the outfield now in the thicker green. And they have run 3. Bamber's on to 6. 210 for 8. 369 the lead. Goodness, says Derek, I was optimistic Middlesex would bat to tea. Well, they've done it, Derek. They're there, don't worry. This is on Middlesex putting on a score. And again, like I say, the Middlesex's first inning scored 295. Everybody worked hard for every run they got. As we fancied, it was a good score. There was nothing to say that Leicestershire then couldn't go on and bat even better and get an even better score. As here's Holman forward as Ackerman comes around the wicket. He defends back up the track to the bowler, and there's no run. And that Simpson innings in particular was standout, and has been standout in the match, and has been a large difference. But otherwise, when you look at the scoreboard, 295 plays 136 as this one's short, and Holman goes after him through mid-wicket for 4. Onto it quickly, he moves to 25, 214 for 8, lead of 373. Yeah, and you take the 95 out of the Middlesex score. You know, the scores there or thereabouts. Leicestershire, like I say, they should have had at least 50 more, shouldn't they? It was just that bad afternoon. Bad 11 overs before lunch yesterday. So Middlesex is 214 for 8 here. Is roughly about right. You know, they've batted well. There have been opportunities for Leicestershire to try and go through them as Ackerman bowls and Holman leaves alone outside of the off stump.
Not far away from off stump.
Right. Let's go and have a look at it from the other end, because he's got his back to us, and he's a big man. The keeper was blocking it off as well. Yeah, it was left alone as forward goes Holman, defending this one back into the onside, and there's no run. It might have just hit the back pad actually. It went through, just clipped the top of the pad on the way through to the keeper. The previous leave. Ackerman shines the ball on his trouser leg, sunglasses on. He steps out of the shadow and into some sunlight as he bowls, and forward goes, or back goes Holman, punching into the offside to cover, no run. And he has 25, Bamber will have strike on 6, 214 for 8, Middlesex leading by 373.
Parkinson will be optimistic of picking up the wicket of Bamber, having essentially beaten him 3 times in the previous over. He's having a word with Chris Wright at the moment. 373, that would be a heck of a chase on the part of Leicestershire. One of those when you say, well, we'll bat until tea tomorrow and see where we're at, essentially. Because wicket has begun to take a little bit of turn again. In goes Parkinson and bowls to Bamber, who swats at the ball on the front foot and misses it. Swindles takes the bails off, but that was not the greatest shot that Ethan Bamber has played in his life. Stepped forward and he was looking to drive. It was too straight, and he sort of tried to hit inside out across it, really. Didn't. In goes Parkinson. That's a better shot in that he left it. He stepped forward and raised his bat over the line of the ball. Went a little bit low to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Parkinson yet to take a wicket in this innings. Goes in, bowls to Bamber outside off stump, goes back and steers it wide of second slip. Davis. Back goes Hill, scampering after the ball, picks it up a couple of yards inside the ropes, gets his throw away. Bamber picks up 8. Couple, moves on to 6, 216, beg your pardon, on to 8, 216 for 8, the lead 375. Mr. Whippy goes down the road. In goes Parkinson, bowls, squares him up, leg before, and he's gone. On the back foot, it's straightened, he missed it, and Bamber goes 216 for 9. It was coming.
Yeah. I mean, look, you know, it's different for a tail-ender facing Parkinson. We made the point that it doesn't seem to be giving him quite as much assistance today, but a lot of that depends on the batsman as well. And Middlesex have batted well in this match. You know, the 295 was perhaps a fraction above par when you look at 136, and you know, to then go past that 136 and be 216 for 9 in the second innings. Is this perhaps a fraction above par as well? Possibly, because again, it feels like Middlesex have batted well in this match. There's been, from the first morning, seam, swing, spin, from the first morning. It's been there at varying levels throughout, and Parkinson bowling to a tail-ender is very different to Parkinson bowling to Hanscom and Simpson and Gubbins and Eskenazi earlier. And this was really, I guess, where if they could have built a bit more pressure with the seam this morning and got a few more wickets, then was there an opportunity to really build pressure with Parkinson at one end? But they never quite had that, you know, that cooker pot pressure on Middlesex, did they, at any stage in this innings? It's mainly been just about taking the wicket at every last opportunity to keep Middlesex in some sort of sight and keep some sort of control, but they've never been able to, in this innings itself, put a big amount of pressure on Middlesex. That obviously aided by the fact that they had a 159 run advantage from the first innings.
Very much much the key factor. But it is starting to turn again. It is, as it should, really, as a good pitch does. What a splendid picture has been sent to us by Anthony Joy, MBE, with Grace Road, or I should say the Uptonsteel County Ground, in the background. He's enjoyed day 3 at Grace Road, as why wouldn't you? Because it's been a fascinating day's cricket. Well, Lawita comes out to join Luke Holman. A third man goes in around the bat. And Lawita will be okay, you would have thought, against Parkinson. It was Wright who cleared him up. Well, he won't be, I say, necessarily okay if it's turning, but he'll just take it on. Over the wicket goes Parkinson and bowls, and indeed the young left-hander gets forward to the pitch of the ball and very calmly and correctly plays it out into the offside.
I'd like to see Wallaluisa just tap it back here, tap it back and let Holman take charge of the situation now.
Parkinson is in, bowls, and almost beats him in the flight. He leant forward without getting to the pitch of the ball, played it off the pitch, but it didn't do too much on that occasion. Played it off middle stump out into the offside. End of Parkinson's over. His first successful over of the innings in terms of taking a wicket. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40 for him. Will they continue with, will Ackerman continue with Ackerman? He will. He's going to continue and invite Luke Holman to tuck in. This could be fun. The next 6 balls.
Hitting against the spin, the left-hander to the big boundary.
If he drops short again, he'll plop him over mid-wicket again. So he's going to have to get it right, Ackerman.
Yeah. I mean, you could.
What field is he setting?
With 2 left-handers, you could almost drop everybody back and say to Holman, just take a single and we'll bowl to Wallaluisa. Ackerman around the wicket from the Bennett end, defended by Holman. There's no run. Did you read Matthew's inquiry about Hanscom not being a T20 player for Middlesex? Which he included me on. Very interested that Middlesex hasn't signed Hanscom to play T20 Blast. He has a decent record in the Big Bash as forward goes, or back goes Holman, defending into the onside, no run. Playing for both the Melbourne Stars and the Hobart Hurricanes. Yeah, I decided it was only List A in Championship for Hanscom. They wanted T20 specialists, I guess, as forward goes. Holman pushing into the offside, no run. And apologies to Andrew Wilmot, who's a regular emailer. He sent or tweeter. He sent a few through the day. Just haven't got to me for some reason. One of his thoughts was about Middlesex's seam attack. Will enjoy seeing how much it's still doing a bit out there as forward goes Holman, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. And inquiring if it would be sunny for the rest of the game. We believe so. No threat of any problems tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be even better, apparently. Or a day like it is now. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous day.
Some Sunday cricket would certainly be a pleasant experience, says Andrew. There's been a lot of 3-day finishes this year for Middlesex.
He's confounding us at the moment, isn't he, Holman? He's defended every ball when we suggested he might be inclined to take Ackerman on.
Ackerman, and he thought about a sweep there, didn't he?
He did.
He's pushing it defensively into the offside, but the body was starting to shape for.
I think it was heading west, that ball. Had it been, I think Ackerman saw it and pushed it across him a little bit.
Bowls again, and this is eased into the offside by Holman, where slip Ackerman comes around to collect. There's no run. 216 for 9, Holman 25, and Ackerman none for 7 from 4 now, and that's a third maiden, isn't it?
He's entitled to have a certain amount of confidence in Lawita, who's looked perfectly, not perfectly competent, but has a good technique with the bat in hand. He's clearly capable, and coming in number 11, I think mainly because obviously all the Middlesex players can bat. Is it a new ball time? I think it might be, you know.
Wow, that's crept up on us. T has thrown me there. Where's the overs on that board over there? They've been taken down, haven't they?
Well, just briefly, because they put the over rate up at +1. It'll go back on in a moment, but it must be. Just checking across. Yeah, overs 81. So we've actually had one more than was the necessary. It did. We rather lost track on that one. Well, they've decided that a bit of a risk. Spinners weren't going around the park, and Parkinson had just taken a wicket. Interesting decision by Colin Ackerman. I wonder if Chris Wright will come on at the other end to try and... I suspect not. Has Chris Wright been back out there yet? He went off, didn't he, after a mammoth effort. So he is back out there at mid-on. The 40-year-old.
Haha. Yeah, I'm not going to get through this match without him hearing that, am I?
No. Could probably be talking to him again tonight, really.
Yeah. Make sure I get my interview done and get out of here quickly.
In goes Davis. Around the wicket to Lawita. Down the leg side. There's a noise, but it was not of bat on ball taken by Swindles. I think Holman will be happier against the seamers. Well, Lawita may not be, which is what the thinking is all about. But if you bowl down the leg side, it'll be all right. Need to get them straight. Davis, who has a wicket, in he goes and bowls. That one comes back in, but again he gets right behind it. A youngster from Sri Lanka originally, survived a terrifying experience with the tidal wave. Beachside restaurant with his dad. They fled to safety. In goes Davis and bowls on off stump. He just leans forward and calmly dabs it down off stump to third man. Played that one very nicely indeed. Takes his one, brings Holman down on strike. I don't think I'd have taken the new ball. We'll take the wicket now after all that, but I think the spinners had a... And Parkinson was turning it, wasn't he? But anyway, there you go.
Yeah, it's sometimes debated, isn't it, whether you're better bowling the spinners against the tail-enders or the quicks.
I guess the quicks.
Yeah, I guess the quicks with the new ball maybe is... and you could always go to the spinner against... Go back to the spinner with the new ball and just say, look, can you blast them out? If you can't, or go back to the spinners and they can have the new ball.
Davis is in to Holman, who is standing up tall, playing it firmly back down the pitch. Davis sprawls to his right and makes the stop. Now that gentleman in the bright orange fluorescent trainers marching around the boundary rope is Naveen Ul-Haq, who has just arrived from wherever he came from. He's an Afghan. Whether he was actually in Afghanistan, I'm not sure. But I say just arrived because presumably he's had to serve some sort of quarantine as well. But he's marching bravely around the ground at the moment, purposefully around the ground as Davis is in and bowls outside off stump, steered down to third man by Holman. Again, plenty of time. Played the shot solidly and comfortably. Picks up one, moves on to 26, 218 for 9. The lead 377. Hanscom taking it all the way.
Sean Parry Jones says, I think this is enough, Kevin, he says, biting his nails.
I can't help feeling you're right, Harry. Hanscom's going to eke every run out of the situation there. Davis is in, down the leg side, thumps into the pad of Lawita as he tries to whip it away and then trickles down towards leg slip. Swindles gets across and makes the stop, and there is no run. End of the over. 218 for 9. Good to see a few Middlesex supporters in the ground.
Oh, delighted. Lovely little trip up to Leicestershire.
They've booked their ticket in advance. I guess they might be here for the weekend as well.
Quite possibly, yeah.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
Fortunately, the way they're playing its part. Durham still 3 down, 129 for 3. 256 more required to beat Essex at Chesterley Street. Warwickshire 97 for 2, leading Nottinghamshire by 141 at Edgbaston. Derbyshire 17 for 1, trailing Worcestershire by 134 in their second innings at New Road. Is that following on? I think it is as well, isn't it? Yes, it is. After they were shot out for 270.
It is Chris Wright looking for a sixfer.
Gloucestershire are following on. They've gone 158 all out. As here's Wright. Right arm over the wickets. Bowls to Holman, who edges and taken at second slip. Low down. Holman kicks away at the dirt in frustration that he has played at that one. 218 all out. Huge frustration for Holman. I mean, he batted so well. Maybe it's the frustration that he never actually had the opportunity to open up. But he falls to the new ball. He's really disappointed with himself. Was it that he was asked to get them up to 400? Why so disappointed? He's batted well for his best first-class score in the first innings of 32, and now 26 in the second. But Wright has 6 wickets, and well done to him against his former county. Paul Holman still spitting as he goes down below us, back to the pavilion. They've just ripped down the lead up there, so I'm going to have to do it my own maths, which could be interesting. 300.
Well, it's 377, so 378 to win.
Thank you kindly. Right, 4 for 48 from 23.1. Very well bowled.
6 for 48.
What did I say? 4. Sorry. 6 for 48. Very well bowled indeed.
Yeah. They would have been, I think, his first class best until a couple of games ago. When, as I say, he took that 7-4 at Bristol in the first innings against Gloucestershire, 7 for 53. So in the last 3 games, of the previous 3 games, he took 7 for 53, 5 for 60, 4 for 71, and now he's added 6 for 48 to that. So 22 wickets in 4 games for Chris Wright. Well bowled, sir. 378 to win. 9 times out of 10, maybe 19 times out of 20. This is Middlesex's game.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we went back through the 4th innings scores here, didn't we, earlier on, and Middlesex is 380, and was it Nottinghamshire or Northants maybe? 300 plus in the 4th innings in the last 7 seasons here. Not all have been 4th innings chases, but even through the first of the second innings, the 3rd innings of the match, going through the scores, they're big numbers, aren't they, really? How many matches have there been since 2015? And we've counted 3 in the 4th innings, 2 in the 4th innings that have been over 300, and maybe a couple more in the 3rd innings of the match as well. So odds on a Middlesex victory here with the weather as it is, and the fact that the pitch has offered assistance all the way through, hasn't it? Which you can tell that in the scores up there. Hard to say it's flattening out when Middlesex were the best part of 80 runs shy of their first innings score. It's been a bowler's surface, just in varying levels and varying times and varying ways. But the bowlers have always felt in the game here.
Should we have 5 minutes?
Yes.
Because there are still 32. That was a heartfelt yes. There are still 32 overs left to be bowled today, so effectively a full session yet to come, and it's starting an hour late, but potentially a fascinating full session to come. We'll be back with you in 5 minutes' time.
There were 25 extras, 8 overs, 1 wide, 10 byes, 6 leg byes. Leicestershire bowlers: Chris Wright, 23.1 overs, 6 makings, 6 for 48. Will Davis, 13 overs, 4 makings, 1 for 30. Ben Mike, 13 overs, 1 making, 2 for 42. Aaron Parkinson, 14 overs, 2 makings, 1 for 40. Ed Barnes, 15 overs, 2 makings, 0 for 35. And Colin Ackland, 4 overs, 3 makings, 0 for 7. Leicestershire required 370.
Do you mind if I do? It's just I get a draft on my blackboard. Yeah. Sometimes that's a legacy of many thousands of overs. But for the most part, it's okay now. I do loads of yoga and stretching as well as part of the running and the cycling. Yeah. But just occasionally it'll spasm, really occasionally now, and that's no fun at all.
Out into the middle come the two Leicestershire openers, Hassan Azad and Sam Evans. The target, 378, will not be remotely in their mind. There are 32 overs left to be bowled tonight here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and Leicestershire will not want to lose more than one. Well, they won't want to lose any, but they won't want to lose more than one. If there's 2, 3, 4 down, it's going to be very tricky indeed for the Foxes. Let us see how they play. It bowled beautifully in the first innings, Middlesex, and particularly their trio of seamers, Tom Helm, Ethan Bamber and Martin Anderson. And they're going to open up from the Bennett end. And it is going to be young Mr. Bamber. I wouldn't like to say who was the pick really, but probably Bamber, but they all bowl beautifully. And see what he can do this time out. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Azad, who is on the back foot defending, slightly short of a length, straight delivery. Out to Hanscom at mid-off, and there is no run. 3 slips for Ethan Bamber. Not a Middlesex player in a sweater. That must be a first for the season. All the numbers visible.
Not even one of the Aussies.
Not even one of the Aussies. Even Mr. Hanscom, albeit in a long-sleeved, buttoned-up shirt. It is a shirt only. Bamber is in to Azad, pushed across the left-hander, allowed to go through by Azad. He's a calm character, Azad, but he must be feeling a little bit of pressure at the moment. Had one very good game this season, 144 not out and 55. That was against Surrey. Otherwise, it's been a run of lowish scores, the highest of which was 36, so he'll be desperately keen to make runs. In goes Bamber, bowls to him, a good rising delivery just outside off stump. Azad makes a very late decision to leave. Middlesex, sorry Kev.
That's right, seamer friendly wicket, says Derek Ravel. Hope Middlesex do not regret leaving out a seamer. Might be a long day tomorrow. I mean, it's a great opportunity for the two young spinners, isn't it?
It is. Matthew Jarrett, who is normally not pessimistic but realistic, shall we say, as Bamber is in to Azad, who again leaves outside off stump, says, I think we can win this, led by a big Harris 100. Jake, who is always hugely optimistic up to a point, says easy chase, but then he's got one of those emojis with gritted teeth. I think we just need to see where we're at lunchtime tomorrow before anybody gets too excited about anything from a Leicestershire point of view. But I like the feeling that it might reflect the game in 2018. In goes Bamber and bowls to Azad, who is cutting but not timing it. It hit hard down into the ground. It bounces out into the covers where Nick Gubbins with pads on underneath his whites. I wonder if they practice with those in terms of running in the outfield and things like that. I suppose logically you would, wouldn't you, really? But
yeah.
Just to get used to the feeling of movement. Or are they also sort of lightweight these days? It doesn't. You barely feel them.
That's true, yeah.
That was a good noise. In goes Bamber, bowls again to Azad, who's looking to turn the ball down the leg side. It thumps into the pad, but it pitched outside leg stump, and a leg by is going to be taken. Or it did for me anyway. Pitched
must have done, mustn't it? Yeah.
Logically, it must have done. It might have gone on to hit leg stump, but coming over the wicket to the left-hander, yeah, I think that's a reasonable conclusion as to why that appeal was turned down. End of the first over. Leicestershire are 1 without loss.
Yeah, it was actually a little closer to leg stump on the replay than I thought live, but still outside the line of leg stump. I didn't really give it any hope watching it with the naked eye. Here's Helm, and Gubbins dons the helmets, going at a short leg for Azad. 3 slips, point mid-off, wide mid-on, short leg, square leg, retreated as well. So a bit of the short stuff here from Helm to begin. Long leg as well. It's an interesting move, isn't it? He's checking that field. Yeah, weakness.
In his first season, he used to get into a little bit of bother. In the second season, in particular.
Helm is right arm over, he bowls, and it's full and straight first up and defended all along the floor. Third slip with an angle bat, soft hands.
And he was caught down at long leg in that innings at Surrey, just paddling it around the corner, flew all the way to long leg. That was when he was out for 55 in the first innings. So videos have been studied.
Yeah.
As they always are.
Yeah, we've done their homework.
I love this game, you know. Sometimes you get a bit stale, but fascinating, wonderful game of cricket this is.
Helm bowls full and onto the legs. It swings to the leg stump and turn for a single to fine leg. 2 without loss. Leicestershire. Evans onto strike. It is. It's a beauty. You know, last year in this, I think we appreciate it even more than ever, don't we?
Yeah, for sure.
Being out and about, following this game around the country. All the twists, and all the tales that go with it. She'll miss it for the next 10 or 11 days. Yeah.
I enjoy the T20, but there's nothing like nothing like the 4-day game.
Helm bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump, 2 without loss, and indeed only 9 days cricket in June for Middlesex, 9 T20. So, I mean, I have to say I do enjoy the T20 a lot, and I've fallen back in love with List Day as well. I think List Day has found the way that they use power plays now, they've managed to settle on a good format for List Day, that it builds all the way through the innings, doesn't it? It doesn't have that sandwich in the middle, which can be quite dull. Helm to Evans, leaves alone, through it goes to Simpson, 3 slips, short leg for the right-handed Helm, for the right-handed Evans as well, so not just for Azad. Yeah, for a while there, List Day drifted a little bit for me, but I have to say I'm particularly looking forward to it this year with the number of youngsters we're going to see playing as well.
Yeah.
Some of the names have been picked up by the 100.
Have they made their final selections? Because there's going to be one more, isn't there?
There's another draft to go, is there? Helm bowls. This is left alone by Evans. I didn't know there was yet. This is the third.
There's one more from the counties that they can have each.
Right.
Each of the, what do we call them? Franchises? I
Yeah.
don't know. That can add to their squads, I think.
Didn't realise I could get another one.
I'm pretty sure there's one more.
Doesn't help planning for the counties much, does it? If I can still take another one now, as here's Helm. Bowls short, and through it goes to the keeper. Ducking underneath it is Evans. It's the end of the over. That's just 2 without loss. 376 to win. 30 overs remain on day 3. Here at Grace Road on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London with myself, Kevin Hand, and Richard Ray.
Uptonsteel County Ground bathed in sunshine. The shadows from the huge floodlights, and they are huge here. Impressive edifices stretching towards the middle now already. It's obviously from on the west side of the ground, where the sun is wont to set. They tell me it does every day in the west. But in goes Bamba. Bowls to Azad. A couple of steps down the pitch from Azad, and then he defends thick outside edge along the ground towards third slip. Taken at third slip. It's usually Eskenazi there. Used to him wearing a sleeveless sweater. It still is. I see the beard. Robson at second. White at first. Simpson, of course, with the gauntlets on. A long round of applause from someone as in bounds Bamba bowls to Azad again, as his wont, plays extremely late, drops it down towards backward point. Holman is the fielder. No, not going anywhere here, lads. Bambino, Bambi, all sorts of Bamba-related names flying in his direction, flying as in encouragement.
Mini Mertz.
Mini Mertz, that's fair enough. I think he's a bit livelier. In goes Mini Mertz, and he's pulled and it's in the air, and he's going to be caught, and is caught, top-edged. So they set the trap, they knew it might happen, and he's out again. Hassan Azad, as he was earlier this season, he went for the pull, got the top edge, it flew off the top edge and was taken by the young Sri Lankan down there at long leg. He never looked like dropping it, didn't make a mistake. Walla Lawita takes the catch, and Middlesex have their first wicket.
Hey, he looked very confident taking that catch. It was good to see. Rather charged in towards it, and happily held on. I was worried for a moment that he was almost going at it too quickly. I was thinking, you've got time, you've got more time. But yeah, made it look very easy. And Bamba in on the act straight away. A shame for Sad and a shame for Leicestershire.
He was a little unlucky there, not in the sense that the catch was taken, but it didn't get up too much, and it wasn't a wild shot. He was trying to keep it down, and it just came off the top part of the bat. Against Surrey, it was in the air, and it was a higher bouncer in towards the ribs, and they knew what they were doing, but he was just trying to sort of almost pull it round the corner. Got the top edge, flew in the air down to Wallaluita. No mistake made.
The shot, it was the wrong time of the innings, wasn't it? It was too early in the innings for the shot.
Could have left it, I suppose, or let it hit him. But Bamber is in to Evans, the batsman, having cross edge just short of second slip. Robson takes it, bounced 6 inches, 8 inches, maybe a foot in front of him to the left, neatly taken, found the outside edge though. Bamber already on the money.
Yeah, lovely ball, low off the outside edge of the bat. Bamber right there. I mean, for Leicestershire the key is take it deep into tomorrow and see where you are.
Yeah.
And that's why I put the shots away tonight, leave them alone.
Bamber in again. Evans is going to pick up runs. They was reaching for it a little bit, but he steered it away between cover and backward point. Is it going to go all the way? It is, because he picked... Well, okay. He stopped it inside the ropes, but I'd quite like to see that one again, because I'm not sure that he didn't pick it up with his feet on the other side of the line. And the ball certainly didn't, but...
I didn't see.
Fair enough. 2 to 8. Or did he pick up 3 in the end? He picked up 3 in the end. 5 for 1.
Let's see with the camera. It is flicked back in. No, he did. He just got back. No?
Feet were over the line, weren't they?
I think he managed to skip back over before he actually touched the ball again. If you look, he's not got the ball. He's not got the ball. He's got the ball now. I think the foot was over. No? I thought it was the other way.
I don't think it's going to make any difference in the long term, but happy to take his word for that. I think it was young Mr. Holman down there. In goes Bamber and bowls to Harris. Lets it go through outside off some big
I see what you mean,
for
actually.
Harris.
I'm looking at it again. I think that back
his right
foot
was over the line.
I think he has it in the air when he touches it. You see, he puts the front foot down, the right foot, and then the back foot is actually in the air when he picks up the other one. It was tight.
It was. But as I say, I don't think in the context of the game it's going to matter too much. It might if Leicestershire lose by a run. We'll send freeze frames of that all round. 5 for 1 Leicestershire at the end of Bamber's over. A successful one, 1 for 3 for Ethan Bamber.
Here's Helm. He's right arm over the wicket. Bowls, and this ball is down to a long leg, played off the back foot by Evans, and there's no run. There you go. They'd have to rock and roll it on the TV. His foot's touching the ground on the back foot. He hasn't picked up the ball yet, but he's going to go like that, isn't he? The back foot's going to go up and the hand's going to go down, so we've got to rock and roll it back and forth.
How close is that? You would think he'd just hop back, having stopped the ball successfully, he would just hop back in. Just
well, it's almost as though Gubbins was saying to him...
he forgot.
Yeah. It was almost as though Gubbins was saying to him, no, leave it, because Gubbins is there to pick it up himself anyway.
Yeah, don't pick it up.
Helm to Harris. Bowls, and Harris is into the offside, and there's no run. One man who won't want to leave it is Harris. He left one in the first innings and was LBW, wasn't he?
Different conditions now. The pitch obviously has evolved a little bit, but we have bright sunshine, and he'll be much more familiar with the feel of this, you feel, Marcus Harris. And Matthew down in Melbourne tells us that Harris is going to score a big 100. So.
Well, there we go. Well, that's the game, isn't it? You know, it's going to take something magnificent.
Yeah, it is.
From an individual in particular, but a couple of big partnerships as well. As Helm bowls, Harris leaves alone, 6 for 1.
It's going to have to be a big 100 from somebody as well, isn't it, really? You'd think sort of not just a 100, maybe 150, something like that. And a couple of 2, 3, 4 50s. Big ask. Just bat time.
There you go. As he touches the ball, the foot's up. I've rocked and rolls.
I don't think there's anything kind of deliberate in it. Do you know what I mean?
No, of course not. No, of course not. Well, you could see almost Gubbins was saying to him, no, don't pick it up. It's too close. Yeah, exactly.
I just don't think he's thinking about it.
This is full across Harris and left alone through to the keeper. 6 for 1. Yeah, it was far tighter than I realised. At first I thought, that's all right, isn't it? And then looked at it and
My first reaction was, his foot's over the line.
Yeah.
But you can see why I thought that.
Indeed, absolutely.
It was just a non-thinking thing.
Well, they'd have gone upstairs and rocked and rolled it, and I've done my best to rock and roll it, and those are the 2 frames that I managed to get. And it was tight.
Still, isn't it, this afternoon now? Just a gentle breeze from the east.
Helm bowls, and forward goes Harris, driving to mid-on. Tumbling stop there from Bamber. Excellent stuff from him, low to his right. And again, that intensity in the fields that they're talking about. Oh, this is great. We're now on the stream, looking at ourselves on the stream. Or looking at the replay on the stream, rocking and rolling. Wonderful coverage of this game now from the BBC, from all the counties. Such a difference when it all started up as just internet radio. And great to be part of. Great story every year, isn't it, with all the counties. As here's Helm bowls outside of the off stump. Harris leaves alone, 6 for 1. Through it goes, into the 4th over. Kevin Howell's always driving up and down the country to where the latest story is each week. But there's still another 8 stories happening elsewhere, isn't there, with all individual battles, individual toils and troubles. And
I'm assuming Kevin's at the Roses match, is he? I would imagine so.
That's a good point. I think so.
I think he said we had him with us in Southampton last week.
Oh yes, for the return of the fans for the first time.
Yeah, up on that freezing television gantry thing at the top of the hotel.
Somebody's pointed out to me, Kevin, as you've said before, we lost a wicket very early in our 2018 chase.
Bamber trying to make sure Leicestershire lose 2 wickets early, comes in and bowls to Evans outside off stump, rides the bounce well, deflects it wide of third slip, runs down to third man, 4-4, and openers 4, as they say. Evans moves on to 8, Leicestershire into double figures, 10 for 1. Cloud just obscures the sunlight for a moment.
Again, like I say, the first thing for Leicestershire is get past these 2. Just get past these 2. They did all the damage in the first innings before lunch, before the ball had to be thrown to anybody else. Get past these 2 and get into their second spell, get into their third spell.
Bamber in again to Evans, who is forward, bat in front of pad. That's how he plays on off stump. The danger then is the one that just comes back in that little bit extra, thumps into the front pad. He's going to be bang in front.
Leicestershire aren't going to particularly take a big chunk out of this tonight, unless you were talking about Dreamland and they go at 4 and over and they've scored 100 for 1 by stumps this evening.
27. I mean, if they score at 3 and over from this point on,
yeah, okay,
they're going to be closer to 100, aren't they? So, but as you say, Bamber is in, and Evans is going to pick up a run there as that one's onto middle and leg, and he just turns it calmly out towards mid wicket and calls Harris through for a single.
But go at 2.5 and over. Just don't lose wickets. Go at 2 and over. Just don't lose wickets tonight.
Yeah.
Just put a little bit of doubt into Middlesex. Take 60 or 70 out of it tonight. And it's 300 on the final day. If you've got 300 on the final day with 9 wickets standing, then again, you go into that first hour tomorrow morning, you say, right, get past Bamber and Helm again, put some pressure on Anderson. They've only got 3 seamers in the match.
Yeah. Yeah. Bamber is in, bowling, squares Harris up a little bit as he's walking down the wicket. Plenty of bat on it as he pushes it out. Into the offside it goes. Gubbins with his Middlesex cap tucked into his trouser waistband, where he's left it because he's under the helmet when
he's looking into the sun as well. I suppose he's got his sunglasses on, and they are so good nowadays, aren't they, these sunglasses, and I'm sure he's got plenty of lotion on as well.
Bamber is in, bowling outside off stump, good bounce but left by Harris. And it's still quite high. It is still only May, isn't it? Despite the fact that in, 3 weeks' time? the nights start drawing in.
Oh,
June the 21st, isn't it?
yeah.
29th of May now. Sorry, folks. It just, we were talking about it when it was so cold last week down in Southampton. Oh, crumbs. Let's have a bit of summer. Bamber bustles in, bowls to Harris outside off stump. Big stride from Harris, then he lifts his bat over the line of the ball. End of the over, the 5th of the Leicestershire second innings. They are 11 for 1.
Mother Nature will be pretty cruel if she doesn't deliver us a fair old Indian summer this year. After the April and May, it's been cold, hasn't it? You do get some nice Octobers and Novembers, don't you?
It was dry in April, wasn't it? But goodness, it was cold.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, if it was dry in April and we were all allowed out to do things, we probably would have been, all right, actually, do you know what, it's not raining, we'll wrap up and we'll go out and do something. The rain has been kind for Middlesex. This is heading to be yet another result, not a draw. Well, there was the Surrey draw, but here's Helm, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside and there's no run, 11 for 1. It was a moral victory. They've done the moral double over Surrey.
Yeah, we were not entirely displeased to kind of comfortably hold them twice, really.
Yeah. Now, I have to admit, you know, we have a lot of fun at Surrey's expense, but Richard Gould, who's departing the CEO there, he's been a tremendous champion of county championship cricket, and we're all going to miss him dreadfully, aren't we? He's fought the good fight. Three slips and a short leg in place. Helm bowls and Evans defends into the offside. Such a key partnership now for Leicestershire, these two. The overseas, Evans a form batsman. Ackerman, who scored so well in the first innings of the Middlesex victory here in 2018. Hill defiant in the first innings here. Swindles and Mike know what they're doing. Parkinson, the top scorer of the first innings, coming in at 8 with 41. Chris Wright, he's taken 6 for against his former county. Again, a fine batsman. Helm bowls, and goes past the edge of Evans. And there's a little dabble on the back foot. Nice ball.
Well, I forgot about the playoff.
Yes, I think Brentford were winning, weren't they? Oh, so that's why BBC London haven't been to it for an update for a while.
Don't know whether to ask you to tell me or not, really. I'll watch the Champions League.
Oh, I see. What time's the Champions League? 8 o'clock? Is it?
It's usually about that sort of time.
Comfortably back for that, will we?
Oh, that's a point, if assuming we're done by 8.
Helm bowls and up on his toes. Evans defends and there's no run. There is at least one Chelsea fan in the Middlesex dressing room. Nick Gubbins.
Ah, okay.
Massive Chelsea fan.
I'm not sure. I think the Leicestershire dressing room is unattached for that one.
I think there's a fair bit of sense in some of the other Middlesex players, though.
Even actually, the Lancastrians are all very sort of local team supporters, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Callum Parkinson for Bolton and so on, rather than Manchester City.
Helm bowls just short of a length, and Evans up on his toes defends into the onside. There's no run. You were mentioning Chris Wright earlier, actually. I was going to say, with his Gunners Association, it reminded me again of that first time I ever commentated with Wright in the tent at Uxbridge, and Nick Compton sticking his head around the tent saying, "Righty, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping with drinks and 12th man?" "Oh, I'm doing this." Both he and Compton, huge Arsenal fans. There's Angus Fraser and Tim Mercer, Liverpool fans, and Richard Johnson, now the bowling coach at Surrey, former assistant coach at Middlesex, was the Spurs fan in the Middlesex dressing room. So there was always a bit of something going on. As here's Helm bowls, and this is nudged down to long leg for a single by Evans. He's on to 12 for 1. And Toby Rowland-Jones, I think I'm right in saying Tom Helm as well, are Manchester United fans. Rowland-Jones certainly is. The youngsters, I'm going to have to go and quiz them, I'm not sure yet. Or indeed the captain, Peter Hanscom. Who's your soccer team, Pete?
Perth. No, it'll be Aussie football, perhaps.
Half a feeling that Sam Robson might be a football fan, despite his Sydney upbringing.
not a Melbourne's a rugby league city, isn't it? 2 rugby league sides there. Bamber is in over the wicket to Evans, who is playing on the back foot. Bit of a flourish, as having blocked it out into the offside, he just lifts the bat even further. Just on off stump. Just wonder whether Bamber's bowling quite full enough. His instinctive length is just slightly short of a good length with Ethan Bamber. Come on, Bambino. Could be worse, couldn't it? Bambino. Breeze just strengthening slightly as in goes Bamber and bowls outside off stump, looking to defend it out into the offside. Comes off a thick inside edge from Evans and bounces out towards mid on. And having now got his back to the sun, Gubbins has put his cap on. Go figure. Hanscom is now in the shadow of the floodlight pylon, the top of the floodlight pylon, that is, of course. In goes Bamber and bowls a couple of steps down the wicket from Evans. They're getting out of the crease, these 2 Leicestershire batsmen, as Azad did, to try and negate any movement, or make it difficult at least for the umpires to give them out leg before if it seems back in. Hasn't been a big appeal, other than that against Azad from Bamber, that we both felt probably had pitched outside the line of leg stump. That's the delivery for the right-handers to look out for. It was very productive for Chris Wright. In goes Bamber, bowls and induces a false shot from Sam Evans. He went for the drive, no foot movement. He was anywhere near in position to play it, went through with a shot anyway, played through the line of the ball, and it bounced past the outside edge into the gloves of John Simpson. Robson is windmilling his arms. Can't imagine he's going to get a bowl.
No.
But you never know.
No, I don't think the leg spin of Robson will be rolled out tonight. Put those shots away though, hey?
Yep.
They've got to hold those back for really tomorrow afternoon.
No percentage shot. In goes Bamber and bowls, and a more solid forward defensive from Evans to the slightly straighter delivery on off stump. Fuller played out into the offside. Gubbins is the fielder.
Yeah, I've just got to. Are you trying to listen to him?
Yeah, I was just sorry, listening to all the encouraging.
Sorry.
No, but no, you go on, crack on.
Yeah, they say it just needs to be proper first-class cricket for a good 2 or 3 sessions now, doesn't it?
It does. Bamber is in, forward goes Evans. It does shake back in a little bit off the pitch, and Evans in control of that one. Didn't really sort of get up or bounce too much, and he was able to play it comfortably enough off the pitch. End of a good over from Ethan Bamber, a maiden over in which he did beat the outside edge. And 12 for 1 therefore remains the score. Bamber 1 for 8 from 4. Helm none for 3 from his 3 so far.
Yeah, just leave, block, leave, block, leave, block. Some classical first-class opening batting required here from Leicestershire.
Roy Copeland, also from Friends of Grace Road, makes the point that you were making about the cakes.
Helm bowls, and this ball's dropped into the onside, 12 for 1. If there's one thing I've been good at in these 17 seasons, it's not missing the opportunity to summarise a situation with cakes involved. Is this that half of the ground can't get to them?
Yeah, that making the point that it was a little bit quiet simply because, well, only half of half, he says, essentially can get to them. It may be then. I'll ask them. I'll tweet Roy to see if they're back tomorrow.
Well,
of course, normally they sell out very quickly.
Yeah. Could have a mobile cake shop at the ground.
Yeah, trolley.
Here's Helm bowls and onto the legs. That's clipped away for 4. And yeah, this should really be the game now, shouldn't it? Harris is off the mark with the boundary, fine of the long leg fielder, but block and leave, and then when the bad ball comes, okay, thank you very much. Make them bowl at you. Helm's come around the wicket to him, gone onto the legs, and just a gentle little tickle. Don't get carried away. There's no rush. It's a lovely day to bat. Yes, Leicestershire have another game to come after this for Middlesex. They're obviously, and again, you know, they were out there earlier, Hanscom and co, those who won't feature in the T20 have got a long wait until the next game. There'll be second 11 cricket, but it's not the same. Helm bowls down the leg side. Harris doesn't cash in on this occasion. It's through to Simpson. Remember Mercer and I'm going to say Harris 2 years ago had a similar situation to this, where they had all the rounds of matches, then they had something like a month break before the next championship game, and possibly even 6 weeks. And Mercer and Harris didn't play in that time, if memory recalls. And I said to Mercer, you know, it'd be pretty fresh, you've had 6 weeks off. And he said, no, I'm exhausted. He said, you need to bowl. I haven't bowled for 6 weeks. I played in the seconds, but it's not the same. You need to keep bowling. I'm absolutely exhausted after that first game back after the break.
Holman's gone in at leg slip.
Helm continues around the wicket. And full and straight, this ball's pushed to mid-on, no run. Harris on 4, 16 for 1. He was right arm over to Harris in the first innings when Harris chose not to play a shot. I say chose, it was almost as though he froze. It was whether he missed something. You know, the ball came out of the hand and he didn't, it's not that he didn't pick it up, but he picked up something that wasn't there because the bat was just behind him and he wasn't really, feet hadn't really gone anywhere. He was just struck by the ball, really. Just wore it.
Yeah. Almost looked like he hadn't picked it up at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Helm to Harris. Bowls, and this ball's tickled into the onside and there's no run. Forgive me if you've heard this one before, any Middlesex listeners, but there was a game here in 2010 when Ian O'Brien was the overseas for Leicestershire. No, it would have been 2009 then. Ian O'Brien was the overseas for, would it have been earlier than that? I'm trying to think. Maybe he was with Middlesex 2010. I'm pretty much sure he went straight from here to Middlesex. Anyway, circa 2008, 2009. He was the overseas for Leicestershire and really went through Middlesex in one of the innings. It's Helm around the wicket bowls outside of the off stump. It's left alone through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. 16 for 1. Harris has 4 and Evans has 10. The pitch was, I am going to say, 3 or 4 more to the left as we look from the pavilion end to the Bennett end. And the television commentary box had been built on a scaffolding at the far end to the left of the indoor school as we look. The pitch was in line with that, and the sight screen was rolled across in front of the scaffolding and the commentary box, which towered up over the top of it. And the pitch was perfectly in line for that commentary box. Now, it had a black matting all over the scaffolding, and the black matting, Ian O'Brien was bowling out of it. The Middlesex batsman said they couldn't see the ball on release.
Bamber continues from the Bennett end, bowls short outside off stump to Evans, who drops his hands and jumps slightly as he lets that one go through to Simpson. Oh, update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, more than a bit of a chase. Middlesex made 383 to win here 3 years ago. Well, they've set Leicestershire a very similar target. 378 in the end is the target for Leicestershire. 218 all out in their second innings. Middlesex, a magnificent bowling effort by Chris Wright, 6 for 48 of 23.1 overs to give Leicestershire just a little bit of a sniff. What will give them a little bit more optimism is that under the baking sun this afternoon, the pitch has flattened just a little bit, though Callum Parkinson was getting 1 or 2 to turn, and Middlesex do have 2 young spinners in their ranks. They have already lost a wicket, I'm afraid, the Foxes in that chase. Hassan Azad, who was caught at long leg, a little paddle pull that got a top edge and flew to Tilan Walalawita, young man making his way in the game for Middlesex, never looked like dropping the chance. That was off the bowling of Ethan Bamber for 1, 2 for 1 at that stage. Sam Evans, though, has put a couple away to the boundary. He is 10 not out. Marcus Harris, for whom this is a very important innings, Leicestershire's overseas international, the Test star, the Australia Test star, huge opportunity for him to make a mark in front of the Leicestershire members. He is 4 not out. They just have to try and get through to the close without losing another wicket, essentially. The Foxes, 23.5 overs remain to be bowled today. Leicestershire, needing 378 to win, are 16 for 1. You've missed a couple of deliveries that have been defended by Sam Evans outside off stump. That would probably be it, I would imagine, in terms of updates. You never quite know.
Apparently my busy spell's going to start soon. No, because they've got to fill between now and the Champions League final.
Oh, they're keeping going, are they?
Yeah.
As Bamba chases in, arms flailing, bowls to Evans. It does seem back in a little bit, takes a thick inside edge, runs out towards square leg. Mid-wicket runs across to make the stop. No chance of a single being taken. Martin Anderson out there patrolling the leg side. 16 for 1 remains the score.
Yeah, that Ian O'Brien's story. So the sight screen, O'Brien's release was just above the sight screen, so it was coming out of the black mesh that was across the scaffolding. And I remember Gareth Berg and Nick Compton were the two in particular.
As Bamba goes in, bowls outside off stump, late decision, correct decision to leave from Sam Evans.
They triggered and then didn't move after that. They had their trigger, bowler releases, bat was held behind them, and if memory serves, both were LBW. It just didn't move. The bat was still behind them. They didn't move from anywhere. One, I think, may have even been struck on the full, and the other one, yeah, same. Ball pitches, hits the pads, and they're standing there. And they said just didn't see it. Came out of that black mesh just over the sight screen, and they didn't see the ball thereafter. Or they didn't see it to begin with at all as he went up into his coil. So I think the day after, a whole load of white sheeting was then draped over the scaffolding there.
Roy says they don't normally serve on day 4, Friends of Grace Road, as I do know, but he says have a look just in case. So maybe.
If they've got a whole load of leftovers,
that's what I'm thinking. You see, if they've got
lots
of nice fresh cakes.
Send somebody in.
Well, at the very least, leave us a slice somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got a fridge at the back here. We could offer to store it for the next game.
We have.
We can't guarantee it'll make it to the next game, but we could store it.
Who's here now? Yeah, it's not Fletch, so it should make it.
Yeah. Martin Anderson replaces Helm, which may result in a change of ends for Helm. Anderson, having a bit of a golden arm at the moment, as the coach said of him. Right arm over now, 4 wickets in the first innings. He bowls and up on his toes. Harris turns a single through mid-wicket, moves to 5, 17 for 1.
If it is going to be slightly harder work for the Middlesex trio of seamers in this innings, then Hanscom might want to rotate a little bit more often than he needed to do. It just worked out really nicely with intervals and things like that, and the way they bowled, of course, in the first innings. But be conscious of A, their youth, and B, the fact that there's only 3 of them. Relatively.
Yeah, and there really isn't another seam option in that side. Gubbins will bowl spin, Robson will bowl spin, and then Holman and Walaluita, the 2 leading spinners. As Anderson's in, bowls, and one that holds its line to off stump. It's eased defensively by Evans to point, and there's no run. I was almost waiting for that one to just start to swing away, just to nip away, but it held its line onto the bat. Evans playing it as late as possible, as he did from one in that last over from Bamba that looked like he might have brought the bat down too late, but got to be patient, especially on this one where there's been that assistance of the bowlers. As again, nice ball angled to off stump again. Just a little fuller and straighter starting rather than angled in it, and it looked as though it did just have a little bit of shape away from the right-hander who got solidly behind it, Evans.
So I'm guessing Radio London have someone in wherever it's being. Where is it being played? Portugal, isn't it, somewhere?
Is it? Yeah, either that or they might be taking the 5 Live commentary but doing their own build-up show to the commentary. Anderson with 3 slips bowls, and forward goes Evans driving to mid-off.
It was originally going to be in Turkey, wasn't it? And then Turkey was...
Is that right?
Yeah. And Turkey obviously has its issues, obviously, with COVID at the moment, so there was a big push for them to play it at Wembley, to UK-based sides, but that wasn't possible from a COVID point of view in terms of all sorts of things.
Anderson bowls very full and driven to mid-off. Just watchfully so by Hanscom. To Hanscom, sorry, by Evans, and rightly played. Just watch it, that's fine, onto the bat, just feel that ball onto the bat, really just get your way into the innings. Take your time.
Nice little bit of in-swing there, just a little.
The run rate's the run point's 1.7. Required, funnily enough, which I wouldn't have even considered at this stage. Required 3.1. Yeah. Anderson bowls, and this ball's eased into the offside of the back foot by Evans, and that's the end of Anderson's first over. Just the one run off it turned into the onside by Harris, who's moved to 5 and will now have the strike. Evans remains on 10. Yeah, so for me this evening, 21 overs to go. I'd just keep plodding along at 2 and over tonight. That required rate is nothing that Leicestershire needs to think about until tea time tomorrow.
No, I'm kind of with you. I think I'd take it off the board, to be honest. Just,
yeah, don't put it up there as a mental.
Yeah. Mind. Something to think about for those who control the scoreboard.
Yeah, I was surprised to see it up there. Yeah, I mean, it's a great play. The one thing that I always complain about is the lack of communication sometimes at a cricket ground. So I'm not going to bemoan it too much. It was more a fact that I was surprised to see it. Jedlad said yes, it was 2009, the Ian O'Brien humiliation match. So Jed has described it. He sent me the scorecard.
Well, Bamber is going to continue from the Bennett end. He's coming round the wicket to Harris, who's solidly forward on off stump, playing it back to the young seamer. And he wanders off towards square leg, practising his forward defensive. 5 off 17 for him, 10 off 33 for Evans. Chorus of encouragement. Messrs White, Robson and Eskenazi. Sorry, mate.
No, sorry, I thought you'd done. My apologies. Not a single player remains from that 2009 side. In this side, 2 are still at the club, Mercer and Finn.
Bamber in again. Harris is driving in the air through gully down to third man for 4. It was a loose shot and a little unfortunate for Ethan Bamber. I think, should they have a gully in at this stage? It's very early. I would have thought it might be worth it.
Yeah.
A little bit surprised there wasn't one.
Yeah, I don't think they need to worry about the runs, do they?
Not yet.
Yeah, take that cover out. And
all about wickets at the moment.
Sorry, Owen Morgan, 3 remain in the Middlesex squad. Just nobody playing in this game today.
Bottom dollar that there's none from Leicestershire.
Let's have a look.
Absolutely certain. Well, Nixon, I suppose. No?
No, it was Tom New.
In goes Bamber, bowls again outside off stump, hops across but then lets it go. Harris, he's moved on to 9 with that slightly streaky 4.
Andrew Harris was playing, but not the Harris batting here.
21 for 1.
Actually, this side, it was a pretty decent side. Cobb and Boyce opening. Bota Dipana was the captain at 3.
Well, this was a side that won 3 T20s essentially.
Yeah.
3 T20 competitions.
H.D. Ackerman,
yeah.
Jim Allenby, James Taylor,
there you go.
Tom New, who did have a good run around that point, as we mentioned on day 1 here.
Bamber in again, outside off stump. Again, big stride from Harris, and again he leaves.
George Walker, Ian O'Brien, Andrew Harris and Harry Gurney. It's not a bad attack, is it?
Not a bad side. 200 trophy winning side.
Yeah. Middlesex hit 159 in the first innings and 91 in the second. I'm just going to see. Compton was LBW O'Brien and Berg was LBW O'Brien, yep.
Bamber is in, outside off stump, steered firmly out into the offside, but a good stop, slightly tumbling stop away to his right by Gubbins. Wasn't sure where the ball had gone for a minute. He'd stopped it kind of underneath him and he was looking around between his legs. Where's it gone? There it is. Made sure there were no runs.
159 played 244 and then Middlesex was skittled for 91 in their second innings once the white mesh was up, as for if memory serves. But it was Allenby who did the damage in the second innings with a mixture of Gurney and Harris as well.
Bamber is in, bowls, that's a good straight delivery coming back in towards Harris, but he's solidly behind it. Chunky left-hander, Marcus Harris. Very calm at the crease. As I say, I asked Evans, what's it like batting with him? Because obviously batted with him for a fair old time at Gloucester and at Bristol, and he said, well, he didn't give you much. He said, he didn't say much, just come on, keep going, keep going. He's not one for technical talk about the nature of a pitch or what a particular bowler is doing. It's just encouragement of the general variety.
Another link from that match. Cobb, I remember, I was commentating on it, scored 148 against Middlesex at Lord's the year before. And he was 17, he became the youngest century maker for Leicestershire, which I assume still stands. Cobb at 17, the youngest. He was batting with H.D. Ackerman that day at Lord's, and I remember it was incredibly frustrating for Middlesex.
I don't know how old Taylor was when he made his first century, but he certainly, I don't think he was 17.
Anderson is in, he bowls, full ball with a little bit of wobble on it. It's driven to mid-off watchfully by Evans. He's only 30 now, Josh Cobb.
Yeah. Leicester born and you know, big Leicester Tigers follower, and obviously his dad is still very much involved with the club, sending players from Loughborough often.
This ball's full and driven to mid-off once more. Evans just watchfully playing it away into the offside. Anderson putting it right up there, trying to give it every chance, just slightly over-pitched on those two, wasn't he? He'll be 31 in August, Joshua James Cobb. So we can see when his last match was, if they have that on here. Anderson bowls, up on his toes. Evans into the offside, and there's no run. What's your memory like for that one? Cobb's last game.
I remember him in the first season coming up to the commentary box, actually in Chelmsford, when Scott Styris was batting for Leicestershire in the T20, and saying that he and Nathan Buck, they're going to, saying on air that the club were going to lose players. He said it's up to the club now to show us where it's going. Greg Smith as well.
Anderson bowls. It's a low full toss driven down to mid-on by Evans, no run.
Missed out on a few in this over, but as you say, the importance, he said, he's just being there really.
I think it's mindset now, yeah. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, and he was obviously ambitious to win things, didn't feel the club was going in the right direction. I think had, for example, Andrew McDonald been there at the time, with whom they were good friends, and McDonald had been part of the T20 winning side with young Cobb.
This one's just full of a length and driven with an open face. A lovely shot by Evans. Just one too many outside the off stump for him to resist in the end, wasn't it? And again, the length is so full that he was happy to go with it with the open face. He moves to 14. The lovely square drive, and 25 for 1 Leicestershire. 353 to win.
Ended up moving down to Northampton and winning the T20 again twice.
Played in it last. I was just looking at his last game. He didn't play any Bobolist Trophy games last year, but he played in the T20.
It's probably a little bit unfortunate in a way not to have got into the Big Bash. And he's played a lot in Bangladesh in the various one-day competitions in Asia, but not, I don't think, in the Big Bash. Probably a bit unfortunate in a way.
Nice ball of Anderson's second over. He bowls, and this ball's driven away wide of Hanscom at mid-off, and they're through for a sharply taken single. Evans onto 15, 26 for 1. Let's keep checking my phone in case I get a message from BBC London's run next door. Nothing for a while. They're too busy.
Okay in terms of your
It did, thank you. It did, thank you. Apart from the mower started up right below, the effects might just allow us.
I'll have a word.
Yeah, thank you. For next time.
Wouldn't dare. Drinks being taken by the Leicestershire batsman. Evans has faced 39 balls for his 15. Harris 22 for his 9. 20 overs remain. It's 5:31, so we're looking at least another hour, aren't we? If not more. Bamber to continue into his 7th over bowls outside off stump to, well, just outside off stump, still short of a length to Evans, who gets up tall and plays it nicely out to Gubbins. Extra cover.
Simon White said, pity for Luke Holman's fall as the last wicket. I feel he could come in one place earlier and not bat with so much of the tail. The thing is, I mean, he could probably come in about 3 or 4 earlier, but it's who do you drop down the order is the thing.
I was going to say, how do you fiddle with the order?
You've got Anderson, who's batted at 5 and scored a couple of 90s at 5 in the last 3 years.
On comes Bamber, bowls, that one comes back in again, but Evans is leaning forward, equal to it, pushing it out to Hanscom. No run.
I think he's about right where he is at the moment in terms of,
yeah,
he's in as a spinner primarily, and all right, a spinning all-rounder. But yeah, Anderson, you're not going to drop Anderson to 8. At 7, Anderson perhaps feel he's too low already.
I mean, at this stage, he probably wouldn't get in the side purely as a batsman, would he? So, on that basis, in goes Bamber, bowls, slightly short of a length. Up on his toes is Evans. Nice straight back down the pitch to the seamer.
Anna Forsyth says, watching as I walk to the shops. This is Anna in Vancouver.
Don't walk into the road or anything, will you?
Well, more to the point, wait until you get to the next line.
Oh, go on.
The mountains look beautiful this morning. Don't fall off the edge.
Did she send a picture?
She hasn't, but we can request. Middlesex have a big lead. What a glorious day. Good to have you with us, Anna.
Yeah, glorious here too. For the first time for a long time. In goes Bamber and bowls. Leaning forward is Evans. Slightly angled bat out to Holman at backward point. No run. What's Springsteen got to say? Ah yes, the Pierre de Bruyne years. How we miss him. Not, he says.
Oh really?
Did his very best, Pierre. Intense man, South African. But the dressing room was not a happy place to be as the longer his reign went on. Bamber is in. Bowls outside off stump. Evans leaves. Funnily enough, actually, you mentioned sort of things coming to a head at Kent at Canterbury, and they did for Leicestershire and De Bruyne as well that season.
I think it's coming to a head at Canterbury. That's a great line.
Yeah, they wanted to
think about it.
Set a.
It's where what's his chop lost his scalp, isn't it?
I see.
Things coming to a head at Canterbury. A big axe.
That's where what's his chop lost his scalp. Yeah, I believe that's how the historians put it in the Anglo-Saxons Chronicles. Yes. Poor Thomas à Becket. In goes Bamber, bowls outside off stump. It slides on rather, goes through low to Simpson, uninterrupted by Sam Evans. And that is the end of the over. A maiden over from Ethan Bamber. 1 for 12 from 7 overs for him.
Did they mark the spot as well? I remember going there as a child and it was like on this spot. And you think, ugh.
Do you know, I've never been in Canterbury Cathedral.
Oh, really?
I've sort of walked around the outside,
yeah.
But it's quite expensive to get in.
Yeah, well, I remember going to school, and I'm sure I remember being totally sickened, stood on the spot. Yeah, it was just there that he was scalped.
Look, if I was them, I'd have a blood stain.
Yeah.
Pretend, of course, but just. But yes, I mean, just to come back to the point, yes, Leicestershire were anxious to set Kent a target, and the captain, Mark Cosgrove, was.
Anderson bowls, and this is full and wide outside the off stump through to the keeper, pitched on the crease, that one.
And I think the assistant coach, Graham Welch, at the time was, and all Leicestershire were, and Kent were kind of up for it. Billings, I think, was the captain. Would it be North East, would it be? Billings took over from North East when North East went to Hampshire. That'd be right.
Yep.
So I think it was Sam North East was the captain, and I remember Cosgrove walking across the outfield with North East.
This ball's full and driven to mid-off by Harris. No run. 26 for 1.
Basically, he said, "Look, we can't do a deal because the coach won't have it." And then Cosgrove went into bat and basically tried to hit every ball for 6, trying to make a point.
The Kent coach wouldn't have it.
No, the De Bruyne, who was the head of, who was Leicestershire's head of cricket at the time, head coach.
Anderson bowls. His turn to mid-wicket. No run.
And as I say, Cosgrove made his point by trying to hit every ball for 6. And Wasim Khan was the chief executive. I remember texting saying, "Look, there's some pretty unhappy cricketers here, you know."
Oh, who's in trouble now? Stewart down below again.
Once again, I think.
Yeah, the high vis walking
vis,
backwards and forwards.
Stand still.
It's again, it's because there's a higher number of stewards in the ground for this game, isn't there? Because of COVID, and I guess a few of them probably aren't quite familiar with the things they need to know about cricket.
No. And it will be catching the sun, I would imagine, that fluorescent jacket.
Anderson bowls and Harris on the back foot defence. 26 for 1 it remains.
In the following game, there were meetings and all sorts across there. Actually, they had in the what has been taken over by the television people next to the. It used to be one big press box there.
Yeah, of course it did. Yeah, I hadn't noticed.
And now it is just half a press box.
So that the
which is fair
TV,
enough.
so that the TV can have a big box to themselves.
Yeah.
Anderson's in, bowls, and this is full. Swinging onto the pads and clipped through mid-wicket by Harris. He's bowling incredibly full, isn't he? As I say, when it's left alone on occasion outside the off stump, you can see it's hitting the dust on the crease and where the bowler's foot lands. Once more, I mean, certainly you want it to be full rather than short, but just a fraction too full at the moment, Anderson. 30 for 1. And on to 13 goes Harris. So it was in the press box.
So yeah, well, not
or in the TV box.
In the TV box, you know.
What was this mid-match? Were you commentating on the meeting? You could see what was going on. Do you have the camera out? The binoculars. Here's a low full toss, driven down the ground. Hanscom gets across and prevents even a single. Harris didn't quite go fully through with the shot. 30 for 1. It remains end of Anderson's third over, none for 10. Harris has 13 and Evans 15.
That was basically the end for Pierre. I don't know what he's. I presume he's coaching in South Africa now. He was always very, polite, but very intense. But I remember saying to him at the start of that last day in Kent, "Are we going to, saying to him, we're going to set them a target? Well, I'm not going to give them anything." With tightened lips. So obviously other people, because I said it sort of fairly jovially.
Yeah.
I used to play in the football games sometimes with them, and he'd obviously had that discussion with several people, much more important than I, at the time. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out. Bamber, still going from the Bennett end, bowls to Sam Evans. Seems back in a touch, but Evans just strokes it defensively out to mid-on.
Hello to Joe, who is a Hampshire fan, but Kevin James, well, Hampshire not in action this week. Kevin James in action today with game down on the south coast. So it's a shame about the time difference, as Ian O'Brien would love to be hearing stories about himself while trying to get through quarantine in New Zealand.
Is he, bless him? He's still based in Derbyshire, isn't he? Or Belper?
Yes, Chesterfield.
Chesterfield area. Bamber is in. Bowls, bouncer, and it's in the air, and it just short of square leg. He was trying to duck out of the way. He seemed to lose sight of it. Doesn't always play the short ball very well, Sam Evans. He left his bat periscoped up, hit the top of the bat, could have gone anywhere, flew towards square leg, or looped towards square leg, and he was lucky there, Evans. It dropped short.
Yeah, it'd be something to sort of fallen that way, wouldn't it? He was just swaying inside the line of it, but he forgot to drop the bat. As you say, quite rightly, it was periscoped behind him.
Bamber encouraged, bounds in, bowls again, edge short of second slip. It's going to run down to third man for dived across to his right. Robsy just shakes his hand, so might just have got his fingers on it as it bounced past him. But a couple of slightly fortuitous moments. Well, one very and one slightly fortuitous moment for Sam Evans. He survives, moves on to 19. Leicestershire living slightly dangerously now, 34 for 1.
Anna has a picture. The mountains are a bit far away to photograph well, but there they are from the distance in our walk through town.
Ah, yeah. Not snow covered at this stage of the year. In goes Bamber and bowls. Evans much more comfortable getting forward, leaning forward, deflecting the ball out to wide mid-off.
And Jason Manning says, thanks again for the commentary, top quality with all the excitement after every ball. I'm wondering who the sledgers stroke loud players are amongst Leicestershire and Middlesex.
Loudest is Callum Parkinson for Leicestershire, no doubt about it. I don't think they're big sledgers, as in.
No, there's not a great deal of sledging anymore, is there? Not like it was.
Bamber is in, plays inside the line, or did it just swing past the outside edge? I think we'll give Bamber the credit of beating the bat on that one. And it's been a good over from Bamber. 3 times, arguably, he's beaten the bat, caused Evans all sorts of inconvenience. Evans at the moment on top because he picked up a 4, but one of those overs where the bowler can feel he's been on top all the way through. One ball left to come. Bamber might be his last one for the time being. In he goes and bowls. Seems back in. Evans is behind that one on off stump. Plays it out into the offside. Got away with it. Evans. Bamber 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 16. And it would be logical now if Helm came on at that top end, just gave Bamber a breather. I think 8 overs in a block is
Yeah.
a decent effort, albeit coming down the slope.
Yeah, it's just not as prevalent as it was sledging anymore, is it? I don't know whether stump mic affected that at international level.
Hope so.
What, to get rid of it?
Not get rid of it, but just reduced its...
I think it's
occasionally
reduced
it could
it to-
become unpleasant, couldn't it? But
Yeah. I mean, there was the famous Anderson and Mitchell Johnson one, wasn't there, where it kept on going on the TV ads, didn't it? And they put the subtitles on it. It was an advertisement for something, wasn't it? As Anderson is in, bowls, Martin Anderson that is, and up on his toes, Harris pushes back. Johnson was something about, you getting upset, you're chirping away because you're not taking any wickets, and Anderson ran in and took a wicket the next ball, didn't he, and turned to Johnson and was backing away with his arms, backing away in celebration through to the wicketkeeper
yeah,
with his
that's all
arms held
fine.
out.
It's
That was
just when it
that
becomes
was lovely,
personal,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, there's some very personal. I mean, there's books written about it, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's a full one to Harris, push back to Anderson, no run.
Just rolled his fingers across the seam there, but it didn't do too much. Springsteen says that De Bruyne is now a TV commentator. Well, he was quite a good talker. In fairness, his analysis was quite good. It just... his relationship... He wasn't a people person. Is that the expression? Particularly, which is a problem.
Anderson bowls just short of length, and this turn backwards, going the leg side for a single. Harris on to 14, 35 for 1.
For Brunty, there were actually connection with a player in this game, but Brunty, the writing was on the wall for him when De Bruyne basically got rid of Gus Robson, Angus Robson, Sam's brother, who was very good for Leicestershire, and he nearly always seemed to get a 50, but he used to get it quite quickly, and it got into De Bruyne's head that quick 50s were no good. He'd rather have a slow hundreds.
Anderson bowls short, riding the bounce is Evans to square leg, and there's no run.
And Robson, who was there on the pre-season photograph, suddenly found himself sort of out in the cold.
Wow.
And there was, a clear falling out of some kind, and Angus left. I'd have him back, sometimes. He was a very fine player.
Anderson bowls short again, and Evans defends into the offside, no run.
What's that, Sam? What is Gus is up to?
He might be tuned in. Let us know if you are, Gus. Don't know if he's a tweeter.
He had
or taking tweets.
A voice like gravel, Gus. As in, the man from Snowy River. It was sort of like Barry Humphries, sort of taking the mickey out of his countrymen. It was amazing.
Anderson bowls, and only just riding the bounce this time. Evans over the top of it. A short leg would have, or certainly a forward short leg, might have been desperately trying to plunge down underneath that one. 35 for 1, Evans 19 and Harris 14. None for 11 off 4 from Anderson now. 16 gone, 15 remain of the day.
Sam doesn't, does he really? I mean, he's obviously got an Australian accent, but
not as gravelly.
It's not really gravelly, but Gus's was extraordinary. He was just a little guy as well. He was nothing much of him. He sounded like it had been blown across the desert, the Australian desert. Look at that vast red continent. Sandy. Onto the beaches of Sydney, where he was very much at home. His pictures of surfing. So Helm is replacing Bamber now. So 8 overs for Bamber, 1 for 16. He comes off at the Bennett end. Tom Helm, who bowled 4 overs, none for 7 from the Pavilion end, takes over from him at the Bennett end. He'll come charging down the slope as Bamber did. To bowl to Marcus Harris on 14 In he bounces and bowls. Harris isn't sure where it's gone, comes off the inside edge, drops down at his feet, looks quickly back down at his stumps in case it was heading in that direction. It had gone down at his feet, but just for half a second, momentary panic for Marcus Harris.
Yeah, I guess the next change will be at some stage Anderson replaced by Wallaluita or Holman here at the pavilion end, and just see tonight if there's a little bit in it. Maybe both spinners will get a chance from this end tonight.
Little announcement, what was that about?
I think you maybe belatedly announced Helm bowling.
Ah, okay. Helm is in, bowls Harris a couple of steps down the wicket edges along the ground, or well short of Robson at second slip, bounces through his hands. Horrible one to have to try and stop. He did manage to slow it down. Chasing back is White, gets his throw away. Harris takes 2.
It may have hurt the left-hander Robson, has it?
I bet it did. It was travelling, wasn't it? Did well to. Well, he's okay. He's a tough cookie.
He'll have a gravelly voice right now, or maybe a high-pitched one. Hurt.
Okay, was it his wrist? He's not sort of
His
holding it. Yeah,
he's having a look. Yeah, he's had a few looks. The way he was on the floor, he kind of pulled his hand away as if to say, "Ow, it hurt."
16 then to Harris. Leicestershire 37 for 1. Helm, tall figure, comes bouncing in, bowls to Harris, very straight. Harris is solidly forward, bat pad, everything close together, pushing it out to Hanscom, who has shed his ponytail. I don't mean he's had it cut off, but he hasn't got it in a band of an elastic band. It isn't a ponytail is what I'm saying, it's just long and straggly at the moment. It's not a fetching look for me. I don't know what you think. That's not a comment on Peter Hanscom, who's a perfectly good-looking chap, but just the hairstyle.
To each his own. I don't think it'd suit me.
In goes a bowler Helm, and it's Foolish on off stump, waiting for it in crease though. Happy in the creases. Harris playing it out into the offside. No run.
When he was in that documentary, The Test, he had very short hair at that point.
I haven't seen that
he?
yet, you know. So people have told me what a great thing it is.
Oh, it's so good.
Was it on Netflix or was it on
the other one, Amazon.
Oh, right. So I can't probably get it
well,
without having.
You could probably
tell
discuss
me,
I'll tell you off air.
Write it down for me. There's a mean way and a means and a way. Good-o.
Other streaming services are available, we should add.
Helm is in a couple of steps from Harris, turns his wrists on that one as he plays it out into the leg side, but it only runs as far as mid-on.
Yeah, it's excellent. It's really, really good. Loved it.
Oh, jolly good. I'm going to learn something tonight about how to...
Yeah. There's, there was The Edge, the English one, wasn't there? Which Stephen Finn featured prominently in, and it was a tough watch.
Okay.
For guys that
I've seen that one,
we've known, we've worked with, we've been friends with over the years. That's in that side, and it was a tough watch.
Helm to finish his over is in to Harris. It's full, and he's trying to steer it, I think, down to third man. Doesn't get anything on it. Updates time between the overs. Well done. Yeah, having lost Hassan Azad with the score on just 2, the young opener caught at long leg off the bowling of Ethan Bamber when he top-edged a pull. The Foxes haven't lost a wicket since. They've moved on to 37 for 1. Marcus Harris, Leicestershire's overseas player, the Australia Test star, is on 16. Sam Evans, who's been in such good form this season, 3 centuries to his name already, is on 19. They've taken the score on to 37. There are still 15 overs left to be played today. The target as such isn't really on their mind, that 378. It's just a case of getting through to the close without losing another wicket. But they have reduced it to 341 runs to win, but as I say, all they want to do now is get through to the close. Leicestershire 37 for 1. It isn't impossible that they could pull off what would be a pretty famous victory tomorrow. Evans turns that one from Anderson down to long leg. Rose up towards the body, but he rode the bounce quite well. Kevin's nipped next door to do an update for Radio London. Come on, Marty, is the exhortation to Anderson, who is running in now to bowl to Harris, who was looking to steer one away into the offside, but it wasn't a great shot. Might just have come back into him a bit. It was a bit jabby and it went underneath his bat. It stayed a little bit low. And he wanders forward, touches, just prods at the pitch. Got away with it. Remains on 16. Evans went to 20 with that little nudge down to long leg. Anderson in again to Harris, who is working that one off stump actually, turns his wrists on it out towards mid-wicket. Helm runs across the field from mid-on to mid-wicket. A single is taken. Harris on to 17. Leicestershire 39 for 1. Keep in mind 378 the target for Leicestershire. 9 more wickets for Middlesex. Anderson with that very short mid-wicket in, is pushing it off the stumps, trying to push it off the stumps. Evans didn't get anything on it, hence the appeal as it ran down towards wide long leg, but not enough going for that one to be answered in the affirmative. It was a little bit high, a little bit leg side. Would have been surprising had it been answered in the, very surprising had it been answered in the affirmative. Umpire Newell at this end, the pavilion end now, of course. Umpire Robinson at the Bennett end. A short mid-wicket goes out and Anderson comes in and bowls to Harris, who again working it away off middle and off out into the leg side. Bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, so understandable in a way. 40 for 1, Leicestershire. Bonus points have been sorted out. Leicestershire 3, Middlesex 5. In goes Anderson, bowls a bouncer, pulled away by Harris. Nice shot by him, actually. He was in good control of that sort of whip pull almost, and although deep backward square is out on the boundary, had no chance of getting round. It bisected deep backward square and long leg and runs away for 4. Harris into the 20s with that shot, on to 21. End of the over. Anderson has conceded 17 from his 5 overs so far. Leicestershire 44 now for 1. How many overs to go? 14 as we approach 5 to 6. So it will be something around about 20 to 7, but we're not going to lose any of those overs. It is a gorgeous early summer's evening, late spring, early summer, as Helm comes bounding in from the Bennett end, bowls down the leg side, appeal for a catch behind, which is how Evans was out in the first innings, just looking to flick one down the leg side, but not on this occasion. Again, that short leg, but he's in front of square, a good bit in front of square, almost a very short mid-wicket in for Evans. Two slips. Otherwise, a pretty conventional field. Helm is in and bowling. Evans down the leg side, does get something on this, and it goes down to fine leg. Well, off the hip, actually, off the thigh pad or pad. Look to help it on its way. Flicked something. Pad runs down to fine leg for 4. 48 for 1. Leicestershire. A few runs in the last couple of overs will ease the Foxes on their way. That's probably the only real figure that matters tonight is the number in the wickets column. At the moment it's 1, they won't want it to be any more than that, obviously. Helm is in to Evans, seems back in, but he's behind it solidly enough. Seems back in from just outside off towards off. Wallaluita beginning to do some stretches down at long leg, lying on his back, moving his legs from side to side, picks himself up again. Constant barrage of encouragement from the Middlesex fielders for Tom Helm. Second over, this is second spell. He's in to Evans, who's on the back foot. Big puff of dust from the feet as he gets into position and defends that one out into the offside. Peter Hanscom comes in from mid-off to pick up. As you were listening to your to the bulletin, did they say who would want to play off?
Oh yes, yeah. Do you want to know?
Yeah, probably.
2-0 Brentford.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm kind of pleased for them. And in particular, there's a chap who used to work for the BBC who was a massive Brentford
Billy Reeves?
supporter. No.
Oh.
On the internet side of things, in goes Helm and bowls. Evans defends a straight ball back down the pitch to Helm. Helmy. But they've come a long way, Brentford, haven't they? They've built themselves a fine new community stadium and play attractive football. They deserve their chance. Then they came close last year, of course, as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Helm's going to go round the wicket. I think that's probably quite a good move to Evans with that short, very short mid-wicket in, and they might put a leg gully in. Holman is jogging across from backward point to actually leg slip. Can try and bounce him out. Helm comes in and bowls down the leg side. It's turned in the air through leg gully down towards Lawita. Long leg, who was saying Kev has been doing some stretching, so it may be that he's not too far from coming on for Anderson at this end as the Outlaws return from wherever their outing has been today.
Do they all live in that house together?
No, but I think it's they gather there. I don't
What,
think,
every day?
No, just at the weekends usually.
Ah.
It's usually a Sunday actually, but they've been out.
Maybe they weren't
today.
there
It's
on
the bank
Thursday, they
holiday
were just there
weekend.
Friday, were they? Maybe they took a long
They were there,
weekend.
yeah, it's the bank holiday weekend, so the bikes were lined up there. A gleaming mass of chrome. Those Harley Davidsons and what have you. End of the over, 49 for 1.
John Adcock, currently in Germany. I think this harks back to our perhaps it harks back to our map of where we've had all the listeners from over the years. Says, I spoke to Sam about his brother in 2019. He told me he was back in Oz studying sports science. Saw Angus get a big score for Sussex's seconds in the seconds final today at Arundel, probably in 2018.
Yeah, good.
Thank you, John.
Busy, exciting player. Really fulfill his talent in a way. He scored 1,000 runs for Leicestershire in a season.
Here is Walla who will bowl, and he has got. Sorry, I was distracted. I thought it was. I saw former Middlesex coach congratulating a Jay Davis, and I thought Middlesex is Jack Davis. Where is he? But it wasn't that Jay Davis, because it was a former Middlesex coach, Toby Radford, on Twitter. Here's Walla. He's left arm around bowls, and this ball's punched away to backward point, and there's no run. I thought I was just about to update you of something, but it had no relevance whatsoever to what was happening. 49 for 1.
He's worth 160 million quid now to a club that winning that
Really?
game, don't they?
Yeah. Back foot. Evans defends once more to Walla. Slip and a short leg, backward point cover. There's a deep cover as well, which is interesting. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg and deep backward square leg. There have been a couple of fielding positions that have just made me think, like the covers being in instead of a fourth slip. As Walla bowls short, and that's cut to backward point, there's no run. That have made me think, Middlesex just a little bit worried that this pitch is flattening.
It has. I'm certain it has today. It's looked a different animal. Not a completely different animal.
Walla bowls. Nice line of length on that one, and Evans had to get the bat down and around in front of the pad and ease it back up to the bowler, despite the fact he was probably playing that off almost leg stump, wasn't he? He was just wary of that turn.
A tiger that's had a sedation, if you like.
Bit of flight once more, driven back by Evans. No run. 49 for 1.
sun at the moment, the pitch.
Wallaluita bowls, and this ball's pushed into the onside and no run. 49 for 1. I mean, I'd ideally love to see it go deep into the final day as well, because it will be great experience for the two young spinners if it does. They will get a fantastic amount of bowling tomorrow, and it's something that we all bemoan, the lack of spin that we see nowadays. So it'll be lovely for Wallaluita and Holman to have a real go on this pitch. Maiden over to start from Wallaluita. Leicestershire 49 for 1. And 20 overs bowled in their second innings. The run chase, where they're not quite chasing the 380 that Middlesex sets. 329 more. They're 49 for 1.
Tom Helm to continue from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes to Marcus Harris. Bowls fullish. Harris waiting for it. Middle and off. Middle. Turns it firmly. Nice sound from the bat, but only as far as mid-on. One start shouts 2, starts 3, and it sort of goes around the outfield, doesn't it? 2 down here, 3 down here. Helm is in, knees pumping, bowls, very straight bat from Harris, back down the pitch. Helm sort of flips it out of the back of his hand back towards the stumps, misses them by an awful long way, and Simpson has to take off a gauntlet and run across to his right 10 yards or so to field the ball. Make sure that there are no cheeky overthrows. Leicestershire remain 49 for 1. Square leg. Bamber is going back to deep backward, not on the boundary. He's asking for instructions, please. Where exactly do you want me? Deep backward, almost wide, long leg. As Helm is in, bowls outside off stump, pushing it across Harris, who steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Ian Evans now both on 21. More of the Outlaws. Oh, they're off. Look, there they go.
Shouldn't they be electric by now, those bikes?
You tell them. I don't think they'd take kindly to the suggestion.
That'll be fun when it does get to that point. No, I'm afraid they have to be electric.
Helm is in, bowling, full and straight, and leaning forward is Harris, playing it out into the offside.
Is it 2030 when cars are being... it never occurred to me.
Engines.
Yeah, I assume bikes will go the same way at that point. 2030 will be a cut-off, will it? And say no?
I don't know.
Got to be electric.
I don't like to think. Electric wheelchair by that stage, for some of us. They're a thing, aren't they? Of course they're a thing now. There's little scooters as well that people buzz around on, young people buzz around on at a fearful rate. Around city centre, Bristol, goodness me. In goes Helm and bowls, and whipped away through mid-wicket, and I think that's going to go all the way for 4, just over pitched on there. Middle and leg, and Harris tucked in to bring up the Leicester 50. 53 for 1, they move on to, which means a 50 partnership has been raised as well, because they came together with the score on just 2.
Hill and Parkinson registered a 50 partnership in the first innings, didn't they, if I'm not mistaken? I'll double check. I don't think that's the first of the match for Leicestershire.
86 for 7, 42 to 86, no.
No, first of the match.
And then 86 to 125. In goes Helm, bowls, it is for Leicestershire, and defended by Marcus Harris back down the pitch.
Hell's ecological angels.
Perhaps, why not? Why not? It would do the PR good, wouldn't it? You will be green, or else. Why not, indeed? 53 for 1 after 21 overs. 11 remain to be bowled today. Leicestershire have reduced the number of runs needed to win for 325. Middlesex the number of wickets needed to win the game to 9.
Just checking if I'm allowed to credit that one to my correspondent. Or if they prefer to remain anonymous. Wallaluita's left arm around bowls, and this ball is edged away backward of square for a couple.
Just straighten a fraction.
Just a single, in fact, they've taken. My apologies. On to 22. Like I say, he'll look for bounce as well, Wallaluita, which I didn't detect as much from Parkinson. Obviously, he will look for an element of bounce, but Wallaluita in particular, if it's bouncing, he's happy.
He's taller, isn't he? So
I was gonna. I hesitated. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, he's taller. Parky's not a big fella.
Well, look at Evans, who's not a big fella either at the non-strikers end. He's got a few inches on Evans, but he doesn't dwarf him, does he?
No. But a couple of inches is enough, and it to make a bit of a difference.
$54 for 1. Harris awaits. As Wallaluita comes in and bowls. This is played off the back foot to cover, and there's no run. Slipping a short leg in place.
Giggling about.
Sorry.
Helm is coming in from long on to... How far in? He'd come in halfway, but he's just retreated a few yards now.
Wallaluita bowls, and this is played defensively into the offside, cover fields.
Long shadows being cast. Beautiful evening.
Wallaluita bowls, and that is left alone. Just clips a bit of pad on the way through. I thought it was short.
Yeah, it was high and wide.
Short delivery. So yeah.
Worth a shot.
So convinced myself, but just creating excitement as well. Having a look at the replay now. I mean, he was a long way outside the off stump, padding up, but padding up on the back foot, kicking it away. As Wallaluita comes in once more, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, and there's no run. 54 for 1.
12th man Holden is looks where he's about to come on.
Wallaluita bowls. Oh, that turns back in, doesn't it, to that off stump, and just a little bit of a game of cat and mouse there. I mean, the footholds are just a little bit too wide, aren't they, to really come into play. They're not as pronounced as perhaps we thought they might have been. Perhaps it was just moisture on that first day when they very quickly darkened up, didn't they, the footholds at the far end.
Did, yeah, they did.
But nowhere near as prominent now, and I wonder, was it just a bit of moisture?
Sun makes and just dries everything up, doesn't it?
Yeah, Middlesex, I hope it dries it even more. They talked about it perhaps baking and a bit dusty.
I just feel as though it's kind of a day behind because there's been so much moisture around in terms of its sort of evolution to pitch, which we'll see tomorrow. It could be an absolutely extraordinary day. Could all be over very quickly. It could be just an hour or two.
Our correspondent who came up with the Hell's Ecological Angels is David Kendricks, Middlesex treasurer, part of the committee, and he's the lone member of the committee tent over there now.
He's got it to himself as Tom Helm comes in and bowls, and Evans, high left elbow, defends on the wall, pushing the ball off the stumps out towards mid-on.
I suppose that cake could be delivered for the committee
I was going
tent
to say,
tomorrow.
David, nip across to the... Well, they might have gone by now, to be honest, wherever they've been dishing out the cake from in that indoor centre, because there's plenty left. He's probably had plenty of his own, actually, delivered committees. They look after each other, I'm sure.
He said I'm allowed to say how lonely he is, but...
oh, bless.
I wasn't going to say it because it'd be followed by a text. That's why I've obviously had to tune in.
Helm is in, almost yorking Evans. Equal to it, though, Evans. Puff of dust. As he pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Where's the Leicester committee? Have they all gone then?
I think he's the last man standing from both committees on Saturday evening.
Sitting in the sun. Gorgeous evening. The Middlesex committee, when they host a game at Lord's, are based in the pavilion somewhere.
Below the home dressing room, yeah. The committee room is the room immediately below the home dressing room at Lord's, on the left as you look from the nursery end.
Helm is in, bowling, slightly short, and looking to push it off his hip, thumps into the thigh pad and bounces out towards Gubbins, who's at a short leg, short mid-wicket position. It's not the same as the MCC committee room, is it?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it becomes
okay.
I think it becomes the Middlesex committee room on match days.
Makes sense.
To which I've been invited for lunch on so many occasions, but have yet to take them up on the offer. Because I mean, we only have the 40 minutes. Next time we've got a third voice at Lords, I think. Right, can you do the half an hour up? So the half an hour after lunch, perhaps, is the one to do, isn't it?
Helm is in. Bowling to Evans, again very full. Evans waiting in his crease, just tinny sound as the bottom of the bat comes down on the ball. That is an issue when the restaurant is operating here, when you're getting a 3-course meal.
Oh yeah, of course you dine with the players in the committee, don't you, every game?
Guzzle it. Well, I don't by and large now. Simply, it's a question, as you say, of time, because when you're doing updates and things like that, you don't want to bolt your food. It feels so rude, although they are very good at serving it very quickly. But when Bob Hunt, bless him, on his he used to settle down there, and that was it really.
Must have needed a crane to get him back up here after his lunch.
In comes Helm and bowls, turned neatly off the hip by Evans, down to Wallaluita at long leg. Well, he used to order coffee and mints and everything.
I bet he did.
I can imagine. Might as well enjoy it, old boy.
Exactly. Dear Bob, retired now and greatly missed.
Enjoy it, he did.
Greatly missed. Yeah, there are, what are it, four flights of stairs coming up? Let's get back up here after lunch. So I think how many reverses you do? 1, 2, maybe 3 flights then.
Yeah, quite steep.
Well, 4 probably, because that final one's a very long set of stairs, isn't it, to come up?
And at the top, worryingly rusty in parts as well. 3/4 of them have been treated. They were treated a couple of years ago, but they didn't do the last flight. I wish they had, for obvious reasons. Helm is going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Harris, who is getting, again, a foolish delivery on off stump. He just guides it out into the off side, picked up by Gubbins. End of Helm's 8th over, his 4th of his second spell. None for 15, so he's got control, Helm, but not penetrating at the moment. Leicestershire 55 for 1, chasing 378 to win. More to the point, 9. Sorry, mate, just 9 overs left to survive.
They're missing an opportunity to have sponsorship here, surely, aren't they? Replace that with a stair lift, and the Leicestershire live stream sponsored by Stairlifts, getting the commentators back to the commentary box after a large lunch.
I think it's good for me, I always think, to get up those stairs.
Wallaluita bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside for a single, yet just gets fine at the extra cover field. A deep cover sweeps up, much as Bob used to sweep up down in the dining room there. Evans on to 24, 56 for 1.
You do have to be a bit careful on wet days, going down with a handful of kit and things.
I nearly missed a step going back down this morning, I think it was, or yesterday morning. Final few steps. Just wasn't paying attention. They're quite steep at the very bottom, aren't they? Here's Wallaluita bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. Maybe they're not, or you've just got tired by the time you get down.
They're quite shallow, do you know what I mean? They're not,
that's it, shallow.
If you've got big feet, big plates.
Lots of flight from Wallaluita, and driven nicely by Evans right to the pitch of the ball, pushes a single out to deep cover. He's on to 26, 57 for 1. We've got 2 to go this over. Was it 3? And then 8 to go of the day. Wallaluita bowls, lovely bit of flight, and it's pushed back to mid-off by Evans. Cracking partnership here from Leicestershire, just what they needed to get the innings going. Let's not get carried away yet to get the chase going, but the innings is going, and that's key. Wallaluita, lots of flight. Eased away into the offside for a single by Evans. Moves to 25, 58 for 1. Boy, oh boy, if they can get through the next half an hour and be there first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, sort of 80 for 1 or whatever, then just enough to put a scintilla of doubt in Middlesex minds, perhaps. And a little hope, a little sliver of hope in the hearts of Leicestershire supporters.
Wallaluita bowls, and brings that back in with bounce to Harris, and he's just about ridden it, just in front of the short leg fielder Sam Robson. 58 for 1 it is at the end of the over.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. I don't remember, but I presume the heavy roller went on in the break between innings. And again, how many overs have we had of the innings? 24 now, so it will be beginning the effects thereof to move off. 8 overs remain. It is 17 minutes past 6. If Walla Luita bowls 4 of them, we should be done by around about 22-7, something like that. Tom Helm will keep going though, from the Bennett end. 8 overs, none for 15, as I mentioned. 2 spells of 4 overs apiece. Hasn't been much swing this evening, but you kind of really wouldn't expect there to be too much in these conditions. Helm, 2 slips and a leg. Gully for Evans is in and bowling. Evans thick inside edge onto the front pad as it threatens to seam back in, and that might just have stung Evans a little bit. He's on the walk back towards square leg. I suspect trying not to limp. No, he's okay.
It's a lovely game of cricket set up now. Middlesex might be nervous, but they'll be keen, won't they, to get on, get these wickets moving.
Definitely like one more before, just to break this partnership before the close. Helm, arms swinging, is in and bowls. Line and length on off stump. Forward plunges Evans. Defends it out to Hanscom at mid-off.
These two really, and Ackerman next, play a massive part of it. There's a few finishers there, isn't there, in Mike and Parkinson. You know, they're finishers if it gets close. But these two in particular, you really feel if they can come back out and open this innings as such tomorrow morning with a ball that's only 30 overs old at that point, then that would be massive for Leicestershire. If they could get a good start to tomorrow then as well, then there really would be some belief.
Helm is in. That one is moving towards middle and leg, played by Evans off his toes out towards mid-wicket. Bamber is the fielder. That's his throwaway, no run.
Is it Adam that sorts out your cricket show on BBC Leicester? Who interviewed me the other evening?
Whitty,
Adam.
yeah.
As he said, you know, it's a 2-legged cup final for these two, 5th and 6th in the group at the moment, and you know, for Leicestershire, you know, it is a big game. This is a fellow Division 2 county, and an opportunity to try and do something.
Helm into Evans, who is playing it off middle and leg again. Slightly shorter ball this time, pushed firmly out to Bamber at mid-wicket.
We had a correspondent asking about the loudest in the field for Middlesex, and one thing I'd note is Peter Hanscom as captain seems to have got them all going. You know, it's a cacophony of noise out there, isn't it? They're all together.
Yeah.
And I think that's really something that Stuart Law in particular, when he came in before Hanscom, a year before even Hanscom was thought of. I mean, maybe he was thought of at the time, but you know, certainly announced.
Helm in, bowls. On his toes is Evans to deliver that bouncing up towards off stump. Deflects it down towards backward point, no run.
Unity was clearly something that was high on the agenda when Stuart Law arrived. And I'm sure he'd have heard that it had become a little fractious, shall we say, which led to his arrival. And yeah, it's something that with Hanscom here now, I think there'll be a double act working on that and making sure that it is a real team unit moving in one direction.
Helm is in and bowling to Evans. Seems back in, but playing it from the crease, turning it round the corner towards Gubbins at leg gully end of the over. Hello to John. John in Lubbenham. John Philip Webster. Nearly an Aggers Johnson moment there. Yeah, except I didn't pick it up basically until it was pointed out.
Do you know what
me.
actually sent me?
Apologies.
Was I looked up at you and I
sniggering.
thought I saw you smile, but you perhaps were just squinting. And when I thought I saw you smile, that was when I thought, I'm gone.
I'm too innocent here.
I'm gone.
I didn't twig it at all. Anyway, won't go back over it.
But like I say, if I didn't see what I thought was a smile on your face, which clearly wasn't, you might have just been squinting in the sun maybe. But because I thought I saw it out of the corner of my eye, that was what sent me, and that's what always gets you when a corpse goes, isn't it? It's when the other one goes as well.
I was smiling because it's a wonderful day and a fine game of cricket.
Wallaluita bowls, and that's nearly turned to short leg again by Harris. Bounce once more for Wallaluita, ridden just about by the Australian. 59 for 1, he's on to 27, 319 to win.
Playing with fire when he looks to play that shot.
Hello to Tim, who says, evening Kevin, Tim formerly of Chesley, now in Bournemouth here. Great commentary from you both today, up the middle. Good to have you with us, Tim. Wallaluita's left arm around, bowls to Evans, drives flowingly into the offside, trying to play with the spin. Strokes it to Gubbins. Still chuntering away out there, aren't they? Around the bats as Wallaluita comes in, bowls, and it was a nice ball going on, wasn't it? A little bit of drift, pitched and then shot straight on onto the bat, which met it well. Into the offside once more from Evans. Skipping through the shadows, in comes Wallaluita. He bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket by Evans, no run. The shadow of the umpire and Harris, the non-striker, stretched out in front of him. He tiptoes between them once more. Bowls now, and forward goes Evans, right over the top of it. Gubbins again, the man collecting. Resistance foremost now for Leicestershire, through to stumps tonight and again tomorrow morning, you would say. We've got a steady run rate of 2.3 so far, as this has given a good bit of flight outside of the off stump and a good stride across from Evans to meet it. Defending to point on this occasion. End of the 26th, 5 to go tonight. And 59 for 1 Leicestershire. Evans has 25, Harris will have strike on 27, and the required rate is 3. The current run rate is 2.3. Again, you can shut a lot of that out really at this stage, and even up to lunch tomorrow. Not worry about it too much. You can just tick along at 2 for a fair while. And if at tea tomorrow they are in a good position, or just before tea even, they might think about accelerating and stepping on. The other thing that they will have to consider, or not, they won't have to consider, they'll have to contend with, is a second new ball. That's what Middlesex will get. 50 overs into the
absolutely
into the final day. 59 for 1.
Sort of mid-afternoon. Change. Martin Anderson's coming back on, having bowled 5 overs from the pavilion end. He's going to have a go in place of Tom Helm at the Bennett end. He's coming round the wicket to Marcus Harris, who just turns a delivery off middle and leg down towards long leg and jogs a single odd little trigger movement of Harris as almost a sort of little skip into position. Stench grinds out a song of, well, can you call it a song when it's a voice like that? I don't think he's hit a true note in his life, but goodness me, he's sung a few of them. So Harris on to 28 with that single. Leicestershire on to 60 for the loss of Hassan Azad. Very early in proceedings. In goes Anderson and bowls on off stump to Sam Evans, who, playing from the crease, just dabs it down to backward point. Helm is down there now, with his big sweatband on his left forearm rather than wrist. Changes to the field. What are they going to do? Bring in a... Oh, he's just being lent some sunglasses, it seems, is Gubbins, despite the fact he's got his back to the sun at the moment. And he's put them on the top of his helmet. In goes Anderson outside off stump, allowed to go through by Sam Evans, who's wandering away to square leg. He has still got the leg gully in. He may need sunglasses at the moment. The sun obviously is finally starting to get a little bit lower, coming in the side window of the commentary box, but just so nice to be nice and warm again. Gary Bailey misses the voice of Ben Rain in the field. Yeah, he was the cheerleader pre-Parkinson. In goes Anderson and bowls. Back foot defensive push from Sam Evans, steering it but only as far as backward point. Again, Helm is the fielder.
Just wondering how many are still going today now. I guess a few will be starting to come towards the close. We've got 5 overs to go.
Yeah, what is the score up at Durham? Have you got?
Yeah, they've lost a few there. They're nearly gone.
Oh.
175 for 9.
Oh, they'll take the extra half. Well, they're probably in the extra half hour there, I would imagine. Anderson in, bowls short of a length and up on his toes, defending on off stump is Sam Evans out into the offside.
Siddle 3 for 43. Another Australian operating well at the moment in English game. It does feel like there's some really good overseas around this year. We've obviously upped it to 2 overseas from 1. Middlesex only going with the 1 this year in Hanscom, but it does feel as though there's some really high class overseas around the country.
Anderson to finish his over, bowls a big bouncer, high bouncer, and Evan just leans inside the line of it, lets it go through to Simpson. Behind the stumps, end of the over, 60 for 1, 27 overs have been bowled, 5 remain.
Gloucestershire may well be consigning, as I skip a few scores, maybe we'll be consigning you and I to battling to be the 13th best team in the country in September, or more to the point, not being awarded the wooden spoon, which Middlesex never have in their history. I wouldn't anticipate they would be this year either. They've actually played some pretty good cricket and feel rough about the fact they've come out on the wrong side of it. But a bit of a learning curve, and now the youngsters have really been given their go.
Lightning beaten by Southern Vipers, alas.
Wallaluita's in, bowls. Harris uses his feet to push a single down to the deepish mid-on. And he's on to 29. Why have they got a deepish mid-on? They're not... It's come back up to... Both mid-off and mid-on are up for Evans. It wouldn't particularly be. Is it just that Wallaluita particularly wants to bowl Evans tonight? Perhaps. Fancies it more left arm around to the right-hander than left arm over to the left-hander.
He was causing Harris problems.
He was, that's why I just wondered, there's a short extra cover not far away now for Evans, who works this ball from Wallaluita into the onside, and Gubbins goes around from mid-on. Evans is on to 26, 62 for 1. Gloucester 113 for 5 following on. 202 runs shy of making Surrey bat again. They've got no Bracey, have they? Hammond in at 3 has got 33. Lace, the former Middlesex man, went for 0. Higgins gone for 11, just in terms of Middlesex links. As Wallaluita bowls and through to the gloves of Simpson. Left arm over to Harris. Once more. Yeah, it feels like, that's why I wondered about that single. It just feels like to both of them. He's gone back again, offering Harris that single. Maybe just trying to tease him out to say, come and walk to it and see if you can push a single down there.
Tilly.
Yeah, I'm trying to think I was trying to pick up whose voice that was. I think it was Tom Helm as his. Wallaluita bowls, and he does skip to the pitch on this occasion, but only to defend back up the track, Harris. Hanscom, a big user of the feet to the spinners. Let's see if Harris is similar. That's Helm, all right. Wallaluita bowls and driven out to deep cover for a single. Harris on to 30, just a little bit of width on that one from Wallaluita. 64 for 1.
Whenever I see the Outlaws heading off, I always expect to see Clint Eastwood chasing them with an orangutan.
Oh, what was that film called now?
It was called Clyde, the orangutan, wasn't it? But Every Which Way But
Yes, Every
Loose.
Which Way But Loose. And what was the sequel? Wallaluita, left arm around. Apologies, thought that was the end of the over. Forward goes Evans and pushed to extra cover. There's no run. 63 for 1.
Was that Every Which Way But Something Else?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I'm not sure I've ever actually sat down and watched those.
Oh, I love that movie. The sequel was Any Which Way You Can.
Okay.
Every Which Way But Loose and Any Which... Oh, that's inspired me. I'm going to go back and watch those. Absolutely loved them.
Yeah, don't forget you've got to pass on some information to me.
Oh, yes, yeah,
about
yeah.
watching stuff.
Oh, it's legit, but just don't need to discuss it on the BBC, probably.
Fair enough.
It's very legit.
Anderson then.
Manis the orangutan.
Was he not called Clyde?
I know it was, wasn't it? Maybe in the sequel, was it a different one?
Around the wicket goes Anderson, bowls down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Simpson for once, but to no detriment in terms of runs lost, because he drops down almost at his feet.
Now, here you go. Manus played Clyde.
Oh, okay. Manus.
Yeah.
M-A-N-U-S?
I-S, Manus.
Manus.
Must have been confusing for poor old Manus when everyone kept on calling him Clyde.
Sorry. In goes Anderson, and it's just turned by Harris to mid-wicket. How do we come to be discussing the names of orangutans?
Long sunny afternoons like this.
Called Manus or Clyde. Was it confusing for the orangutan?
Best days commentary, these. When you get
Probably.
to the end of the sunny day.
Anderson is in outside off stump. Given the orangutan was on a film set, it was probably fairly confusing.
There was
at
enough
best
going
at
on, yeah.
times, yeah. Allowed to go through by Harris. 63 for 1, 61 added so far for the second wicket by Marcus Harris, who's on 30, Sam Evans, who's on 26.
Oh, it was a 15 as well. I shouldn't have been watching that when I was a kid. Must have stuck that one in one evening.
Anderson is in, driving is Harris most pleasantly for 4. It was full outside off stump, and a lovely shot from Marcus Harris, cracks it away through extra cover for 4. Breaks the shackles to a certain extent. They've been sort of picking up 1s and occasionally 2s. First 4 for some little time, but a super shot from Marcus Harris. He moves on to 34.
Sweet in a moment.
67 for 1. 2 balls left in the over as Anderson is in, turned by Harris off his legs, out through square leg, pursued by Gubbins from mid-wicket, always going to be just a single. Helm was coming in to meet the ball from deep backward square. Gubbins got there first, but as I say, was always going to be just the one. Harris on to 35 now, 68 for 1.
Paul on Twitter says, think positively. We can both be the first county ever to become Division 3 champions. Thank you, Paul.
Back over the wicket goes Anderson to Evans, who is dabbing at one. It goes along the, not quite along the ground all the way, but a long way short of Robson at second slip. I think he was just trying to dab it down to third man. Got not quite enough on it. Wasn't a genuine edge.
You did inquire, did you not? Was there a trophy for which one was it? The CB40 second? Was it again? I've reached the stage of the season now. I can't remember who I was having the conversation with, but we were discussing about trophies. There was a second division, the CB40. Yes, it was yourself. I was discussing it with.
Yeah.
Was there a trophy for that one? Would there be a trophy for Division 2 and Division 3 this year in the Super September? It would seem a little odd, bearing in mind that you've effectively been relegated in the same season to 2 lower divisions, to then be awarded a trophy for that relegation. From conferences to divisions, and you're...
I'd be a bit surprised. Maybe a plate or something. Winners. Group 2 or Div 2 or whatever. 3 overs to go.
So again, here's one of the way through. He bowls slip and a short leg, and this is played defensively. Backward a point by Harris. You're playing to be the 7th best team in the country, or the 13th best team in the country, so the team who finished bottom of Division 1 could arguably say, well, hold on a minute, we should get a trophy for being the 6th best team in the country, not them for being the 7th best team in the country.
I see your point.
Here's Wallaluita bowls, and this ball's pushed into the offside by Harris. 68 for 1. I do think, though, and I know that it's going to upset you and Manny, I do think next year they're going to be back to 2 divisions, though. So this is going to be a moot point
like
for 1 year.
Heard something, but I don't like
there seems to be a bit of a rumbling that there's a weight towards that argument, as this is run by Harris just past Hanscom. Off the back foot, it's going to get away for 4. And 72 for 1 as Harris moves to 39. Just a little push at one outside the off stump. Deliberate, but not to be as fine as it was.
Yeah, you're right. Deliberate, but still slightly dangerous when Slipper's there. Guess he knew what he was doing.
Just looking for a nudge, wasn't he? nudge it past the slip fielder, but perhaps, as we say, a little finer than intentioned.
Heart-in-mouth moment for a few.
See, this is why we do it. Tweet on Mannis from Jed. It's one of the Louisa bowls and forward goes Harris pushing back up the track and there's no run.
Don't tell me it's sort of like last year, there were about 80 Manises.
Oh, well.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
Go on.
there you go. Manis means sweet in Indonesian. Cute name for an orangutan.
Oh, because they do tend to. They originate, or many of them do, in that part of the world, don't they?
And a second tweet on Manis. Andrew Whitehurst. As this ball's given a lot of flight and bumped back down the track by Harris, who just shuffled to the pitch. Having spent a lot of time on film sets, I can promise you that being called the wrong name is a long way from being the thing that would have most confused Paul Manis most. Yes, exactly what you were saying. Yeah. Is a lot of flight from Wallaluita and driven by Harris, just wide of mid-off for a single. He moves to 40. 73 for 1, 305 to win. They'll nearly have it down below 300 tonight.
The problem comes for Hanscom if Leicestershire continue to take runs off Wallaluita and or Holman when he gets his chance. Then he has to go back to his seamers, and there is only the three of them, and there'll be. It's not an issue tonight and possibly tomorrow morning either, but it could be come sort of late afternoon if Leicestershire can take it deep. So, 2 overs to go, the first of which will be bowled by Martin Anderson. 7 overs, none for 23, as he comes in and bowls to Harris, who's defending solidly. Straight ball pushed out to mid-wicket.
Di Davis tweets, if it's a trophy for Division 1, maybe a cup for Division 2 and the saucer for Division 3. Thank you, Di.
.73 for 1. Partnership 71 now for the second wicket as Anderson is in to Harris, who's playing it firmly down into the ground. It bounces out towards Hanscom, moving across to his left at mid-off. No run. Sun goes behind cloud temporarily, of course. It is just a small one. Gorgeous day it's been, and again an absorbing day of red ball cricket as Anderson is in, turned neatly off his legs by Marcus Harris out towards Helm, who's at deep backward square. He jogs in to meet the ball because it was only ever going to be one. Single taken, that is. Harris moves into the 40s, onto 41. Evans has 26, 74 for 1. Harris beginning just to show signs of what he's all about to the Leicestershire members for the first time. They obviously saw his century earlier this season on the stream as Anderson is in to Evans outside off stump, just dabbed out into the offside. That was here against Surrey, 101 off 239 balls. He made 62 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. This potentially his most important innings of the season so far, as Anderson is in to Evans, bounces, seams back in, pushed out towards point, moving across from cover is Gubbins. Harris momentarily thinks there might be a single in it. Evans dissuades him of the notion.
Paul John Howden on Twitter picks up really on something that Alex Stewart was saying the other day. If I was a paying punter, why would I pay to watch a pointless game in September to watch Division 3 cricket, which ties in a little bit to what Alex Stewart was saying. I'll come back to that.
Anderson is in, beats the outside edge, has a little dab for it, and Simpson doesn't take it cleanly. It goes through his hands, and it's going to be a bye as a result. But that's, I mean, for hundreds of years, 100+ years, the county championship, that was very much applicable in September. Many a county wasn't playing for, or the county championship, didn't have a chance of winning it. Most of them
only been 2 or 3.
didn't have a chance of winning it So you know that
But I think
has
that was
always applied.
I think that was why they moved away from it, though, wasn't it? They wanted that. They wanted that because the point that Alex Stewart was making was, whereas before you probably had in Division 2, especially with 8 in Division 2, 25% going up. You'd have had at least 3, possibly 4 in the last couple of rounds. So of 8, you'd only have 4 teams, perhaps, and perhaps even only 3 teams, really not in with a chance in the final couple of rounds of getting to second spot in a 25% promotion. So you're having 3, maybe 4 teams cut adrift with not much to play for in September. Now, this is Alex Stewart's point put forward, and I did think, I have to say, I was mixed about it all. I thought he put the points forward well. He said now you're going to have 12 teams with nothing really to play for in September.
You always did, and I'm not. I kind of don't have it. I won't have it that there's a lot of professionals out there just going through the motions. They're not. You know, a lot of them have short-term contracts. Most of them have something to play for, notwithstanding professional pride.
Yeah. Here's Holman, a slip, a short leg and a silly point. He bowls and goes past the edge as he got him. That was a beautiful ball.
Yeah.
Bales whipped off by Simpson. And we had the perfect line to watch that. A lovely ball. I mean, it was as good as I'm sure he landed the first ball in the same manner yesterday, didn't he?
It did too much, almost, in that left him by, and it missed the bat by a couple of inches. If anything, Simpson whipped off the Bales. Holman didn't appeal until the others went up.
They've got a fair talent
did
on that.
Loads.
Yeah, look at this. Lovely little flight and dip and turn. Holman in again, a little bit too full. It is a full toss, and it's clumped to the cover fielder Wallaluita. Yeah, Simpson whipped off the Bales with the ball in glove, and sorry,
no,
let's not keep going back to it.
I think it needs to be mentioned.
He's just looking to see if it was overbalancing. As here's Holman goes past the edge again. Oh well, Luke Holman is coming to the party on this third evening, and that will encourage Middlesex greatly tomorrow.
Both balls that have pitched have turned a long old way.
Yeah. They've got a real talent here in Holman, haven't they? Second slip coming in. 3 balls to go of the day. Evans is on 26, 75 for 1. The shadows drawing in. And there's a lot of flight on this one again, and this time he's able to get right over at Evans with a big stride, a real angle on that bat, determinedly pushing the ball into the ground.
Not comfy though, young Evans.
I'm not surprised.
No.
This will enthuse Middlesex greatly. It's coming up to 6:45. 2 balls left of the day. And Holman is in. Bowls, just drops a little shorter and allows Evans to rock back and ease into the onside. Corby?
Corby.
Come on, Corby.
Why would it be Corby?
Do his trousers need pressing? Or maybe we're too old for that. The youngsters out there might not know. Here's Holman. Bowls gathered around the bat. It's everybody a thick inside edge all along the floor to the short leg, who was the latest one to arrive in there. And that is stumps on day 3. 75 for 1. 303 more required for Leicestershire on the final day. But that maiden over by Luke Holman, I think, will have sent a little bit of a shudder through the Leicestershire lineup. It certainly will have given Middlesex a lot of confidence that on day 4 they can look to their spinners. A pair of youngsters out there in Holman and Wallaluita to try and get a grip on this chase.
But a toot of the Vuvuzela from Stench indicates that just as yesterday belonged most firmly to Middlesex, you could say that today probably belonged to Leicestershire, who fought back well. Fought 57 for 1 at the start of the day. Middlesex in the end were bowled out for 218, with Chris Wright quite magnificently leading the attack for the Foxes. 6 for 48 from 23.1 overs for the veteran seamer, who just kept on coming. And then, although they did lose Hassan Azad with just 2 runs on the board, Marcus Harris, an impressive 41 not out. Sam Evans battled away, 26 not out. 75 for 1. They need Leicestershire tomorrow to score 303 more runs to win the match. 9 more wickets needed for Middlesex. One way or another, with the forecast as good as it is, I suspect we will get a result. It could be a brilliant day's cricket. If you can, get onto the Leicestershire website, get down here and enjoy your day in the sun, and let us see what happens. BBC Radio's Leicester and London, Kevin Hand and Richard Ray have been your commentators for the game and will be for its conclusion tomorrow. But for now, from a sun-drenched Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, it's a very good night. Good night.
Captaincy of Hanscom, it's a really noticeable change, enjoyable to see as this ball is full and carved through the covers for 4 by Gubbins. He moves
in, goes right and bowls. That one seems back in as well. Again, well played by Eskenazi. Turns it off his legs with the movement of the seam down to fine leg. Could turn into the next Mohammed Nabi. In goes right and bowls. Seams back in and bowls him. Takes Eskenazi's middle stump. It's rocked it back, and
so Mike it is from around the wicket at the pavilion end. He bowls and Gubbins turns down to fine leg for 4. Just starting a little too straight. First ball from around the wicket. There's a little spell here for Leicestershire, whether he digs in or looks to respond. As here's Mike right arm over to Gubbins now, and just bowling 2 sides of the wicket at the moment, Mike, isn't he? And that one's onto the leg. And then Mike picked up Helman Bamba, 2 right-handers.
Yeah, good catch of Bamba.
Mike bowls and Gubbins cuts, playing on. He's gone, looking to cut at that. When Harris fell, then it felt like a crushing blow as his. Mike bowls with width, a bit of a half volley, and there's that flowing Hanscom drive. Economy.
Like that. If anything, as he's in mid-innings, in comes Davis and bowls 2. Wide edge, bowled him! Thought he'd come down on that a little bit late and taken the edge. In fact, perhaps, Davis is in. Bowls edged through third slip down to the third man boundary for 4. Got a little bit of extra bounce there, bit of lift. And Simpson.
.210 down at Taunton. As this ball's full to Simpson and clipped down to deep backward square leg, and a nasty little chase down there which gets away. Batting at 3, there were 50s for Smith and Davidson Richards at the top of the order.
In goes Parkinson, bowls, and it's guided nicely by Hanscom down to third man. I think that's going to go all the way. Parkinson in, a couple of steps down the wicket and clipped away through straight mid-wicket by Hanscom, and Wright is in pursuit. I don't think he's going to get there. Beautiful shot.
And that was a question that came up yesterday as this ball's short and pulled away and caught at mid-wicket. What a catch!
It would increase the odds on the draw if they were to do that. Mike is in, pulled violently by Hanscom out to backward square. It's a long chase for Azad. He's not.
If not. Wright is in, he bowls, and that's a lovely drive by Anderson, and he is off the pair with a trademark. Divided, or was it when they went to 9? Maybe, I can't remember. But right, bowls, brings one back in, strikes the pads, and Anderson's gone for 4. That one came sharply back.
As Mike is in, bowls full outside off stump, goes for the drive, edged and gone. Hanscom goes. He was drawn into driving with his back.
Leather wearer, a rocker as his. Bowled him, he's gone. Oh, played on onto the top of off stump, helm back and across.
Continue continues from the pavilion end to bowl to Holman. Short, pulled emphatically away to square leg. Again, Mike's issues.
They're unsettled as here's a short one from right, and going after him, Holman pulls him away for 4 through a straight mid-wicket to move to 12, 194 in modern day.
Barnes is in 2. Holman edges straight between the wicket-keeper and first slip, neither of whom move.
Keeper's catch. That's nothing to do with slip, I'm afraid. The scoreboard, 295 plays 136 as this one's short, and Holman goes after him through mid-wicket for 4. Onto it quickly, he moves to 25, 214.
In goes Parkinson, bowls, squares him up, leg before, and he's gone. On the back foot, it's straightened, he missed it, and Bamber.
Here's right arm over the wickets, bowls to Holman, who edges and taken at second slip, low down. Holman kicks away at the dirt in frustration.
So that's fair enough. I think he's a bit livelier. In goes Mini Mertz, and he's pulled and it's in the air, and he's going to be caught, and is caught. Top edge. Leicestershire lose 2 wickets early, comes in and bowls to Evans outside of stump, rides the bounce well, deflects it wide of third slip, runs down.
Big shot at the ground.
Yeah, trolley.
Here's Helm bowls and onto the legs. That's clipped away for 4. And yeah, this should really be the game now, shouldn't it? Harris is off to 2 are still at the club, Mercer and Finn.
Bamber in again. Harris is driving in the air through gully down to third man for 4. It was a look.
This one's just full of a length and driven with an open face. A lovely shot by Evans. Just one too many outside the off stump for him to resist in the air. Anderson's in, bowls, and this is full. Swinging onto the pads and clips. It was periscoped behind him.
Bamber encouraged, bounds in, bowls again, edge short of second slip. It's going to run down to third man for 4. In goes Anderson, bowls a bouncer, pulled away by Harris. Nice shot by him, actually. He was in good control of that sort of whip pull. Goodness me. In goes Helm and bowls, and whipped away through mid-wicket, and I think that's going to go all the way for 4, just over pitched on there.
Stuck that one in one evening.
Anderson is in, driving is Harris most pleasantly for 4. It was full outside off stump, and a lovely shot from Mark.
There seems to be a bit of a rumbling that there's a weight towards that argument, as this is run by Harris just past Hanscom. Off the back foot, it's going to get away for 4. And 72 for 1 as Harris